Play 1 of One Act Play Collection number 20, COMUS, by John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. COMUS, a masque presented at Ludlow Castle, 1634. The persons: the attendant spirit, afterwards in the habit of Thyrsis.
Read by Wendy Katz Hiller.
Comus with his crew.
Read by Greg Giordano.
The lady.
Read by Jen Broda.
First brother.
Read by Algie Pug.
Second brother.
Read by Larry Wilson.
Sabrina the nymph.
Read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Narration by Alan Mapstone. The first scene discovers a wild wood. The attendant spirit descends or enters.
Before the starry threshold of Jove's court my mansion is, where those immortal shapes of bright aerial spirits live ensphered in regions mild of calm and serene air. Above the smoke and stir of this dim spot which men call earth, and, with low-thoughted care, confined and pestered in this pinfold here, strive to keep up a frail and feverish being, unmindful of the crown that virtue gives, after this mortal change, to her true servants amongst the enthroned gods on sainted seats. Yet some there be that by due steps aspire to lay their just hands on that golden key that opes the palace of eternity. To such my errand is, and but for such I would not soil these pure ambrosial weeds with the rank vapors of this sin-worn mold. But to my task. Neptune, besides the sway of every salt flood and each ebbing stream, took in, by lot twixt high and nether Jove, imperial rule of all the sea-girt isles, that, like to rich and various gems, inlay the unadorned bosom of the deep, which he, to grace his tributary gods, by course commits to several government, and gives them leave to wear their sapphire crowns and wield their little tridents. But this isle, the greatest and the best of all the main, he quarters to his blue-haired deities, and all this tract that fronts the falling sun a noble peer of mickle trust and power has in his charge, with tempered awe to guide an old and haughty nation, proud in arms, where his fair offspring, nursed in princely lore, are coming to attend their father's state and new entrusted sceptre. But their way lies through the perplexed paths of this drear wood, the nodding horror of whose shady brows threats the forlorn and wandering passenger, and here their tender age might suffer peril, but that, by quick command from sovereign Jove, I was dispatched for their defense and guard. And listen why, for I will tell you now what never yet was heard in tale or song from old or modern bard in hall or bower. Bacchus, that first from out the purple grape crushed the sweet poison of misused wine, after the Tuscan mariners transformed, coasting the Tyrrhene shore, as the winds listed, on Circe's island fell. Who knows not Circe, the daughter of the sun, whose charmed cup whoever tasted lost his upright shape, and downward fell into a groveling swine? This nymph, that gazed upon his clustering locks, with ivy berries wreathed, and his blithe youth had by him, ere he parted thence, a son, much like his father, but his mother more, whom therefore she brought up, and COMUS named, who ripe and frolic of his full-grown age, roving the Celtic and Iberian fields, at last betakes him to this ominous wood, and, in thick shelter of black shades embowered, excels his mother at her mighty art, offering to every weary traveller his orient liquor in a crystal glass, to quench the drought of Phoebus, which, as they taste, for most do taste through fond intemperate thirst, soon as the potion works, their human countenance, the express resemblance of the gods, is changed into some brutish form of wolf or bear, or ounce or tiger, hog or bearded goat, all other parts remaining as they were. And they, so perfect is their misery, not once perceive their foul disfigurement, but boast themselves more comely than before, and all their friends and native home forget, to roll with pleasure in a sensual sty. Therefore, when any favored of high Jove chances to pass through this adventurous glade, swift as the sparkle of a glancing star I shoot from heaven, to give him safe convoy, as now I do. But first I must put off these my sky robes, spun out of Iris's woof, and take the weeds and likeness of a swain, that to the service of this house belongs, who, with his soft pipe and smooth-dittied song, well knows to still the wild winds when they roar, and hush the waving woods, nor of less faith, and in this office of his mountain watch likeliest, and nearest to the present aid of this occasion. But I hear the tread of hateful steps. I must be viewless now.
COMUS enters, with a charming rod in one hand, his glass in the other. With him a rout of monsters, headed like sundry sorts of wild beasts, but otherwise like men and women, their apparel glistering. They come in, making a riotous and unruly noise, with torches in their hands.
The star that bids the shepherd fold now the top of heaven doth hold, and the gilded car of day his glowing axle doth allay. In the steep Atlantic stream, and the slope sun his upward beam shoots against the dusky pole, pacing toward the other goal of his chamber in the east. Meanwhile, welcome joy and feast, midnight shout and revelry, tipsy dance and jollity. Braid your locks with rosy twine, dropping odors, dropping wine. Rigor now is gone to bed, and advice with scrupulous head. Strict age and sour severity with their grave saws in slumber lie. We that are of pure fire imitate the starry choir, who in their nightly watchful spheres lead in swift round the months and years, the sounds and seas with all their finny drove, now to the moon and wavering mortis move. And on the tawny sands and shelves trip pert fairies and the dapper elves. By dimpled brook and fountain brim, the wood nymphs decked with daisies trim, their merry wakes and pastimes keep. What hath night to do with sleep? Night hath better sweets to prove. Venus now wakes, and wakens love. Come, let us our rite begin. 'Tis only daylight that makes sin, which these dun shades will ne'er report. Hail, goddess of nocturnal sport! Dark-veiled Cacciato, to whom the secret flame of midnight torches burns, mysterious dame, that ne'er art called but when the dragon womb of Stygian darkness spets her thickest gloom, and makes one blot of all the air. Stay thy cloudy ebon chair, wherein thou ridest with Hecate, and befriend us thou vowed priests till utmost end of all thy dues be done, and none left out ere the blabbing eastern scout, the nice morn on the Indian steep, from her cabined loophole peep, and to the telltale sun descry our concealed solemnity. Come, knit hands and beat the ground in a light, fantastic round.
The measure.
Break off, break off! I feel the different pace of some chaste footing near about this ground. Run to your shrouds within these brakes and trees. Our number may affright some virgin shore, for so I can distinguish by mine art benighted in these woods. Now to my charms, and to my wily trains, I shall ere long be well stocked with as fair a herd as grazed about my mother Circe. Thus I hurl my dazzling spells into the spongy air, of power to cheat the eye with blear illusion, and give it false presentments, lest the place and my quaint habits breed astonishment, and put the damsel to suspicious flight, which must not be, for that's against my course. I, under fair pretence of friendly ends, and well-paced words of glozing courtesy, baited with reasons not unplausible, wind me into the easy-hearted man, and hug him into snares. When once her eye hath met the virtue of this magic dust, I shall appear some harmless villager, whom thrift keeps up about his country gear. Here she comes. I fairly step aside, and hearken, if I may, her business hear.
The lady enters.
This way the noise was. If mine ear be true, my best guide now. Methought it was the sound of riot and ill-managed merriment, such as the jocund flute or gamesome pipe stirs up among the loose unlettered hinds, when, for their teeming flocks and granges full, in wanton dance they praise the bounteous Pan, and thank the gods amiss. I should be loath to meet the rudeness and swilled insolence of such late wassailers. Yet, oh, where else shall I inform my unacquainted feet in the blind mazes of this tangled wood? My brothers, when they saw me wearied out with this long way, resolving here to lodge under the spreading favor of these pines, stepped, as they said, to the next thicket side to bring me berries, or such cooling fruit as the kind hospitable woods provide. They left me then, when the gray-hooded even, like a sad votarist in Palmer's weed, rose from the hindmost wheels of Phoebus's wain. But where they are, and why they came not back, is now the labor of my thoughts. 'Tis likeliest they had engaged their wandering steps too far, An envious darkness, ere they could return, had stole them from me. Else, O thievish night, why wouldst thou, but for some felonious end, in thy dark lantern thus close up the stars that nature hung in heaven, and filled their lamps with everlasting oil, to give due light to the misled and lonely traveller? This is the place, as well as I may guess, whence even now the tumult of loud mirth was rife, and perfect in my listening ear. Yet naught but single darkness do I find. What might this be? 1,000 fantasies begin to throng into my memory, of calling shapes, and beckoning shadows dire, and airy tongues that syllable men's names on sands and shores and desert wilderness. These thoughts may startle well, but not astound the virtuous mind that ever walks attended by a strong-siding champion, conscious. O welcome, pure-eyed faith, white-handed hope, thou hovering angel girt with golden wings, and thou unblemished form of chastity. I see ye visibly, and now believe that he, the supreme good, to whom all things ill are but as slavish officers of vengeance, would send a glistering guardian, if need were, to keep my life and honor unassailed. Was I deceived, or did a sable cloud turn forth her silver lining on the night? I did not err. There does a sable cloud turn forth her silver lining on the night, and casts a gleam over this tuft grove. I cannot hallo to my brothers, but such noise as I can make to be heard farthest I'll venture, for my new enlivened spirits prompt me, and they perhaps are not far off.
Song.
Sweet echo, sweetest nymph that liv'st unseen within thy airy shell, by slow meanders margent green, and in the violet embroidered vale, where the love-lorn nightingale nightly to thee her sad song mourneth well. Canst thou not tell me of a gentle pair that likest thy Narcissus are? Oh, if thou have hid them in some flowery cave, tell me but where, sweet queen of parley, daughter of the sphere. So mayest thou be translated to the skies, and give resounding grace to all heaven's harmonies.
Can any mortal mixture of earth's mould breathe such divine enchanting ravishment? Sure something holy lodges in that breast, and with these raptures moves the vocal air to testify his hidden residence. How sweetly did they float upon the wings of silence, through the empty vaulted night, at every fall smoothing the raven down of darkness till it smiled. I've oft heard my mother Circe with the sirens 3, amidst the flowery kirtled Naiades, culling their potent herbs and baleful drugs, who, as they sung, would take the prisoned soul and lap it in Elysium. Scylla wept, and chid her barking waves into attention, and fell Charybdis murmured soft applause. Yet they in pleasing slumber lulled the sense, and in sweet madness robbed it of itself. But such a sacred and home-felt delight, such sober certainty of waking bliss, I never heard till now. I'll speak to her, and she shall be my queen. Hail, foreign wonder, whom certain these rough shades did never breed, unless the goddess that in rural shrine dwelt here with Pan or Sylvan by blessed song, forbidding every bleak, unkindly fog to touch the prosperous growth of this tall wood.
Nay, gentle shepherd, ill is lost that praise that is addressed to unattending ears. Not any boast of skill, but extreme shift how to regain my severed company, compelled me to awake to the courteous echo, to give my answer from her mossy couch.
What chance, good lady, hath bereft you thus?
Dim darkness and this leafy labyrinth.
Could that divide you from near assuring guides?
They left me weary on a grassy turf.
By falsehood, or discourtesy, or why?
To seek in the valley some cool friendly spring.
And left your fair side all unguarded, lady?
They were but twain, and purposed quick return.
Perhaps forestalling night prevented them.
How easy my misfortune is to hit.
Imports their loss beside the present need?
No less than if I should my brothers lose.
Were they of manly prime or youthful bloom?
As smooth as Hebe's their unrazored lips.
Two such I saw, what time the labored ox in his loose traces from the furrow came, and the swinked hedger at his supper sat. I saw them under a green mantling vine that crawls along the side of yon small hill, plucking ripe clusters from the tender shoots. Their port was more than human as they stood. I took it for a fairy vision of some gay creatures of the element that in the colors of the rainbow live and play in the plighted clouds. I was awe-struck, and as I passed, I worshipped. If those you seek, it were a journey like the path to heaven to help you find them.
Gentle villager, what readiest way would bring me to that place?
Due west it rises from this shrubby point.
To find out that, good shepherd, I suppose, in such a scant allowance of starlight, would overtask the best land pilot's art without the sure guess of well-practiced feet.
I know each lane and every alley green, dingle or bushy dell of this wild wood, and every bosky bourne from side to side, my daily walks in ancient neighborhood, and if your stray attendants be yet lodged, or shroud within these limits, I shall know, ere morrow wake, or the low roosted lark from her thatched pallet rouse. If otherwise I can conduct you, lady, to a low but loyal cottage, where you may be safe till further quest.
Shepherd, I take thy word, and trust thy honest offered courtesy, which oft is sooner found in lowly sheds, with smoky rafters, than in tapestry halls, and courts of princes, where it first was named, and yet is most pretended. In a place less warranted than this, or less secure, I cannot be, that I should fear to change it. Eye me, blessed Providence, and square my trial to my proportioned strength. Shepherd, lead on.
Exeunt. Enter the two brothers.
Unmuffled, ye faint stars, and thou, fair moon, that won'st to love the traveller's benison, stoop thy pale visage through an amber cloud, and disinherit chaos that reigns here in double night of darkness and of shades. Or if your influence be quite dammed up with black usurping mists, some gentle taper, though a rush candle from the wicker hole of some clay habitation, visit us with thy long levelled rule of streaming light, and thou shalt be our star of Arcady, or Tyrion's cynosure.
Or if our eyes be barred that happiness, might we but hear the folded flocks, pinned in their wattled coats, or sound a pastoral reed with oaten stops, or whistle from the lodge or village cock count the night watches to his feathery dames. 'Twould be some solace yet, some little cheering, in this close dungeon of innumerous boughs. But oh, that hapless virgin, our lost sister! Where may she wander now? Whither betake her from the chill dew amongst rude burrs and thistles? Perhaps some cold bank is her bolster now, or 'gainst the rugged bark of some broad elm leans her unpillowed head, fraught with sad fears. What if in wild amazement and affright, or while we speak, within the direful grasp of savage hunger or of savage heat?
Peace, brother! Be not over exquisite to cast the fashion of uncertain evils. For, grant they be so, while they rest unknown, what need a man forestall his date of grief, and run to meet what he would most avoid? Or if they be but false alarms of fear, how bitter is such self-delusion! I do not think my sister so to seek, or so unprincipled in virtue's book, and the sweet peace that goodness bosoms ever, as that the single want of light and noise, not being in danger, as I trust she is not, could stir the constant mood of her calm thoughts, and put them into misbecoming plight. Virtue could see to do what virtue would by her own radiant light, though sun and moon were in the flat sea sunk. And wisdom's self oft seeks to sweet retired solitude, where with her best nurse, contemplation, she plumes her feathers, and lets grow her wings, that in the various bustle of resort were all too ruffled, and sometimes impaired. He that has light within his own clear breast may sit in the centre, and enjoy bright day. But he that hides a dark soul and foul thoughts benighted walks under the midday sun. Himself is his own dungeon.
'Tis most true that musing meditation most affects the pensive secrecy of desert cell, far from the cheerful haunt of men and herds, and sits as safe as in a senate house. For who would rob a hermit of his weeds, his few books, or his beads, or maple dish, or do his grey hairs any violence? But beauty, like the fair Hesperian tree laden with blooming gold, had need the guard of dragon watch with unenchanted eye to save her blossoms and defend her fruit from the rash hand of bold incontinence. You may as well spread out the unsunned heaps of miser's treasure by an outlaw's den, and tell me it is safe, as bid me hope danger will wink on opportunity, and let a single helpless maiden pass uninjured in this wild surrounding waste of night or loneliness. It recks me not. I fear the dread events that dog them both, lest some ill-greeting touch attempt the person of our unowned sister.
I do not, brother, infer as if I thought my sister's state secure, without all doubt or controversy. Yet where an equal poise of hope and fear does arbitrate the event, my nature is that I incline to hope rather than fear, and gladly banish squint suspicion. My sister is not so defenceless left as you imagine. She has a hidden strength, which you remember not.
What hidden strength, unless the strength of heaven, if you mean that?
I mean that too, but yet a hidden strength, which if heaven gave it may be termed her own. 'Tis chastity, brother, chastity. She that has that is clad in complete steel, and like a quivered nymph with arrows keen, may trace huge forests and unharboured heaths, infamous hills, and sandy perilous wilds, where, through the sacred rays of chastity, no savage, fierce banditti or mountaineer will dare to soil her virgin purity. Yea, there where very desolation dwells, by grots and caverns shagged with horrid shades, she may pass on with unblenched majesty, be it not done in pride or in presumption. Some say no evil thing that walks by night, in fog or fire, by lake or moorish fen, blue meagre hag, or stubborn unlaid ghost, that breaks his magic chains at curfew time. No goblin or swart fairy of the mine hath hurtful power o'er true virginity. Do ye believe me yet, or shall I call antiquity from the old schools of Greece to testify the arms of chastity? Hence had the huntress Dian her dread bow, fair silver-shafted queen, for ever chaste, wherewith she tamed the brinded lioness and spotted mountain pard, but set at naught the frivolous bolt of Cupid. Gods and men feared her stern frown, and she was queen of the woods. What was that snaky-headed Gorgon shield that wise Minerva wore, unconquered virgin, wherewith she freezed her foes to congealed stone, but rigid looks of chaste austerity, and noble grace that dashed brute violence with sudden adoration and blank awe? So dear to heaven is saintly chastity, that when a soul is found sincerely so, 1,000 liveried angels lackey her, driving far off each thing of sin and guilt, and in clear dream and solemn vision tell her of things that no gross ear can hear. Till oft converse with heavenly habitants begin to cast a beam on the outward shape, the unpolluted temple of the mind, and turns it by degrees to the soul's essence, till all be made immortal. But when lust, by unchaste looks, loose gestures, and foul talk, but most by lewd and lavish act of sin, lets in defilement to the inward parts, the soul grows clotted by contagion, embodies and embrutes, till she quite lose the divine property of her first being. Such are those thick and gloomy shadows damp, oft seen in charnel vaults and sepulchres, lingering and sitting by a new-made grave, as loath to leave the body that it loved, and linked itself by carnal sensuality to a degenerate and degraded state.
How charming is divine philosophy! Not harsh and crabbed, as dull fools suppose, but musical as is Apollo's lute, and a perpetual feast of nectared sweets, where no crude surfeit reigns.
List! List! I hear some far-off hallo break the silent air.
Methought so too. What should it be?
For certain, either someone, like us, night founded here, or else some neighbour woodman, or, at worst, some roving robber calling to his fellows.
Heaven keep my sister! Again near, best draw and stand upon our guard.
I'll halloo. If he be friendly, he comes well. If not, defence is a good cause, and heaven be for us.
Enter the attendant spirit, habited like a shepherd.
That halloo I know. What are you? Speak! Come not too near. You fall on iron stakes else.
What voice is that? My young lord, speak again.
O brother, 'tis my father's shepherd, sure.
Thyrsis, whose artful strains have oft delayed the huddling brook to hear his madrigal, and sweetened every musk rose of the dale. How camest thou here, good swain? Hath any ram slipped from the fold, or young kid lost his dam, or straggling wether his pent flock forsook? How couldst thou find this dark sequestered nook?
O my loved master's heir and his next joy! I came not here on such a trivial toy as a strayed ewe, or to pursue the stealth of pilfering wolf. Not all the fleecy wealth that doth enrich these downs is worth a thought to this my errand, and the care it brought. But oh, my virgin lady, where is she? How chance she is not in your company?
To tell thee sadly, shepherd, without blame or our neglect, we lost her as we came.
Ay me, unhappy! Then my fears are true.
What fears, good Thyrsis? Prithee, briefly show.
I'll tell thee. 'Tis not vain or fabulous, though so esteemed by shallow ignorance, what the sage poets, taught by the heavenly muse, storied of old in high immortal verse, of dire chimeras and enchanted isles, and rifted rocks whose entrance leads to hell, for such there be, but unbelief is blind. Within the navel of this hideous wood, immured in cypress shades, a sorcerer dwells, of Bacchus and of Circe born, great COMUS, deep skilled in all his mother's witcheries, and here to every thirsty wanderer by sly enticement gives his baneful cup, with many murmurs mixed, whose pleasing poison the visage quite transforms of him that drinks, and the inglorious likeness of a beast fixes instead, unmoulding reason's mintage charactered in the face. This have I learnt, tending my flocks hard by the hilly crofts that brow this bottom glade, whence, night by night, he and his monstrous rout are heard to howl like stabled wolves or tigers at their prey, doing abhorred rites to Hecate in their obscured haunts of inmost bowers, yet have they many baits and guileful spells to inveigle and invite the unwary sense of them that pass unweeting by the way. This evening late, by then the chewing flocks had ta'en their supper on the savoury herb of knot-grass dew besprent, and were in fold, I sat me down to watch upon a bank with ivy canopied, and interwove with flaunting honeysuckle, and began, wrapped in a pleasing fit of melancholy, to meditate my rural minstrelsy, till fancy had her fill. But ere a close, the wonted roar was up amidst the woods, and filled the air with barbarous dissonance, at which I ceased, and listened them a while, till an unusual stop of sudden silence gave respite to the drowsy flighted steeds that draw the litter of close-curtained sleep. At last, a soft and solemn-breathing sound rose like a steam of rich distilled perfumes, and stole upon the air, that even silence was took ere she was ware, and wished she might deny her nature, and be nevermore still to be so displaced. I was all ear, and took in strains that might create a soul under the ribs of death. But oh, ere long too well I did perceive it was the voice of my most honoured lady, your dear sister. Amazed I stood, harrowed with grief and fear, and, "Oh, poor hapless nightingale," thought I, "how sweet thou singest, how near the deadly snare." Then down the lawns I ran with headlong haste, through paths and turnings often trod by day, till, guided by mine ear, I found the place where that damned wizard hid in sly disguise, for so by certain signs I knew, had met already, ere my best speed could prevent, the aidless innocent lady, his wished prey, who gently asked if he had seen such too, supposing him some neighbour villager. Longer I durst not stay, but soon I guessed ye were the two she meant. With that I sprung into swift flight till I had found you here, but further know I not.
O night and shades, how are ye joined with hell in triple knot against the unarmed weakness of one virgin, alone and helpless? Is this the confidence you gave me, brother?
Yes, and keep it still. Lean on it safely. Not a period shall be unsaid for me. Against the threats of malice or of sorcery, or that power which erring men call chance, this I hold firm: virtue may be assailed, but never hurt; surprised by unjust force, but not enthralled. Yea, even that which mischief meant most harm shall in a happy trial prove most glory. But evil on itself shall back recoil, and mix no more with goodness, when at last, gathered like scum, and settled to itself, it shall be an eternal restless change, self-fed and self-consumed. If this fail, the pillared firmament is rottenness, and earth's base built on stubble. But come, let's on. Against the opposing will and arm of heaven may never this just sword be lifted up. But for that damned magician, let him be girt with all the grisly legions that troop under the sooty flag of Acheron, harpies and hydras, or all the monstrous forms twixt Africa and Ind. I'll find him out, and force him to return his purchase back, or drag him by the curls to a foul death, cursed as his life.
Alas, good venturous youth, I love thy courage yet, and bold emprise, but here thy sword can do thee little stead. Far other arms and other weapons must be those that quell the might of hellish charms. He with his bare wand can unthread thy joints, and crumble all thy sinews.
Why, prithee, shepherd, how durst thou then thyself approach so near as to make this relation?
Care and utmost shifts how to secure the lady from surprisal brought to my mind a certain shepherd lad, of small regard to see to, yet well skilled in every virtuous plant and healing herb that spreads her verdant leaf to the morning ray. He loved me well, and oft would beg me sing, which when I did, he on the tender grass would sit, and hearken even to ecstasy, and in requital ope his leathern scrip, and show me simples of 1,000 names, telling their strange and vigorous faculties. Amongst the rest, a small unsightly root, but of divine effect, he culled me out. The leaf was darkish, and had prickles on it, but in another country, as he said, bore a bright golden flower, but not in this soil. Unknown, and like esteemed, and the dull swain treads on it daily with his clouted shoon, and yet more medicinal is it than the moly that Hermes once to wise Ulysses gave. He called it Haemony, and gave it me, and bade me keep it as of sovereign use 'gainst all enchantments, mildew blast, or damp, or ghastly fury's apparition. I pursed it up, but little reckoning made, till now that this extremity compelled. But now I find it true, for by this means I knew the foul enchanter, though disguised, entered the very lime twigs of his spells, and yet came off. If you have this about you, as I will give you when we go, you may boldly assault the necromancer's hall, where, if he be, with dauntless hardihood and brandished blade rush on him, break his glass, and shed the luscious liquor on the ground. But seize his wand, though he and his cursed crew fierce sign of battle make and menace high, or like the sons of Vulcan vomit smoke, yet will they soon retire if he but shrink.
Thyrsis, lead on the pace. I'll follow thee, and some good angel bear a shield before us.
The scene changes to a stately palace set out with all manner of deliciousness. Soft music, tables spread with all dainties. Comus appears with his rabble, and the lady set in an enchanted chair, to whom he offers his glass, which she puts by and goes about to rise.
Nay, lady, sit. If I but wave this wand, your nerves are all chained up in alabaster, and you a statue, or as Daphne was, root-bound, that fled Apollo.
Fool, do not boast. Thou canst not touch the freedom of my mind with all thy charms, although this corporal rind thou hast manacled while heaven sees good.
Why are you vexed, lady? Why do you frown? Here dwell no frowns nor anger from these gates, sorrow flies far. See, here be all the pleasures that fancy can beget on youthful thoughts. When the fresh blood grows lively and returns brisk as the April buds in primrose season, and first behold this cordial julep here, that flames and dances in its crystal bounds, with spirits of balm and fragrant syrups mixed, not that Nepenthes which the wife of Thone in Egypt gave to Jove-born Helena, is of such power to stir up joy as this, to life so friendly or so cool to thirst. Why should you be so cruel to yourself, and to those dainty limbs which nature lent for gentle usage and soft delicacy? But you invert the covenants of her trust, and harshly deal, like an ill borrower, with that which you received on other terms, scorning the unexempt condition by which all mortal frailty must subsist. Refreshment after toil, ease after pain, that have been tired all day without repast, and timely rest have wanted. But, fair virgin, this will restore all soon.
'Twill not, false traitor. 'Twill not restore the truth and honesty that thou hast banished from thy tongue with lies. Was this the cottage and the safe abode thou toldst me of? What grim aspects are these ugly-headed monsters? Mercy guard me. Hence with thy brood enchantments, foul deceiver. Hast thou betrayed my credulous innocence with visored falsehood and base forgery? And wouldst thou seek again to trap me here with liquorish baits fit to ensnare a brute? Were it a draught for Juno when she banquets, I would not taste thy treasonous offer. None but such as are good men can give good things, and that which is not good is not delicious to a well-governed and wise appetite.
O foolishness of men, that lend their ears to those budge doctors of the Stoic fur, and fetch their precepts from the cynic tub, praising the lean and sallow abstinence. Wherefore did nature pour her bounties forth with such a full and unwithdrawing hand, covering the earth with odors, fruits, and flocks, thronging the seas with spawn innumerable, but all to please and sate the curious taste, and set to work millions of spinning worms, that in their green shops weave the smooth-haired silk to deck her sons, and that no corner might be vacant of her plenty. In her own loins she hutched the all-worshipped ore and precious gems to store her children with. If all the world should, in a pet of temperance, feed on pulse, drink the clear stream, and nothing wear but freeze, the all-giver would be unthanked, would be unpraised, not half his riches known and yet despised. And we should serve him as a grudging master, as a penurious niggard of his wealth, and live like nature's bastards, not her sons, who would be quite surcharged with her own weight, and strangled with her waste fertility, the earth cumbered, and the winged air darked with plumes. The herds would over-multitude their lords. The sea, o'erfraught, would swell, and the unsought diamonds would so emblaze the forehead of the deep, and so be stud with stars, that they below would grow inured to light, and come at last to gaze upon the sun with shameless brows. List, lady, be not coy, and be not cozened with that same vaunted name, virginity. Beauty is nature's coin, must not be hoarded, but must be current, and the good thereof consists in mutual and partaken bliss, unsavory in the enjoyment of itself. If you let slip time, like a neglected rose, it withers on the stalk with languished head. Beauty is nature's brag, and must be shown in courts, at feasts and high solemnities, where most may wonder at the workmanship it is for homely features to keep home. They had their name thence, coarse complexions, and cheeks of sorry grain will serve to ply the sampler, and to tease the huswife's wool. What need a vermeil tinctured lip for that? Love-darting eyes, or tresses like the morn? There was another meaning in these gifts. Think what, and be advised. You are but young yet.
I had not thought to have unlocked my lips in this unhallowed air, but that this juggler would think to charm my judgment as mine eyes, obtruding false rules pranked in reason's garb. I hate when vice can bolt her arguments, and virtue has no tongue to check her pride. Impostor! Do not charge most innocent nature as if she would her children should be riotous with her abundance. She, good cateress, means her provision only to the good that live according to her sober laws, and holy dictate of spare temperance. If every just man that now pines with want had but a moderate and beseeming share of that which lewdly pampered luxury now heaps upon some few with vast excess, nature's full blessing would be well dispensed in unsuperfluous, even proportion, and she no whit encumbered with her store. And then the giver would be better thanked, her praise due paid, for swinish gluttony never looks to heaven amidst his gorgeous feast, but with besotted base ingratitude crams and blasphemes his feeder. Shall I go on, or have I said enow? To him that dares arm his profane tongue with contemptuous words against the sun-clad power of chastity, fain would I something say, yet to what end? Thou hast nor ear nor soul to apprehend the sublime notion and high mystery that must be uttered to unfold the sage and serious doctrine of virginity. And thou art worthy that thou shouldst not know more happiness than this thy present lot. Enjoy your dear wit and gay rhetoric, that hath so well been taught her dazzling fence. Thou art not fit to hear thyself convinced. Yet should I try, the uncontrolled worth of this pure cause would kindle my rapt spirits to such a flame of sacred vehemence, that dumb things would be moved to sympathize, and the brute earth would lend her nerves and shake, till all thy magic structures, reared so high, were shattered into heaps over thy false head.
She fables not. I feel that I do fear her words set off by some superior power. And though not mortal, yet a cold shuddering dew dips me all o'er, as when the wrath of Jove speaks thunder, and the chains of Erebus to some of Saturn's crew. I must dissemble, and try her yet more strongly. Come, no more. This is mere moral babble, and direct against the canon laws of our foundation. I must not suffer this, yet 'tis but the lees and settlings of a melancholy blood. But this will cure all straight. One sip of this will bathe the drooping spirits in delight beyond the bliss of dreams. Be wise and taste.
The brothers rush in with swords drawn, wrest his glass out of his hand, and break it against the ground. His rout makes sign of resistance, but are all driven in. The attendant spirit comes in.
What? Have you let the false enchanter scape? Oh, ye mistook! Ye should have snatched his wand and bound him fast. Without his rod reversed and backward mutters of dissevering power, we cannot free the lady that sits here in stony fetters fixed and motionless. Yet stay, be not disturbed. Now I bethink me some other means I have which may be used, which once of Melibæus old I learnt, the soothest shepherd that e'er piped on plains. There is a gentle nymph, not far from hence, that with moist curb sways the smooth Severn stream. Sabrina is her name, a virgin pure, whilom she was the daughter of Locrine, that had the sceptre from his father Brute. She, guiltless damsel, flying the mad pursuit of her enraged stepdame Gwendolen, commended her fair innocence to the flood that stayed her flight with his cross-flowing course. The water nymphs that in the bottom played held up their pearled wrists and took her in, bearing her straight to aged Nereus' hall, who, piteous of her woes, reared her lank head and gave her to his daughters to embathe in nectared lavers strewed with asphodel, and through the porch and inlet of each sense dropped in ambrosial oils, till she revived, and underwent a quick immortal change, made goddess of the river. Still she retains her maiden gentleness, and oft at eve visits the herds along the twilight meadows, helping all urchin blasts and ill-luck signs that the shrewd meddling elf delights to make, which she with precious vialed liquors heals, for which the shepherds, at their festivals, carol her goodness loud in rustic lays, and throw sweet garland wreaths into her stream of pansies, pinks, and gaudy daffodils. And, as the old swain said, she can unlock the clasping charm and thaw the numbing spell, if she be right invoked in warbled song. For maidenhood she loves, and will be swift to aid a virgin, such as was herself, in hard besetting need. This will I try, and add the power of some adjuring verse.
Song.
Sabrina fair, listen where thou art sitting, under the glassy, cool, translucent wave, in twisted braids of lilies knitting the loose train of thy amber dropping hair. Listen, for dear honor's sake, goddess of the silver lake, listen and save. Listen and appear to us in name of great Oceanus, and by the earth-shaking Neptune's mace, and Tethys' grave majestic pace, by hoary Nereus' wrinkled look, and the Carpathian wizard's hook, by scaly Triton's winding shell, and old soothsaying Glaucus' spell, by Leucothea's lovely hands, and her son that rules the strands, by Thetis' tinsel-slippered feet, and the songs of sirens sweet, by dead Parthenope's dear tomb, and fair Ligeia's golden comb, wherewith she sits on diamond rocks, sleeking her soft alluring locks, by all the nymphs that nightly dance upon thy streams with wily glance, rise, rise, and heave thy rosy head from thy coral-paven bed, and bridle in thy headlong wave, till thou our summons answered have. Listen and save.
Sabrina rises, attended by water nymphs, and sings.
by the rushy fringed bank, where grows the willow and the osier dank, my sliding chariot stays, thick set with agate and the azure and sheen of turquoise blue and emerald green that in the channel strays. Whilst from off the waters fleet, thus I set my printless feet o'er the cowslip's velvet head that bends not as I tread. Gentle swain, at thy request, I am here.
Goddess dear, we implore thy powerful hand to undo the charmed band of true virgin here distressed, through the force and through the wile of unblessed enchanter vile.
Shepherd, 'tis my office best to help ensnared chastity. Brightest lady, look on me. Thus I sprinkle on thy breast drops that from my fountain pure I have kept of precious cure. Thrice upon thy finger's tip, thrice upon thy rubied lip. Next this marble venomed seat, smeared with gums of glutinous heat, I touch with chaste palms, moist and cold. Now the spell hath lost his hold, and I must haste, ere morning hour, to wait in Amphitrite's bower.
Sabrina descends, and the lady rises out of her seat.
Virgin daughter of Locrine, sprung from old Anchises' line, may thy brimmed waves for this their full tribute never miss. From 1,000 petty rills that tumble down the snowy hills, summer drought or singed air never scorch thy tresses fair, nor wet October's torrent flood thy molten crystal fill with mud. May thy billows roll ashore the beryl and the golden ore. May thy lofty head be crowned with many a tower and terrace round, and here and there thy banks upon with groves of myrrh and cinnamon. Come, lady, while heaven lends us grace, let us fly this cursed place, lest the sorcerer us entice with some other new device. Not a waste or needless sound till we come to holier ground. I shall be your faithful guide through this gloomy covert wide, and not many furlongs thence is your father's residence, where this night are met in state many a friend to gratulate his wished presence, and beside all the swains that there abide with jigs and rural dance resort, we shall catch them at their sport, and our sudden coming there will double all their mirth and cheer. Come, let us haste, the stars grow high, but night sits monarch yet in the mid-sky.
The scene changes, presenting Ludlow town and the president's castle. Then come in country dancers. After them the attendant spirit with the two brothers and the lady. Song.
Back, shepherds, back! Enough your play till next sunshine holiday. Here be, without duck or nod, other trippings to be trod of lighter toes, and such court guise as Mercury did first devise with the mincing Dryades, on lawns and on the leas.
This second song presents them to their father and mother.
Noble lord and lady bright, have I brought ye new delight. Here behold so goodly grown 3 fair branches of your own. Heaven hath timely tried their youth, their faith, their patience, and their truth, and sent them here through hard assays with a crown of deathless praise, to triumph in victorious dance or sensual folly and intemperance.
The dance is ended, the spirit epilogizes.
To the ocean now I fly, and those happy climes that lie where day never shuts his eye, up in the broad fields of the sky. There I suck the liquid air, all amidst the gardens fair of Hesperus, and his daughters 3 that sing about the golden tree. Along the crisped shades and bowers revels the spruce and jocund spring, the graces and the rosy-bosomed hours thither all their bounties bring. There eternal summer dwells, and west winds with murky wing about the cedarn alleys fling nard and cassia's balmy smells. Iris there with humid bow waters the odorous banks that blow flowers of more mingled hue than her purpled scarf can shew, and drenches with Elysian dew. List, mortals, if your ears be true, beds of hyacinth and roses, where young Adonis oft reposes, waxing well of his deep wound in slumber soft, and on the ground sadly sits the Assyrian queen. But far above, in spangled sheen, celestial Cupid, her famed son, advanced, holds his dear Psyche, sweet entranced. After her wandering labors long, till free consent the gods among make her his eternal bride. And from her fair unspotted side 2 blissful twins are to be born, youth and joy, so Jove has sworn. But now my task is smoothly done. I can fly, or I can run quickly to the green earth's end, where the bowed welkin slow doth bend, and from thence can soar as soon to the corners of the moon. Mortals that would follow me love virtue. She alone is free. She can teach ye how to climb higher than the sphery chime. Or, if virtue feeble were, heaven itself would stoop to her.
End of Comus by John Milton.
Play 2 of one-act play collection 20. Matchmakers by Annie Elliott Trumbull. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Matchmakers, a comedy in one act by A.E. Boston, Walter H. Baker & Co. 5 Hamilton Place. Characters:
Mr. F. Harrington Courtney, a banker. Read by Greg Giordano.
Mr. Aaron Fithworth, a young man with a hobby. Read by Thomas Peter.
Mrs. Evangeline Rodney, a designing widow. Read by Inkel.
Miss Henrietta White, Mrs. Rodney's niece. Read by Jen Broda.
Stage directions. Read by Agnes Robert Bear. Properties: 2 chairs, a table, a screen, a newspaper, a mirror, 2 or 3 books, paper knife, vase, chatelaine, inkstand, postage stamps, on the table. Copyright 1884 by George M. Baker. All rights reserved. Matchmakers. Scene: Mr. Courtney discovered sitting in an armchair, attempting to read a newspaper. While speaking, he rises, walks about impatiently, seats himself, and rises again.
It's no use. It's got to be done. Confound it. It's the most infernal bundle of complications a man ever had to deal with. See my way clear? A June bug might as well see his way clear through a paper of pins. The more I try to straighten it out, the worse it gets. Attempt straightforward courses with a parcel of women? That's out of the question, of course. And when you've said a parcel of women, you've said a good deal. But you haven't said it all this time. There are parcels and parcels, and this is a most particular parcel of most particular women. Mrs. Evangeline Rodney? Now, What can an ordinary man do with her? What do I want to do with her? Hanged if I know. There it is again. I thought I knew that I wanted to marry her when I came to stay at this confounded place, knowing I should meet her, but between concealing my feelings here and showing them there, I don't know which is my feelings. Now, I don't know whether that's grammar. Is my feelings, are my feelings? I don't know anything. If I stay here any longer, I shan't know how to spell. I'm gray already. Now, let us be reasonable. Mrs. Rodney will come in for a minute, and I must get my cue again. Proposition first. I wish to marry Mrs. Rodney. Yes, I certainly do. I do not think there is any reasonable doubt of that. Why don't I marry Mrs. Rodney? Because Mrs. Rodney won't marry me. That is not exactly encouraging, but it is lucid. Why won't Mrs. Rodney marry me? She may not after, but she certainly won't before I ask her. Why haven't I asked her? Here arise the complications. Because, according to Marian Ramsay, who is responsible for our acquaintance, Mrs. Rodney cannot be induced to think of marriage for herself until her niece, Miss Henrietta White, is settled in life, shall have made a good match, in short. Just the last thing before I left her house, Marian Ramsay said, "If you fall in love with Evangeline, as I know you will, don't tell her so until after her niece is married, or at least engaged. She will not listen to you, and you will have ruined your cause." Well, I was not in love with her then, and did not pay very strict attention to the words. Things are changed now. War is declared, and my marching orders are important. Do not tell her so until after her niece is engaged. It will ruin your cause. So, for my course is plain. But my course cannot be limited to staying where I am for an indefinite period. Therefore, Miss White must become engaged. Further complications. Miss White is a peculiar young lady. If she thinks other people want her to make a good match, she will make none, or a very unfortunate one. If she thinks other people wish her to remain single, she will marry tomorrow. Confound her perversity! Now, what is the plain course for a plain man to pursue, that he may speedily realize proposition 1? Marry Mrs. Rodney. My hair is not only turning gray, it is falling out. Some simpletons would say it made matters easier to have a lover for Miss Henrietta right at hand, my nephew Aaron. That shows they don't know her. If he was on the coast of Africa, and unable to get home, there would be some hope. Here comes Mrs. Rodney. If I stay now, I shall certainly make a mess of it. I must have time to think it over. I shall probably make a mess of it anyway. But there's something in delaying even messes. Procrastination is the thief of time.
Exit left. Enter Mrs. Evangeline Rodney, right. Mrs. Rodney, coming down.
He positively ran away. Afraid, evidently.
Laughing.
How absurd of him. As if I could run away with him whether he would or no. Dear Marian was right. I found him charming. But if she had not added that provoking little postscript to her letter, I should not think anything more about him. Here it is, way at the end.
Seating herself.
I'm so glad I had the pleasure of introducing Mr. Courtenay. I know you'll find him charming, and I know you'll think his nephew just the man for the attractive, but perverse, Henrietta. It is very good of me to favour your matchmaking proclivities, for I don't approve of them at all. And yet she used to say she should make mine. Marian is changed in more ways than one. I would not dare make a match. Still, Mr. Fithworth is an exceptional character. His connection with Mr. Courtenay will be invaluable to him business-wise, George says. As for Mr. Courtenay himself, I know, my dear Eve, you will try to flirt with him. Very unkind and unjust to Marian to say so. Just as if I could think of such things.
Sighs, then brightens up, and goes on reading.
But even in the country, with time hanging heavily on his hands, and even Evangeline, with you near him, he will not fall in love. He is too afraid of losing his bachelor liberty. He is not a woman-hater. He is worse. He is a woman-tolerator. So there is Mr. Courtenay's character. For him, safe in my pocket.
Rises, and walks carelessly up to a mirror, and glances in.
It is a very provoking, and, yes, a very fascinating description. I wonder if I had tried very hard. But there are other things that must be done first.
Enthusiastically.
How little he knows into what dangerous places his lines have fallen! Afraid of losing his bachelor liberty, and walking straight into the toils of a designing widow. I always used to think it would be nice to be a designing widow. Of course, I don't mean that, for of course it is very, very sad to be a widow, but the designing part. And designing young girls are not nice, so I should have to be a widow.
Sits, quite relieved.
Now, the sapper and mine are at work. Let me reconsider my plans. Henrietta really must be settled in life. To be sure, she is young, but she is such a responsibility, and the longer it is put off, the harder she will be to influence. Then, afterwards, I could think of other things. Now, Mr. Aaron Fithworth seems to me to be just the man for her husband. Marian was right. Of course, I do not wish to do anything unwise, but this young man seems really designated by Providence. Mr. Courtenay says he was so much impressed by her when he met her last winter. He spoke of it quite in confidence, and seemed so pleased that I agreed with him that it might be a good arrangement if an engagement should result from this meeting. I should see him, and together we will develop our little plot.
Rises.
My part of the affair is none too simple a one, to induce Henrietta to look upon him favourably. If she thinks I want her to marry him, she will not. If she thinks he wants her to marry him, 10 to 1 she will not. This, then, is my problem, to make an ardent lover and approving relatives draw a young lady into matrimony while she thinks the lover indifferent and the guardians unwilling. Is it really lovely to be so designing? Why does not Mr. Courtenay come? I must be very distant, or he will suspect me of designs.
Enter Mr. Courtenay left.
Ah, madam, I beg your pardon for any delay, but I was called away after coming here to meet you, some moments ago.
You are perfectly excusable, Mr. Courtenay. I wish to see you, you know, upon matters relating to my niece, Henrietta. You tell me that your nephew is anxious to pay his address to my niece.
Most anxious, madam. I expect him to plead his cause in person this afternoon.
Aside.
Faith, if he isn't too anxious, it will fare the better with him with Miss Henrietta.
You conscientiously recommend him to me as a most desirable husband.
Mr. Courtenay, quickly.
Indeed, madam, no. There is another applicant.
For my niece's hand?
No. You were speaking of your niece. Pardon me.
Aside.
Confound it! I knew I should put my foot in it. She will have an inkling of my plans before it is time.
Yes, of my niece, certainly.
Aside.
Did he think I was about to appropriate his nephew myself? How suspicious he is! But then I am designing.
I wished to ask you if you would advise Aaron to adopt the measures usually effected by young men under similar...
Certainly not.
Something a little different?
Something decidedly different.
Laughing.
I see, my dear Mr. Courtenay, that you have fathomed my niece's character.
Heaven forbid!
That you have perceived her only too evident wilfulness, the perversity that lies at the root of her nature. Henrietta is an exceptional character, and must be treated exceptionally.
Mr. Courtenay rises.
Certainly. Couldn't we accept her altogether and pass on?
Mr. Courtenay!
Forgive me, Mrs. Rodney. I spoke most thoughtlessly. The interests of my nephew are as dear to me as are those of your niece to you, and they seem to me to be identified. What course would you suggest?
In the first place, Henrietta must not at first imagine that your nephew is interested in her, from the moment she suspects that all is lost.
Mr. Courtney walks right, a little bewildered.
Certainly she must not. Certainly. That is evident at a glance.
Your nephew must be discreet, must cloak his affection under a semblance of indifference.
Mr. Courtney, aside.
He'll find that only too easy, I'm afraid.
Then all will go well, I am sure. We must not forget to avoid all eulogy, indeed all expressed approval. Let us lead Henrietta to suppose that we are entirely uninterested.
Mr. Courtney, aside.
Lead Henrietta? That is the hardest thing she has given me to do yet. I'd rather lead a soft-shelled crab.
Aloud.
I am at your service, madam. I shall do my best to observe your instructions, and will answer for my nephew. Afterwards...
Indifferently.
Might I ask if this matter reaches a satisfactory conclusion?
Mrs. Rodney, quickly.
Oh, afterwards! I shall stay in the country for a long and indefinite period. I shall then have time for liberty for several cherished projects.
Mr. Courtney, aside.
She must not suspect any ulterior motive. Ah, indeed. Matrimony.
Mrs. Rodney, quickly.
In the farthest possible subject from my thoughts, except for Henrietta.
Aside.
That should put him off his guard.
So I hoped.
Aside.
Confound it! That's not what I meant to say.
Mrs. Rodney, aside.
He need not have alluded to his fears so broadly.
I mean that I imagined, naturally, Henrietta, after she was disposed of, after her future was happily secured. We can't always tell about these things.
Aside.
Good heavens, what an ass I am.
No, but I hope all will be for the best.
Mr. Courtney, fervently.
So do I. There. Someone has come. It must be my nephew. I will go and interview him immediately.
Aside.
Anything to get out of this.
Do so, and explain to him any apparent coolness on my part.
Exit Mr. Courtney left. Rises. Comes down.
Oh dear, this is charming. I can hardly keep all my designs in my head. Let me see. To make Henrietta think Mr. Fithworth is not in love with her. To make her think I disapprove his suit. To make him think that things are all right. To lead them into falling in love with each other. To lull Mr. Courtenay into a state of perfect security where he is concerned. I think I can do it all. Now I must find Henrietta.
Exit right. Mrs. Rodney re-enters with Henrietta. Henrietta has just returned from driving, wears hat and gloves. Mrs. Rodney appears anxious. Henrietta impatient.
But, my dear Henrietta.
Please don't call me dear Henrietta.
But, my dear child.
Please don't call me your dear child.
Henrietta, you are impertinent.
I beg your pardon, but Aunt Eve, how can I help it?
What have I done, Henrietta, that you should not be able to help it? I am willing to make every allowance. But why the suggestion that you should entertain a young man during the afternoon?
Henrietta, walking up and down.
You know very well, Aunt Eve, that you are dragging me up to a young man, and that's not so bad either, as the way you are dragging him up to me. And you have. Well, you've just dragged us.
Pray don't, Henrietta. I should think you are ponds. And you make me shiver, thinking of drowning and such things. I'm sure in your sober moments.
Henrietta sits left.
I shall never have any soberer moments.
You wonder at your own impetuosity. The idea of my dragging a young man to you. I have never thought of such a thing. Never!
Gently.
I have sufficient confidence in my niece's attractions to feel that violent measures in that direction are as unnecessary as they are undesirable. This particular young man, moreover, is absorbed in a hobby, railroads, which, according to his uncle, monopolizes most of his time. I should never dream of suggesting that you should interfere with his pursuits. I should, indeed, be very sorry to have you trifle with him."
Henrietta, a little softened.
That is all very well, but you know, Aunt Eve, that you, or that managing old Mr. Courtenay—
Mrs. Rodney, offended, rises.
"Henrietta, I cannot allow you to speak in this way of an esteemed friend. In point of fact, Mr. Courtenay is not an old man, and he is much younger, even, than his years. Also, while I do not understand precisely your use of the word, I can confidently assert that he is not managing.
Aside.
At least, not too managing. Scarcely managing enough."
Henrietta, impatiently rising.
Well, then, this esteemed friend has brought his nephew up into this part of the country to marry me. You know he has.
Mrs. Rodney, starting.
"To marry you, Henrietta? What do you mean? Is there anything very surprising in the fact that a gentleman like Mr. Courtenay should wish his nephew to visit the same house? A young man who, I will say, in spite of your absurd remarks, is a most estimable, intellectual, and refined young man, and one whom any girl might be proud to marry. Any girl."
Henrietta, pouting.
I am not any girl at all.
Mrs. Rodney, sighing.
"I am conscious of your peculiarities, and I do not say that this young man is at all fitted for you. Not at all.
Pauses impressively.
But is there anything so phenomenal in the circumstances that you should be led to fancy you are to be forced into matrimony?"
Oh, no. It would take a good many very phenomenal circumstances to force me into matrimony. Very phenomenal indeed.
Mrs. Rodney sits right.
"The circumstances may be most favourable to love-making, I allow. A house in the country, two attractive, undeniably attractive, young people, and plenty of leisure. Still,"
Satirically.
"these circumstances are sometimes unavoidable."
Henrietta, rather impressed.
But why do you want to send me to talk to him before I have been half an hour in the house?
"He has asked for you. And, my dear child, would it not be polite, not to say kind, to help to entertain a friend's guest who has nothing to do?"
Why doesn't he go and talk to his uncle? That is what he came up for, according to accounts.
Sits left. Mrs. Rodney, a little embarrassed.
"His uncle? Why, well—"
Archly.
"I want his uncle to talk to me, my dear. Don't blame your aunt for wishing to be entertained too."
Aside.
There was diplomacy.
I have never met him but once. I am naturally very shy.
Mrs. Rodney, laughing.
Go and take your hat off, and give your shyness time to wear off. Come back here and renew your acquaintance. That is a dear child. His uncle shall reintroduce you, if necessary. I will go and let him know that you have arrived."
Exit left. Henrietta rises, comes down.
It seemed to me that there is about this matter a good deal of red tape. Why doesn't Aunt Evangeline leave the matter to accident? Why must she go and tell Mr. Courtenay that I am here, and find out if Mr. Fithworth is here, and tell Mr. Courtenay to tell him that I am here and everything? Mr. Courtenay does not seem to me one of those men who are positively dependent upon the presence of their younger relatives for mental support, but he doesn't seem able to live without Mr. Fithworth another minute. Yet, when this affectionate and clinging nephew reaches his equally affectionate and clinging uncle, he is turned over to me for entertainment. I must be polite, however, or Aunt Evangeline will scold me, and it bores one so to be scolded. If I should be actively disagreeable, the young man might leave too, and then I suppose Mr. Courtenay would waste away before our very eyes. That would be so sad, and family affection is so beautiful. No, I will disarm suspicion. I will deceive them all. I will think he is perfectly splendid. I will be hopelessly smitten. He shall be all my fancy painted him. Then they will leave me alone, and I can easily arrange matters with him. I hope he will not receive instructions to be too ardent. The last eligible young man was very tiresome. Meanwhile, I will go and prepare. Let him look to it.
Exit right. Enter Mr. Frithworth, left, who walks nervously up and down the room, takes up and lays down things.
Good gracious. I don't see how I'm to get out of it. I must have the money. Nobody has it but Uncle Courtney. I can't get it unless he marries the widow. Can't marry the widow unless I marry the niece. Was there ever such a circle of perplexities drawn round a man?
Pauses and goes on meditatively.
Speaking of circles, I wonder if curving around that obstruction wouldn't be better than blowing it up.
Recommences his nervous walk.
But good gracious, can't blow it up unless I have the powder. Can't have the powder unless I have the money. Can't have the money except from Uncle Harrington. Can't... Oh, good gracious, there I am again. Suppose Miss White comes into the room before Uncle Harrington. What should I do? I haven't the least idea what to say to her. Uncle Harrington wrote that I was much impressed when I met her last winter. Oh, dare say I was. Don't remember it now. No time for such things. That railway must be carried through to Mill Station. There's lots of money in it when it's once started. Board of directors all chosen.
Rises, comes down.
What's that? Thought I heard someone coming. If I only could make Uncle Harrington interested in this railway, he wouldn't care so much about the widow. But he never did care anything for railways. Well, tastes differ. I never cared anything for widows. Good gracious, there is somebody. Oh, it's Uncle.
Enter Mr. Courtney Wright. Shakes hands with Aaron. Mr. Courtney, with forced facetiousness.
So you have come. I thought you seemed pretty impatient, considering your slight acquaintance with the young lady. You're a good deal interested.
Mr. Frithworth, absently.
I am immensely. So are Brown and Davis to the extent of...
Rivals, eh? I hadn't heard of that. Well, you will have to dispatch matters. Does Mrs. Rodney know anything about this? Brown or Davis?
Aaron walks right, weakly.
No, sir, not unless you've told her.
Aside.
I knew I should make some blunder. He knows I'm interested in railways.
Mr. Courtney walks left.
I shan't mention it. You'll see the young lady herself presently, and make the best of your time.
I will. But do you think that she is the kind of young lady that will take to me?
Perceptibly brightening.
They don't sometimes.
Mr. Courtney walks right.
She will.
Impressively.
If you take the right track. It's that I wish to see you about.
Aaron, with conviction.
I am sure I have, Uncle Harrington.
Mr. Courtney, indulgently.
And how does it lie? What's your idea of it?
Sits right. Aaron sits.
It runs on the left-hand side, and goes by the old canal. That brings it up on the mound above. Quite a steep grade, but...
Mr. Courtney, severely.
You will find it a steeper grade than you have any idea of, young man, if you treat the matter in this fashion. What do you mean with your impertinence about mounds and canals?
Mr. Frithworth, sadly, with his hand to his head.
I only thought...
Stop thinking, then, by all means. You may not find it very difficult. Now listen to me. Miss Henrietta White, though a most charming young lady, and precisely adapted to make you, of all men, happy, is a little perverse. So, if you act the ardent lover, she may give you the congé without further parley. Therefore, cultivate an indifferent manner.
Yes, certainly. Nothing easier. To cultivate, I mean.
Mr. Courtney rises.
However, never relax your efforts to be agreeable. Win her, her affections, and so attain your object.
Aaron warmly rises.
Yes, and indeed I consider it an object worthy of every effort. Not only for the practical advantages resulting to myself personally, but it seems to me to be a scheme of philanthropy well suited to my nature.
Mr. Courtney, aside.
Well, I like that.
The promised fare is within the reach of the poorest artisan, and the industrious mechanic.
Hold hard. The promised fare isn't, I say. And you'd better not let her hear you say so either. I like your impudence.
Impudence?
Mr. Courtney walks up and down.
Yes, impudence. She's not to be had for the asking by anybody, and poor artisans and industrious mechanics are not in her line.
Aaron, bewildered, but rousing himself at the last words.
I beg your pardon, uncle. I don't exactly understand you, but you're mistaken about the line. It runs directly through the smaller manufacturing towns.
Mr. Courtney, thundering.
And I tell you, you're an idiot. She never ran through a small manufacturing town in her life. Her aunt wouldn't let her.
Her aunt?
Aside.
Oh, I see. I am an idiot.
Mr. Courtney, still angry.
If, after you have married her, you let her make that sort of a spectacle of herself, I can't say anything, but she is at present in charge of a lady of sound common sense. And, though she herself may be a little flighty, she's not insane.
Aaron, meekly.
I have the highest opinion possible of her and of her aunt, I assure you. I'll do my best to win her. Her affections, as you suggested.
Nervously.
Will she be here soon?
She is driving, I think, but her aunt expects her every minute. Have you seen Mrs. Rodney, Aaron?
Aaron, absently.
No, I haven't seen anybody. Is she as attractive as her niece?
Worth 10 of her, Aaron. One is a mature, accomplished woman of the world. The other, a sample of crude, young womanhood.
Quickly.
But an excellent wife for you, Aaron. Excellent. But by the way, how's that railway of yours coming on?
Very nicely. A little money is all that is needed.
Mr. Courtney, gaily.
And that we will see about on my wedding day.
You wouldn't be likely to forget it.
No, I won't forget it, Aaron. I shall be most uncommonly happy. I have no doubt, but I'll be a man of business to the last. To the last. On the day Mrs. Evangeline Rodney becomes my wife, you shall have what is necessary.
Without further conditions?
Mr. Courtney, significantly.
Without further conditions.
A short pause. Aaron plunged in thought. Mr. Courtney watches him, then rises and says gaily,
When once that obstruction is removed, all things will go smoothly, no doubt.
Aaron looks up quickly, rises.
Yes, sir. And you know I wrote you about removing that obstruction. What do you advise?
Mr. Courtney, impatiently.
I've been advising you this half-hour.
Aaron, meekly.
I wondered whether you would suggest blowing up, or...
Blowing up? Good heavens! You're the most previous fellow I ever saw in my life. For heaven's sake, don't blow her up yet awhile. I tell you she won't stand it. After the knot is tied, you can blow her up if you like, at your own expense.
Exit left. Aaron, sadly.
I am afraid there is some mistake. In fact, I think I must have misunderstood my uncle. His terms are sometimes very ambiguous. Of course, If I had any idea he was speaking about Miss White, I should not have spoken as I did. I am not at all hasty or unkind with women. Uncle Harrington ought to know that.
Absently.
I think if I could only give Uncle Harrington a lively idea of my plan for the Morrican, he would take more interest in it. I wonder if I couldn't arrange something to give him a kind of bird's-eye view.
Walks left to a table behind a screen, upon which are various little ornaments, sits and says thoughtfully,
This book can represent the mount, this paper knife the track, this vase will do for the depot on the east side, and this...
a chatelaine.
This can be the drawbridge. Now if...
Enter Henrietta Wright. Aaron does not see her.
They told me I should find him here. If there is anything I cannot bear to do, it's to be sent to hold up my head like a lady and talk pretty to strangers.
Comes down.
I know they will expect him to make love to me. If he expects to himself, he may think better of it. I suppose he intends to dash into the business immediately, propose on the spot, overcome by the charm of my appearance and the multiplicity of my attractions. Carry the castle by storm, in fact. We shall see. The nearer he approaches the torrid zone, the farther I shall withdraw into the polar regions. An iceberg will appear a sunny playground compared to my demeanor. He shall.
This is the stream over which the bridge goes, on which the wagons can travel that carry the rails and other material to build the road through the ravine, which leads to the other side of the river.
Henrietta, who has been drawing gradually nearer on tiptoe, and now looks over the screen.
And this is the cow with the crumpled horn, that tossed the dog, that worried the cat, that killed the rat, that ate the malt, that lived in the house that Jack built.
Cow, did you say?
Henrietta, coolly.
I was trying to assist you. Your intentions are undoubtedly good, but your education has been neglected, and you did not say it right.
Aaron rises.
My intentions? Did you mean...
I mean that I suppose that to be the house that Jack built. It's just about my idea of it. The crumpled horn is very good, but the cow is less conspicuous.
Aaron, bewildered.
I don't think I understand your allusions. I'm not conversant with that... literature.
What is it, then?
Which?
All those?
Different things.
Indeed.
This, Miss White, is a depot on the Moroccan Railway.
Henrietta sits.
Ah, is it?
Aaron sits.
Not a large one.
So I should imagine.
A small one is all that will be needed at first.
Where are the sponge cake and popcorn balls?
Popcorn balls?
Why, you are certainly not so unwise as to dream of having a depot without a refreshment room.
Aaron, smiling indulgently.
That might be added later.
Not at all. Better add the depot, or even the railway later.
Moving things on table.
Now, we will have this sponge cake with the fly cover over it, and this is the soda fountain with the sign promising vanilla, wild cherry, coffee, raspberry, strawberry, and so forth, and where they never have anything but lemon and the cream all gone.
Aaron, helplessly.
Just as you like.
Henrietta, sweetly.
Oh no, just as you like. Ginger, if you prefer.
Aaron, timidly.
Later it may be possible to make this place a center.
Is it desirable to make it a center?
Aaron, argumentatively.
Certainly. It seems to me that there can be no reasonable doubt that here is the most accessible point.
It's just as easy to have the center now. Just put that inkstand on the right and leave the paper cutter where it is, and there you have it.
Aaron, pityingly.
But, my dear young lady, that inkstand is a precipitous promontory.
Oh.
Aside.
I wonder if he's quite right in his mind.
And the paper cutter cannot go through.
I thought that was what they were for, but it's no matter.
On account of this obstruction. So you see, that is impossible.
Oh, certainly. Any child could see that.
Aside.
It's best to humor him, I suppose.
Rises. Comes down.
He does not seem inclined to be oppressively ardent. And icebergs must be ordinary objects on his horizon, to judge from the indifference which he regards them. I am not sure that any caution on my part is necessary. I think I will try another tack. I suppose they would have told me if he was really dangerous.
Goes back amiably.
I don't think, Mr. Fifthworth, that we quite understand each other. I thought it was some kind of a game, but it seems it isn't. Perhaps if you would think me too stupid, you will explain this to me.
Aaron, warmly.
I'm sure you won't be stupid.
Recollecting himself.
But perhaps, Uncle, or perhaps we'd better talk about other things. But I'm sure I should. I mean, we both would, or at least you would, enjoy this more.
I know nothing else we should enjoy so much. What is this postage stamp? And where did you get my chatelaine?
It was lying here, and I use it for the drawbridge. That postage stamp is nothing but a flag station.
Is that all? But I think a flag station would be much prettier here, don't you? It ought to be elevated, you know. We can put it up on this book. And the flag can wave so much more effectively over the land of the free.
Aaron, perplexed.
But there isn't any elevation there.
Oh, never you mind. We can have one just as easily as not. It would hardly be any more trouble at all, and so much nicer for the postage stamp. I mean, the flag station.
Aaron, gently.
It would be nicer, but it hardly seems to me practicable. All we really need is a switch.
A switch? Oh, I couldn't really. You can use my chatelaine as long as you like, but I couldn't take my hair down now.
Aside.
Good gracious, what will the man want next?
For the present, I mean. Later I hope for a double track all the way.
Let's have a double track now. Put the book so.
Oh, Miss White, you have hit upon my greatest difficulty. That bridge can be built only in that spot, which forces us to make a detour at great inconvenience and
Sadly.
great expense.
Haven't you money enough to carry it on? If 25 cents would be any object.
Aaron, disregarding her lightness.
I could have if Uncle Harrington would let me draw on him.
And will he not? And you and he so devoted to each other.
Aaron rises.
That is it. He knows he can call on me for anything.
It is a poor rule that won't work both ways.
This does work both ways, but my share of the work happens to be the hardest. He says he will give me the money when he
Frightened.
can.
Henrietta laughing.
When can he?
When he marries.
Comes left.
You've no idea how much I admire you.
Aside.
I may as well begin.
Henrietta rises, goes right.
Thanks so much. When he marries? Is he going to be married?
I ought not to have told you. I'd rather not speak of it again. Not that that's so much matter, but there is something else. A contingency.
A pause.
Do you think it looks like rain?
I really hadn't thought. This contingency, what is it? You must tell me now.
Aaron aside.
Why not, and have it over with?
Comes towards her.
My uncle wishes to marry your aunt.
Oh, is that all? I guessed as much.
Did you? Then perhaps you have guessed the rest. But no, I don't believe you would. If you have, perhaps you'd rather I wouldn't say any more about it. If you had, don't mind telling me so. I won't. Indeed, I disbelieve not.
Henrietta aside.
I shall now unravel the plot.
Aloud.
What do you mean by the rest? That my aunt won't marry him?
Aaron, mysteriously.
He hasn't asked her.
Well?
A pause.
Does he want her to ask him?
No.
Another pause, boldly.
He wants me to ask you.
You to ask me? For what? My permission?
Laughing.
He shall have it. Shall I say the somewhat hackneyed, but always appropriate, "Bless you, my children"? Or does he prefer another form of congratulation?
That is not what I was to ask you.
No.
A pause.
Whatever it is, you seem in no haste to get it off your mind.
That is just it. He told me not to be in a hurry. I'd spoil everything.
Despairingly.
That I'll probably spoil everything anyway.
Very likely.
Aaron, slowly.
He wants me to ask you to marry me.
Henrietta, a pause.
Oh.
Another pause.
Why?
Aaron, eagerly.
Because he thinks your aunt will not marry him unless you marry somebody first, and so he didn't want to say anything to her until I'd said something to you.
Henrietta, aside.
And Mr. Courtenay is not too managing. Aunt Evangeline was right. He is not managing enough.
Aloud.
You've said something now.
Then there is the railroad.
Henrietta goes to table.
Yes, there is the railroad. It's very ingenious. Did Mr. Courtenay tell you to show that to me, too?
No, that was my idea.
And a very pretty idea, too. So your uncle wished to bribe you into asking me to marry you?
Oh, no, not that. I wanted to marry you anyway.
You appear to.
Carelessly picks up something from the table.
How long have you been animated by this absorbing desire?
Aaron, looking at table.
Ever since last spring, when the ground was first laid out.
Henrietta goes right, aside.
It would be a comfort to know whether he is speaking of a cottage home or a lot in a neighboring cemetery. He jumps at conclusions so rapidly that he may lose sight of the intermediate step in either case.
I'm sure I cannot fail, though it seems at first a rash undertaking, and in the eyes of certain prejudiced people success is scarcely desirable.
It is very good of you to call them prejudiced.
Oh well, there was a time when I saw the matter in the same light myself.
Henrietta, growing angry.
Indeed. How long ago, may I ask?
Before the undeniable advantages of the step were proved to me. It simplifies matters, however, to have you consider it favourably at once.
Some prejudiced people might think so, it is true, but you do not seem much in need of encouragement. Have you decided upon the day which is to bring the grand finale of this ingenious plan, and definitely settle this matter in the presence of witnesses? As it is only a matter of time, I may as well, I suppose, be informed.
Aaron, surprised at her tone.
Certainly. Of course, I alone cannot fix it positively. Others are to be consulted.
Indeed, you are very considerate.
But sometime during the coming summer would, I think, be agreeable to all parties. We can have a band.
A band?
And extensive decorations.
In the way of flowers, I suppose.
Yes, and flags.
The American flag.
Certainly the American flag.
I know that generally plays an important part of would-be festive occasions, but it seems to me that flowers are more suitable for a church.
A church? There will hardly be any necessity for a religious ceremony, I think.
What?
Why, no, I think not.
Mr. Fifthworth, I have borne with this impertinence long enough. It rather amused, even while it vexed me, But when you propose that we should be married before a secretary or a speaker,
half crying,
or some other dreadful person, I will not bear it. I would like to know if you or your uncle think my aunt will permit such an arrangement.
walks up and down. Aaron, utterly bewildered.
I was not speaking of our being married.
What were you speaking of?
Of the completion of the Moroccan Railway.
Henrietta sits hysterically.
Why didn't you say so before?
I thought you knew.
That mistake is rarely made. Please not make it again.
No, I won't.
I will tell you what we can do. You pretend to have fallen in love with me.
Aaron, eagerly.
Yes, I have been pretending all along.
Sits. Henrietta, tartly.
You have pretended pretty badly, then. See if you can't do better.
Aaron, meekly.
Very well.
I shall pretend to have fallen in love with you.
Do you suppose you can?
Oh, yes, I can. Thus we shall cheat Aunt Evangeline and Uncle Courtenay into an engagement. See? Then you will have the money, and I shall be left free to do as I please, and then we can stop pretending.
Aaron, delightedly.
That is just the thing.
Such larks. Here they are now. Come, we must have a little time to rehearse.
Exeunt right. Enter Mrs. Rodney and Mr. Courtenay, left.
They have been here some time, and have just left the room together. I think the arrangement works to a charm, Mrs. Rodney.
Mrs. Rodney sits right.
Yes, my plan of letting them make each other's acquaintance was, I am sure, the better one. Henrietta is so ridiculously perverse that the very fact of my presenting a gentleman to her prejudices him in her eyes.
Mr. Courtenay draws a chair right.
May I hope that now that your uneasiness as to your niece's future seems in a fair way to be removed, you may turn your attention to the affairs of others, affairs so immediately connected with yours that they are almost, in fact, that they become your own affairs.
Mrs. Rodney, laughing.
My dear Mr. Courtenay, what a dreadfully long sentence, and how dreadfully often you introduce my affairs. Are they in such a bad state? Positively, you frighten me. I know I've no end of plots and counterplots on hand, but I did not know I'd fatally involve the interests of others. I begin to feel like a bank cashier, or a telegraph office, or some of those complicated things.
Mr. Courtenay, drawing nearer.
My dear Mrs. Rodney, you may have most unconsciously, most innocently, involved the interests of others to an extent that may well be termed fatal.
You are laughing at me, Mr. Courtenay.
I am not speaking at random, believe me. I know of one who but waits for a word of encouragement.
Mrs. Rodney, aside.
He introduces a third person just as a tete-a-tete is becoming interesting. He's so afraid my designs include him.
Aloud.
But how can I look for this mysterious, I fear, fictitious personage, while my dear Henrietta is still in my mind and heart? You know, Mr. Courtenay, she is my sole interest at present.
Mr. Courtenay, aside.
I feared I was premature. Marian was right. She will not have you, and you will have ruined your cause.
Gallantly.
Let us hope, then, that in transferring her to the mind and heart of another, you may find a vacancy in your own, which some fortunate man may be permitted to fill.
Aside.
That was well shifted to general grounds.
Aloud.
If you will permit me, I will seek your niece, and may perhaps be fortunate enough, if not to win her confidence, to form some estimate of her state of mind.
Exit. Mrs. Rodney comes down.
Charming man, but so afraid of losing his bachelor liberty. Never mind. If Henrietta and Mr. Fithworth only fancy one another, there'll be plenty of time for... But here is Mr. Fithworth alone. Mr. Courtenay is probably taken off Henrietta. He little knows what he does in trusting himself to the companionship of a designing widow.
Enter Mr. Fithworth, determined to acquit himself creditably.
How do you do, Mr. Fithworth? I am glad to see you again.
How do you do, Mrs. Rodney?
So you have finished your stroll in my garden? What do you think of my roses?
I think that, beautiful as they are but next the rose.
Aside.
That was not a happy thought. It was an inspiration.
Next the rose? Why, Mr. Fithworth, you are a poet. Have you found, so soon, the rose par excellence?
I have, Mrs. Rodney, though perhaps often too much absorbed in the interests which must necessarily form so large a part of my life. I am not blind. Is there, think you, any chance, any hope, think you?
A little confused.
That your niece will deign to be the day-star, the headlight, as it were, of my otherwise dark existence.
Fans himself. Mrs. Rodney, aside.
What a singular young man! Evidently quite in earnest, but what an odd comparison!
Aloud.
Ah, Mr. Fithworth, you are by no means the first that has found my niece's charms powerful. I am used to this story, but whether or not she will listen to it is another thing. Have you said anything to her?
Impressively.
Of the subject of subjects? I mean, of course.
Aaron, his manner changes.
Yes, and she seemed quite interested. Indeed she did. She thought of it quite favourably, spoke of its being quite a nice plan. I told her that, of course, I could not promise that it would be all she hoped. The expense, of course, is the great question.
Mrs. Rodney, surprised, but listening politely. Aside.
What a very singular young man! To speak of the expense as the great question, thus early in the affair, and how very remarkable that Henrietta should treat the matter so! Spoke of it favourably.
Smiling.
The expense is a matter to be considered. It is often heavy.
Often simply ruinous.
Mrs. Rodney, still smiling.
But I think you'll manage to make both ends meet.
Both ends meet? I had no idea of doing that, you know.
Mrs. Rodney, helplessly.
No, I did not know.
One terminus is at the extreme eastern part of the state, the other at the extreme western.
Terminus?
Aaron, mildly.
You were speaking of the Moroccan Railway, were you not?
Mrs. Rodney, laughing.
Oh, you man of one idea. How you mystified me. I thought you were speaking of my niece and your affection for her.
Aaron, crestfallen.
So I was, at first. I am very fond of her.
Mrs. Rodney, laughing.
Be careful how you tell her of it. She might not be as indulgent of your hobby as you see I am, if you introduce it so inopportunely.
I have spoken to her of it, and she listened.
Mrs. Rodney, warmly.
And that is as much as you could hope for, considering my niece's somewhat peculiar character.
Sighing.
She seldom listens to me.
Then you advise me to persevere?
By all means. And your uncle, he will approve?
Oh, yes. If he did not, I would give it... It would be unfortunate.
It would, indeed. But you will gain his consent. I am glad you admire Henrietta. I know you are longing to break forth into more poetic rhapsodies.
I am.
A silence, in which Mr. Fithworth feels it his duty to rhapsodize, and Mrs. Rodney watches him with an expectant smile.
She is a very pleasant young lady.
Yes, charming manners.
Aside.
When she likes.
Yes.
Mrs. Rodney, after a pause.
And pretty?
Yes, quite pretty.
Mrs. Rodney, after another pause, a little impatiently.
And clever?
Is she? Yes, I noticed it. Very clever.
Mrs. Rodney, rising.
I see you do not intend to allow yourself to be too enthusiastic in my presence.
Aside.
I never saw so impassioned a lover. A very pleasant young lady, and quite pretty. What can Henrietta be thinking of? I am half repenting, but perhaps he is diffident.
Aloud.
Where did you leave my niece?
I left her about 5 minutes ago in the garden with my uncle.
Mrs. Rodney, impatiently.
5 minutes? Half an hour at least.
Was it?
Recollecting himself.
It seems longer.
Mrs. Rodney, half laughing.
Does it? It seemed shorter a moment ago. Suppose we look for them.
As you please.
Mrs. Rodney, shaking her head.
It ought to be as you please.
Exeunt. Enter by another door Henrietta and Mr. Courtenay.
I am so glad, so very glad, my dear Miss Henrietta, to hear you say so. And I should not speak so earnestly did I not feel your future happiness would be secured.
You're so kind, Mr. Courtenay. So kind and disinterested.
Not so disinterested as you think.
Henrietta, innocently.
No.
Do you think, aside from my interest in you, my dear young lady, that it can be a matter of indifference to my family feeling, who was introduced to me as my future niece?
Did you really give any thought to that? I shall now begin to keep watch over you, my dear uncle. You must be very careful whom you introduce to me as my future aunt. I'm so particular about such things, you've no idea.
So, miss, you already regard me as an uncle. That's right. But I really didn't think Aaron, good boy as he is, would insinuate himself so soon into your interest. How was it, eh?
Henrietta, bashfully.
Oh, well, he's so taking.
Taking, is he?
Henrietta, more bashfully.
And so ardent.
Mr. Courtenay, aside.
He must have braced up wonderfully.
Aloud.
Of course he is. Of course he is. What else could you expect?
And so wrapped up in me, so oblivious of everything else.
Mr. Courtenay, aside.
He was wrapped up in something else when I saw him. It is the real thing if it has knocked that deuced railroad out of his head.
Aloud.
I knew it would be so.
Fastidiously.
There will be no doing anything sensible with him now, I suppose.
Henrietta, aside.
No, nor at any time.
Aloud.
He is so different from other people, what you clever people who think in Latin call sui generis.
Sui generis, that is it. Trust a woman for keen analysis of character.
Henrietta, demurely.
Some people might call it queer.
Mr. Courtenay, easily.
Some people might, to be sure. Queer? Yes, perhaps queer. A little.
Henrietta, quickly.
But what is the odds as long as you are happy?
Mr. Courtenay, laughing.
What's the odds indeed? He is, he has been,
Watching the effect.
rather interested in railroads.
Henrietta, innocently.
Has he? I'm so glad. Railroads are so nice. Perhaps he'll give me one of my own. I always wanted to keep a ticket office.
I have no doubt that he will let you.
Aside.
It's a special dispensation that he hasn't already offered her the situation.
Aloud.
Then he hasn't yet introduced the subject?
No, it needed no introduction. It came of itself.
Mr. Courtney, puzzled.
Oh?
Henrietta, sweetly.
One subject is as good as another when you are in love, you know.
Mr. Courtney, smiling.
Is it indeed?
Aside.
I will never try to be apropos again. I will talk to Mrs. Rodney about the Maine election or the measles, just as it happens.
I think I ought to speak to my aunt about this matter.
Pray, let me bring her to you. I should like an opportunity to say a good word for my nephew.
You are very kind, but I'm sure he can't need it. He can make his own way anywhere.
Aha, my young lady, already judging others by yourself. Well, well, I imagine there won't be many difficulties in the way.
Exit with a bow. Henrietta curtsies. Sinking, laughing into the nearest chair.
Difficulties. Oh dear, I never dreamed it would succeed so well. I wonder what the monomaniac has been saying to my aunt. I wonder how he rid the way of difficulties. Put on a cow-catcher probably, and cleared the track. Oh dear, won't there be a row when everything comes out? Let them try again to marry me off to an unwilling victim. I positively must waylay the railroad fiend, my future husband. Oh dear, I wish I could stop and coach him for the grand finale. Oh.
Exit, laughing. Enter Mrs. Rodney and Mr. Courtney.
So it really seems to be settled? Henrietta is satisfied, and wished to inform me. I wonder that she is not here. Embarrassed, perhaps. I must go to her.
Wait one moment, Mrs. Rodney. Now that this matter is, as you say, as good as settled, I must insist upon a hearing. You must let me speak of myself.
As if any subject could be more interesting to me, to any of your friends.
Sits.
I may call you my friend.
Not if I can help it, madam.
How unkind, Mr. Courtenay! But I'm sure you do not mean to hurt me. Pray go on. I'm just in the mood for confidences.
Aside.
I can only hope he'll not tell me of his love for another woman. I'm so tired of that sort of confidence.
Mr. Courtney, with dignity.
You must know, Mrs. Rodney, the sentiments with which you have inspired me. It would be absurd for an old fellow like myself, who has, or who at least is supposed to have, outgrown the season of extravagant sentiment, to clothe the expression of my feeling for you in flowery terms, or to sue for your hand with the spontaneous eloquence of youth. Let me then proceed directly to the point. Mrs. Evangeline Rodney, allow me to say that I am deeply in love with you, and to ask you, to urge you, by the sincere affection which I have to offer you, and by a faint hope that you may have some little interest in my future happiness, to become my wife.
Mrs. Rodney, much agitated.
Mr. Courtenay, I am at a loss how to receive this request. High honour as I must and do esteem it, I am so surprised. How could I imagine you cared for me?
Mr. Courtney, taking her hand.
The only reason that I have not followed the perfectly straightforward course which was suggested by my feelings from the first day, I might almost say hour, of our acquaintance, was the fear of ruining matters by hurrying them. You positively refused to think of matrimony until after the settlement of your niece, and so?
Mrs. Rodney, laughing and withdrawing her hand.
And so you settled my niece. Ah, Mr. Courtenay, what an arch plotter you are. I thought I was the most designing creature in existence, but you're worse.
Aside.
And my wasted designs! I had not half begun.
But you have not answered my question. I must insist upon hurrying matters now. My happiness is at stake, Mrs. Rodney. Evangeline, you must at least answer me.
But it is so hard to answer such a question.
I hoped it would be easy. It cannot be hard for you to confer happiness.
That is very pretty. But are you sure that I am happiness?
Mr. Courtney, taking her hand.
I am willing to take the risk.
Well, then, a wilful man mourn have his way, and we can have a double wedding.
He kisses her hand as Henrietta and Aaron enter behind them.
So it is really settled. Allow me to congratulate you, Aunt Evangeline. Mr. Courtenay, I am thoroughly satisfied with my new uncle.
Ah, Miss Henrietta, you see I shall not give you a new aunt, after all.
A new aunt? No, why should you?
You see what you young people are responsible for, setting your elders such bad examples.
Examples?
All look at each other.
You stupid children, haven't you outgrown the game of only pretend?
Come, Aaron. It isn't safe to keep this up. Miss Henrietta will take you at your word.
I always do take him at his word. Isn't he to be trusted?
I should like to shake you both.
Mr. Courtney, coaxingly.
Now, Miss Henrietta, do be reasonable, even if you must be commonplace.
With pleasure? But how?
To Aaron, with a frozen smile.
Do you know anything of this?
Of what?
Mr. Courtney, angrily.
He doesn't know anything, Miss White. I don't wonder you are piqued. He would vex a saint.
Henrietta, politely.
I have no complaint to make of Mr. Fifthworth. He has been very polite, and has told me a great deal about railroads.
One thing is as good as another when people are in love, eh, Miss Henrietta?
So I have heard, and when one is not in love, railroads are invaluable.
Mr. Fifthworth, I warned you that my niece's temperament was peculiar.
Miss White has been very kind.
Mr. Courtney, indignantly.
Too kind, I begin to think. Kind enough, I fancied, to promise to marry you.
If Miss White had made me such a promise, I'm sure I should have remembered it.
Henrietta, indignant.
I should not have hesitated to remind you of it if I had.
Henrietta, answer me. Are you not engaged to Mr. Fifthworth?
Henrietta, haughtily.
Certainly I am not. This seems to me a very singular cross-examination.
Mr. Courtney, beginning to look a little amused.
Aaron, are you, or are you not, very much in love with Miss White?
She is very nice, I'm sure. Very nice indeed.
Henrietta, angrily.
Things have come to a pretty pass when a young man cannot spend a day in the same house with one without being asked his intentions, and in her presence.
A perplexed pause.
Henrietta, what have you been about? Is this the result of some audacious plan?
Henrietta, saucily.
I did not know designs were catching, Aunt Evangeline. Perhaps they are.
Mr. Courtney comes down with Mrs. Rodney.
My dear Evangeline, I begin to think these utterly unscrupulous young people have entrapped us. But of course these mischievous plots cannot make any difference with my, let me say our, happiness.
Perhaps it would be foolish to allow them to.
Supremely foolish.
I may as well tell you. Do you know what I was going to do after Henrietta was established?
Attend to certain business?
No. I was going to make love to you.
Were you? You would have done it better than I.
Yes, Just to see if I could, you know.
Laughing.
You were so fond of your bachelor liberty. Marion said it would be useless for me to try.
Marion Ramsay? Ah, I fear Marion is a double dealer, too. I begin to see through her. Well, reverse the order. Make love to me now, and establish Henrietta afterwards.
Henrietta, coming down.
Mr. Fithworth and I have been talking the matter over, and we have no objection to dancing a quadrille, a plain one, at your wedding.
You naughty girl! I shall make your match yet.
Henrietta, laughing.
Oh, I don't mind.
And I shall find another wife for you, Aaron, since there seems a mistake about this affair.
Aaron, resignedly.
Very well.
Do you know, Harrington, I believe Marion Ramsay meant us to fall in love with each other all the time.
I'm very glad she thought of it. They all seem to have been better matchmakers than we are. Even these young people.
Mrs. Rodney pauses sadly, then says,
No, not at all. We, at least, Harrington, have made our own.
Curtain. End of Matchmakers by Annie Elliot Trumbull.
Play 3 of One Act Play Collection 20. The Proposal by Anton Pavlovich Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters:
Stepan Stepanovich Chubakov, a landowner. Read by Larry Wilson.
Natalia Stepanovna, his daughter, 25 years old. Read by Jen Broda.
Ivan Vasilievich Lomov, a neighbor of Chubakov, a large and hearty but very suspicious landowner. Read by Todd.
Stage directions read by Inkel. The Proposal. The scene is laid at Chubakov's country house, a drawing room in Chubakov's house. Lomov enters, wearing a dress jacket and white gloves. Chubakov rises to meet him.
My dear fellow, whom do I see? Ivan Vasilievich, I am extremely glad.
Squeezes his hand.
Now this is a surprise, my darling. How are you?
Thank you. And how may you be getting on?
We just get along somehow, my angel, through your prayers and so on. Sit down, please do. Now, you know you shouldn't forget all about your neighbors, my darling. My dear fellow, why are you so formal in your get-up? Evening dress, gloves, and so on. Can you be going anywhere, my treasure?
No, I've come only to see you, honored Stepan Stepanovich.
Then why are you in evening dress, my precious? As if you're paid a New Year's Eve visit.
Well, you see, it's like this.
Takes his arm.
I've come to you, honored Stepan Stepanovich, to trouble you with a request. Not once or twice have I already had the privilege of applying to you for help, and you have always, so to speak, I must ask your pardon, I'm getting excited. I shall drink some water, honored Stepan Stepanovich.
Drinks. Chubakov aside.
He's come to borrow money. Shan't give him any.
Aloud.
What is it, my beauty?
You see, honor Stepanovich, I beg pardon, Stepan Honorovich, I'm awfully excited, as you will please notice. In short, you alone can help me, though I don't deserve it, of course, and haven't any right to count on your assistance.
Oh, don't go round and round it, darling. Spit it out. Well?
One moment. This very minute. The fact is, I've come to ask the hand of your daughter, Natalia Stepanova, in marriage.
By Jove, Ivan Vasilovich, say it again. I didn't hear it all.
I have the honor to ask.
My dear fellow, I'm so glad, and so on. Yes, indeed, and all that sort of thing.
Embraces and kisses Lomov.
I've been hoping for it for a long time. It's been my continual desire.
Sheds a tear.
And I've always loved you, my angel, as if you were my own son. May God give you both his help and his love, and so on. And I did so much hope. What am I behaving in this idiotic way for? I'm off my balance with joy. Absolutely off my balance. Oh, with all my soul. I'll go and call Natasha and all that.
Honored Stepan Stepanovitch, do you think I may count on her consent?
Why, of course, my darling. And as if she won't consent. She's in love. Egad, she's like a lovesick cat, and so on. Shan't be long.
Exit.
It's cold. I'm trembling all over, just as if I'd got an examination before me. The great thing is, I must have my mind made up. If I give myself time to think, to hesitate, to talk a lot, to look for an ideal, or for real love, then I'll never get married. Ugh, it's cold. Natalia Stepanova is an excellent housekeeper, not bad-looking, well-educated. What more do I want? But I'm getting a noise in my ears from excitement.
Drinks.
And it's impossible for me not to marry. In the first place, I'm already 35, a critical age, so to speak. In the second place, I ought to lead a quiet and regular life. I suffer from palpitations. I'm excitable and always getting awfully upset. At this very moment my lips are trembling and there's a twitch in my right eyebrow. But the very worst of all is the way I sleep. I no sooner get into bed and begin to go off when suddenly something in my left side gives a pull, and I can feel it in my shoulder and head. I jump up like a lunatic, walk about a bit, and lie down again. But as soon as I begin to get off to sleep, there's another pull. And this may happen 20 times.
Natalia Stepanovna comes in.
Well, there, it's you. And Papa said, "Go, there's a merchant come for his goods." How do you do, Ivan Vasilievich?
How do you do, honored Natalia Stepanova?
You must excuse my apron and negligee. We're shelling peas for drying. Why haven't you been here for such a long time? Sit down.
They seat themselves.
Won't you have some lunch?
No, thank you. I've had some already.
Then smoke. Here are the matches. The weather is splendid now, but yesterday it was so wet that the workmen didn't do anything all day. How much hay have you stacked? Just think, I felt greedy and had a whole field cut, and now I'm not at all pleased about it, because I'm afraid my hay may rot. I ought to have waited a bit. But what's this? Why, you're in evening dress. Well, I never. Are you going to a ball, or what? Though I must say you look better. Tell me, why are you got up like that?
You see, honored Natalia Stepanova, the fact is, I've made up my mind to ask you to hear me out. Of course, you'll be surprised and perhaps even angry, but
Aside.
Oh, it's awfully cold.
What's the matter? Well?
I shall try to be brief. You must know, honored Natalia Stepanova, that I have long, since my childhood in fact, had the privilege of knowing your family. My late aunt and her husband, from whom, as you know, I inherited my land, always had the greatest respect for your father and your late mother. The Lomovs and the Chebukovs have always had the most friendly, and I might almost say, the most affectionate regard for each other. And, as you know, my land is a near neighbor of yours. You will remember that my oxen meadows touch your birch woods.
Excuse my interrupting you. You say my oxen meadows, but are they yours?
Yes, mine.
What are you talking about? Oxen meadows are ours, not yours.
No, mine, honored Natalia Stepanova.
Well, I never knew that before. How do you make that out?
How? I'm speaking of those oxen meadows which are wedged in between your birch woods and the burnt marsh.
Yes, they're ours.
No, you're mistaken, honored Natalia Stepanova. They're mine.
Just think, Ivan Vasilievich, how long have they been yours?
How long? As long as I can remember.
Really, you won't get me to believe that.
But you can see from the documents, honored Natalia Stepanova. Oxen Meadows, it's true, were once the subject of dispute, but now everybody knows they are mine. There's nothing to argue about. You see, my aunt's grandmother gave the free use of these meadows in perpetuity to the peasants of your father's grandfather, in return for which they were to make bricks for her. The peasants belonging to your father's grandfather had the free use of the meadows for 40 years, and had got into the habit of regarding them as their own, when it happened that—
No, it isn't at all like that. Both my grandfather and great-grandfather reckoned that their land extended to burnt marsh, which means that oxen meadows were ours. I don't see what there is to argue about. It's simply silly.
I'll show you the documents, Natalia Stepanova.
No, you're simply joking or making fun of me. What a surprise. We've had the land for nearly 300 years, and then we're suddenly told that it isn't ours. Ivan Vasilievich, I can hardly believe my own ears. These meadows aren't worth much to me. They only come to 5 deciadins.
Note, 13.5 acres.
And are worth perhaps 300 rubles.
Note, £30.
But I can't stand unfairness. Say what you will, but I can't stand unfairness.
Hear me out, I implore you. The peasants of your father's grandfather, as I have already had the honor of explaining to you, used to bake bricks for my aunt's grandmother. Now my aunt's grandmother, wishing to make them a pleasant—
I can't make head or tails of all this about aunts and grandfathers and grandmothers. The meadows are ours, and that's all.
Mine.
Ours. You can go on proving it for 2 days on end. You can go and put on 15 dress jackets. But I tell you, they're ours, ours, ours. I don't want anything of yours, and I don't want to give up anything of mine. So there.
Natalia Ivanovna, I don't want the meadows, but I am acting on principle. If you like, I'll make you a present of them.
I can make you a present of them myself, because they're mine. Your behavior, Ivan Vasilievich, is strange, to say the least. Up to this, we have always thought of you as a good neighbor, a friend. Last year we lent you our threshing machine, although on that account we had to put off our own threshing till November, but you behaved to us as if we're gypsies, giving me my own land indeed. No, really, that's not at all neighborly. In my opinion, it's even impudent, if you want to know.
Then you make out that I'm a land grabber? Madam, never in my life have I grabbed anyone else's land, and I shan't allow anybody to accuse me of having done so.
Quickly steps to the carafe and drinks more water.
Oxen Meadows are mine.
It's not true. They're ours.
Mine.
It's not true. I'll prove it. I'll send my mowers out to the meadow this very day.
What?
My mowers will be here this very day.
I'll give it to them in the neck.
You dare.
Lomov clutches at his heart.
Ah, Oxen Meadows are mine. You understand? Mine.
Please don't shout. You can shout yourself hoarse in your own house, but here I must ask you to restrain yourself.
If it wasn't, madam, for this awful excruciating palpitation, if my whole inside wasn't upset, I'd talk to you in a different way. Oxen Meadows are mine!
Ours.
Mine!
Ours.
Mine!
Enter Chubikov.
What's the matter? What are you shouting at?
Papa, please to tell this gentleman who owns Oxen Meadows. We or he.
Darling, the meadows are ours.
But please, Stepan Stepanitch, how can they be yours? Do be a reasonable man. My aunt's grandmother gave the meadows for the temporary and free use of your grandfather's peasants. The peasants used the land for 40 years, and got as accustomed to it as if it was their own. When it happened that—
Excuse me, my precious. You forget just this, that the peasants didn't pay your grandmother and all that, because the meadows were in dispute, and so on. And now everybody knows that they're ours. It means that you haven't seen the plan.
I'll prove to you that they're mine.
You won't prove it, my darling.
I shall.
Dear one, why yell like that? You won't prove anything just by yelling. I don't want anything of yours, and I don't intend to give up what I have. Why should I? And you know, my beloved, that if you propose to go on arguing about it, I'd much sooner give up the meadows to the peasants than to you. There.
I don't understand. How have you the right to give away someone else's property?
You may take it that I know whether I have the right or not. Because, young man, I'm not used to being spoken to in that tone of voice, and so on. I, young man, am twice your age, and ask you to speak to me without agitating yourself, and all that.
No, you just think I'm a fool and want to have me on. You call my land yours, and then you want me to talk to you calmly and politely. Good neighbors don't behave like that, Stepan Stepanitch. You're not a neighbor, you're a grabber.
What's that? What did you say?
Papa, send the mowers out to the meadows at once.
What did you say, sir?
Oxen Meadows are ours, and I shan't give them up, shan't give them up, shan't give them up.
We'll see. I'll have the matter taken to court, and then I'll show you.
To court? You can take it to court and all that. You can. I know you. You're just on the lookout for a chance to go to court and all that. You pettifogger, all your people were like that, all of them.
Never mind about my people. The Lamovs have all been honorable people, and not one has ever been tried for embezzlement like your grandfather.
You Lomovs have had lunacy in your family, all of you.
All.
Your grandfather was a drunkard, and your younger aunt, Nastasia Mihailovna, ran away with an architect, and so on.
And your mother was humpbacked.
Clutches at his heart.
Oh, something pulling in my side. My head. Help. Water.
Your father was a guzzling gambler.
And there haven't been many backbiters to equal your aunt.
My left foot has gone to sleep. You're an intriguer. Oh, my heart. And it's an open secret that before the last election, I can see stars. Where's my hat?
It's low. It's dishonest. It's mean.
And you're just a malicious, double-faced intriguer, yes.
Here's my hat. My heart. Which way? Where's the door? Oh, I think I'm dying. My foot's quite numb.
Goes to the door. Chubikov following him.
And don't set foot in my house again.
Take it to court. We'll see.
Lomov staggers out.
The devil take him.
Walks about in excitement.
What a rascal! What trust can one have in one's neighbors after that?
The villain, the scarecrow.
The monster! First he takes our land, and then he has the impudence to abuse us.
And that blind hen, yes, that turnip ghost has the confounded cheek to make a proposal, and so on. What? A proposal?
What proposal?
Why, he came here so as to propose to you.
To propose? To me? Why didn't you tell me so before?
So he dresses up in evening clothes, the stuffed sausage, the wizened-faced frump.
To propose to me? Ah!
Falls into an easy chair and wails.
Bring him back! Back! Bring him back here!
Bring whom here?
Quick, quick! I'm ill! Fetch him!
What's that? What's the matter with you?
Clutches at his head.
Oh, unhappy man that I am! I'll shoot myself! I'll hang myself! We've done for her.
I'm dying! Fetch him!
The foo, at once! Don't yell!
Runs out.
What have they done to me? Fetch him back! Fetch him!
Trubakov runs in.
He's coming, and so on, devil take him. Oof! Talk to him yourself. I don't want to...
Fetch him!
He's coming, I tell you. Oh, what a burden, Lord, to be the father of a grown-up daughter. Ha! I'll cut my throat. I will indeed. We cursed him, abused him, drove him out, and it's all you. You.
No, it was you.
I tell you, it's not my fault.
Lomov appears at the door.
Now you talk to him yourself.
Exit. Lomov enters, exhausted.
My heart's palpitating awfully. My foot's gone to sleep. There's something keeps pulling at my side.
Forgive us, Ivan Vasilievich. We were all a little heated. I remember now. Ox and meadows are really yours.
My heart's beating awfully. My meadows. My eyebrows are both twitching.
The meadows are yours. Yes, yours. Do sit down.
They sit.
We were wrong.
I did it on principle. My land is worth little to me, but the principle...
Yes, the principle. Just so. Now let's talk of something else.
The more so as I have evidence. My aunt's grandmother gave the land to your father's grandfather's peasants.
Yes, let that pass.
Aside.
I wish I knew how to get him to start.
Aloud.
Are you going to start shooting soon?
I'm thinking of having a go at the blackcock, honored Natalia Stepanovna, after the harvest. Oh, have you heard? Just think what a misfortune I've had. My dog Guess, whom you know, has gone lame.
What a pity. Why?
I don't know. Must have gotten twisted or bitten by some other dog. Oh, my very best dog, to say nothing of the expense. I gave Mironov 125 rubles for him.
It was too much, Ivan Vasilievich.
I think it was very cheap. He's a first-rate dog.
Papa gave 85 rubles for his Squeezer, and Squeezer is heaps better than Guess.
Squeezer better than Guess? What an idea! Squeezer better than Guess.
Of course he's better. Of course. Squeezer is young. He may develop a bit, but on points and pedigree, he's better than anything that even Volchanetsky has got.
Excuse me, Natalia Stepanovna, but you forget that he is overshot, and an overshot always means the dog is a bad hunter.
Overshot, is he? The first time I hear it.
I assure you that his lower jaw is shorter than the upper.
Have you measured?
Yes. He's all right at following, of course, but if you want him to get hold of anything...
In the first place, our Squeezer is a thoroughbred animal, and son of harness and chisels, while there's no getting at the pedigree of your dog at all. He's old and as ugly as a worn-out cab-horse.
He is old, but I wouldn't take 5 Squeezers for him. Why, how can you? Guess is a dog. As for Squeezer, well, it's too funny to argue. Anybody you like has a dog as good as Squeezer. You may find them under every bush almost. 25 rubles would be a handsome price to pay for him.
There's some demon of contradiction in you today, Ivan Vasilievich. First, you pretend that the meadows are yours. Now, that guess is better than Squeezer. I don't like people who don't say what they mean, because you know perfectly well that Squeezer is 100 times better than your silly guess. Why do you want to say it isn't?
I see, Natalia Stepanovna, that you consider me either blind or a fool. You must realize that Squeezer is overshot.
It's not true.
He is.
It's not true.
Why shout, madam?
Why talk rot? It's awful. It's time your guess was shot, and you compare him with Squeezer.
Excuse me. I cannot continue this discussion. My heart is palpitating.
I've noticed that those hunters argue most who know least.
Madam, please be silent. My heart is going to pieces. Shut up!
I shan't shut up until you acknowledge that Squeezer is 100 times better than your guess.
100 times worse. Be hanged to your Squeezer. His head, eyes, shoulder.
There's no need to hang your silly guess. He's half dead already.
Shut up. My heart's bursting.
I shan't shut up.
Enter Chubakov.
What's the matter now?
Papa, tell us truly, which is the better dog, our Squeezer or his guess?
Stepan Stepanovich, I implore you to tell me just one thing. Is your Squeezer overshot or not? Yes or no?
And suppose he is. What does it matter? He's the best dog in the district for all that, and so on.
But isn't my guess better? Really, now.
Don't excite yourself, my precious one. Allow me. Your guess certainly has his good points. He's purebred, firm on his feet, has well-sprung ribs, and all that. But, my dear man, if you want to know the truth, that dog has 2 defects. He's old, and he's short in the muzzle.
Excuse me, my heart. Let's take the facts. You will remember that on the Marusinski hunt, my guess ran neck and neck with the Count's dog, while your Squeezer was left a whole verst behind.
He got left behind because the Count's whipper-in hit him with his whip.
And with good reason. The dogs are running after a fox, when Squeezer goes and starts worrying a sheep.
It's not true. My dear fellow, I'm very liable to lose my temper, and so, just because of that, let's stop arguing. You started because everybody is always jealous of everybody else's dogs. Yes, we're all like that. You too, sir, aren't blameless. You no sooner notice that some dog is better than your guess than you begin with this, that, and the other, and all that. I remember everything.
I remember, too.
I remember, too. What do you remember?
My heart. My foot's gone to sleep. I can't.
My heart, what sort of a hunter are you? You ought to go and lie on the kitchen oven and catch black beetles, not go after foxes. My heart.
Yes, really, what sort of a hunter are you, anyway? You ought to sit at home with your palpitations and not go tracking animals. You could go hunting, but you only go to argue with people and interfere with their dogs and so on. Let's change the subject in case I lose my temper. You're not a hunter at all, anyway.
And are you a hunter? You only go hunting to get in with the Count and to intrigue. Oh, my heart. You're an intriguer.
What? An intriguer? Shut up.
Intriguer.
Boy pup.
Old rat. Jesuit.
Shut up or I'll shoot you like a partridge, you fool.
Everybody knows that. Oh, my heart. Your late wife used to beat you. Oh, my feet. Temples. Sparks. I fall.
And you're under the slipper of your housekeeper.
There. My heart's burst. My shoulder's come off. Where is my shoulder? Oh, I die.
Falls into an armchair.
A doctor.
Faints.
Boy, milksop, fool, I'm sick.
Drinks water.
Sick.
What sort of a hunter are you? You can't even sit on a horse. Papa, what's the matter with him? Papa, look, Papa! Ah! Ivan Vasilievich! He's dead!
I'm sick. I can't breathe. Air!
He's dead!
Pulls Lomov's sleeve.
Ivan Vasilievich! Ivan Vasilievich, what have you done to me? He's dead!
Falls into an armchair.
A doctor! A doctor!
Oh, what is it? What's the matter?
He's dead! Dead!
Who's dead?
Looks at Lomov.
So he is. My word, a water, a doctor.
Lifts a tumbler to Lomov's mouth.
Drink this. No, he doesn't drink. It means he's dead and all that. I'm the most unhappy of men. Why don't I put a bullet in my brain? Why haven't I cut my throat yet? What am I waiting for? Give me a knife. Give me a pistol.
Lomov moves.
He seems to be coming round. Drink some water. That's right.
I see stars. Mist. Where am I?
Hurry up and get married. And, well, to the devil with you. She's willing.
He puts Lomov's hand into his daughter's.
She's willing and all that. I give you my blessing and so on. Only leave me in peace.
Lomov getting up.
Eh? What? To whom?
She's willing. Well, kiss and be damned to you.
He's alive! Yes, I'm willing.
Kiss each other.
Hey, kiss whom?
They kiss.
Very nice, too. Excuse me, what's it all about? Ah, now I understand. My heart. Stars. I'm happy. Natalia Stepanova.
Kisses her hand.
My foot's gone to sleep.
I'm happy too.
What a weight off my shoulders. Ugh.
But still, you will admit now that Guess is worse than Squeezer.
Better.
Worse.
Well, that's the way to start your family bliss. Have some champagne.
He's better.
Worse.
Chubakov, trying to shout her down.
Champagne! Champagne!
Curtain. End of The Proposal by Anton Pavlovich Chekhov.
Play 4 of One Act Play Collection 20. The Knave of Hearts by Louise Saunders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The characters of the play.
The Manager, read by Todd.
Blue Hose, read by Rapunzelina.
Yellow Hose, read by Shireen Hickey.
Harold, by Sylph Wilde.
Pomp de Billet, the Eighth King of Hearts, read by Rick Cordray.
The Chancellor, read by Greg Giordano.
The Knave of Hearts, by Michael Fays.
Ursula, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
The Lady Violetta, read by Winifred Assman.
Boy, by Sylph Wilde.
Stage directions read by Larry Wilson. The manager appears before the curtain in doublet and hose. He carries a cap with a long red feather. The manager, bowing deeply.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to hear the truth of an old legend that has persisted wrongly through the ages. The truth, until now hid behind the embroidered curtain of a rhyme about the Knave of Hearts, who was no knave, but a very hero indeed. The truth, you will agree with me, gentlemen and most honoured ladies, is rare. It is only the quiet, unimpassioned things of nature that seem what they are. The high majesty of clouds, rolled in massy radiance against the blue. Pines shadowed deep and darkly green, mirrored in still waters. The contemplative mystery of the hills. These things which exist, absorbed but in their own existence, these are the perfect chalices of truth. But we, gentlemen and thrice honoured ladies, flounder about in a tangled net of prejudice, of intrigue. We are blinded by conventions. We are crushed by misunderstanding. We are distracted by violence. We are deceived by hypocrisy, until, only too often, villains receive the rewards of nobility, and the truly great-hearted are suspected, distrusted, and maligned. And so, ladies and gentlemen, for the sake of justice, and also, I dare to hope, for your approval, I have taken my puppets down from their dusty shelves. I have polished their faces, brushed their clothes, and strung them on wires, so that they may enact for you this history.
He parts the curtains, revealing two pastry cooks in flaring white caps and spotless aprons, leaning over in stiff profile, their wooden spoons 3 feet long, pointing rigidly to the ceiling. They are in one of the kitchens of Pumptabile, the 8th King of Hearts. It is a pleasant kitchen, with a row of little dormer windows, and a huge stove, adorned with the crest of Pumptabile, a heart rampant on a gold shield.
You see here, ladies and gentlemen, 2 pastry cooks belonging to the royal house of Pumptabile the 8th, Blue Hose and Yellow Hose by name. At a signal from me, they will spring to action, and as they have been made with astonishing cleverness, they will bear every semblance of life. Happily, however, you need have no fear that, should they please you, the exulting wine of your appreciation may go to their heads being but things of wire and wood. And happily, too, as they are but wood and wire, they will be spared the shame and humiliation that would otherwise be theirs, should they fail to meet with your approval. The play, most honoured ladies and gentlemen, will now begin.
He claps his hands. Instantly the 2 pastry cooks come to life. The manager bows himself off the stage.
Is everything ready for this great event?
Everything. The fire blazing in the stove, the pages dressed in their best, waiting in the pantry with their various jars full of the finest butter, the sweetest sugar, the hottest pepper, the richest milk, the—
Yes, no doubt. It is a great responsibility, this, that they have put on our shoulders.
Ah, yes. I have never felt more important.
Nor I more uncomfortable.
Even on the day, or rather the night, when I awoke and found myself famous. I refer to the time when I laid before an astonished world my creation, hummingbirds' hearts, soufflé au vin blanc. I did not feel more important. It is a pleasing sensation.
I like it not at all. It makes me dizzy, this eminence on which they have placed us. The Lady Violetta is slim and fair. She does not, in my opinion, look like the kind of person who is capable of making good pastry. I have discovered through long experience that the heaviest women make the lightest pastry, and vice versa. Well then, suppose that she does not pass this examination. Suppose that her pastry be lumpy, white like the skin of a boiled fowl.
Then, according to the law of the Kingdom of Hearts, we must condemn it, and the Lady Violetta cannot become the bride of Pumptabile. Back to her native land she will be sent, riding a mule.
And she so pretty, so exquisite. What a law! What an outrageous law!
Outrageous law! How dare you? There is nothing so necessary to the welfare of the nation as our art. Good cooks make good tempers, don't they? Must not the Queen set an example for the other women to follow? Did not our fathers and our grandfathers before us judge the dishes of the previous Queens of Hearts?
I wish I were mixing the rolls for tomorrow's breakfast.
Bah! You are fit for nothing else. The affairs of state are beyond you.
Distant sound of trumpets.
What's that?
The king is approaching. The ceremonies are about to commence.
Is everything ready?
I told you that everything was ready. Stand still. You are as white as a stalk of celery.
Blue Hose counting on his fingers.
Apples, lemons, peaches, jam.
Jam? Did you forget jam?
Zounds! I did.
We are lost.
She may not call for it.
Both stand very erect and make a desperate effort to appear calm.
Which door? Which door?
The big one, idiot. Be still.
The sound of trumpets increases, and cries of "Make way for the king!" 2 heralds come in and stand on either side of the door. The King of Hearts enters, followed by ladies and gentlemen of the court. Pumptabile is in full regalia, and very imposing indeed, with his red robe bordered with ermine, his crown and sceptre. After him comes the Chancellor, an old man with a short white beard. The king strides in a particularly kingly fashion, pointing his toes in the air at every step, toward his throne, and sits down. The knave walks behind him slowly. He has a sharp, pale face. Pumptabile impressively.
Lords and ladies of the court, this is an important moment in the history of our reign. The Lady Violetta, whom you love and respect, that is, I mean to say, whom the ladies love and the lords, respect, is about to prove whether or not she be fitted to hold the exalted position of Queen of Hearts, according to the law made 1,000 years ago by Pumptabile the Great, and steadily followed ever since. She will prepare with her own delicate white hands a dish of pastry. This will be judged by the 2 finest pastry cooks in the land.
Blue Hose and Yellow Hose bow deeply.
If their verdict be favorable, she shall ride through the streets of the city on a white palfrey, garlanded with flowers. She will be crowned, the populace will cheer her, and she will reign by our side, attending to the domestic affairs of the realm, while we give our time to weightier matters. This, of course, you all understand, is a time of great anxiety for the Lady Violetta. She will appear worried.
To Chancellor.
The palfrey is in readiness, we suppose?
It is, your Majesty.
Garlanded with flowers?
With roses, your Majesty.
Knave bowing.
The Lady Violetta prefers violets, your Majesty.
Let there be a few violets put in with the roses. We are ready for the ceremony to commence. We confess to a slight nervousness unbecoming to one of our station. The Lady Violetta, though trying at times, we have found, shall we say, satisfying?
Knave bowing.
Intoxicating, your Majesty.
His Majesty means nothing of the sort.
No, of course not. The mule, is that... did you...
This is hardly necessary. Have I ever neglected or forgotten any of your commands, your majesty?
You have, often. However, don't be insulted. It takes up a great deal of our time, and it is most uninteresting.
I resign, your majesty.
Your 37th resignation will be accepted tomorrow. Just now it is our wish to begin at once. The anxiety that no doubt gathered in the breast of each of the 7 successive Pompnobiles before us seems to have concentrated in ours. Already the people are clamoring at the gates of the palace to know the decision. Begin. Let the pages be summoned.
Knave bowing.
Beg pardon, your majesty. Before summoning the pages, should not the Lady Violetta be here?
She should, and is, we presume, on the other side of that door, waiting breathlessly.
The knave quietly opens the door and closes it. Knave bowing.
She is not, your majesty, on the other side of that door, waiting breathlessly. In fact, to speak plainly, she is not on the other side of that door at all.
Can that be true? Where are her ladies?
They are all there, your majesty.
Summon one of them.
The knave goes out, shutting the door. He returns following Ursula, who, very much frightened, throws herself at the king's feet.
Where is your mistress?
She has gone, your majesty.
Gone? Where has she gone?
I do not know, your majesty. She was with us a while ago, waiting there, as you commanded.
Yes, and then? Speak.
Then she started out and forbade us to go with her.
The thought of possible separation from us was more than she could bear. Did she say anything before she left?
Yes, your majesty.
What was it? She may have gone to self-destruction. What was it?
She said...
Speak, woman, speak!
She said that your majesty...
A farewell message. Go on.
That your majesty was pokey, and that she didn't intend to stay there any longer.
Pokey?
Yes, your majesty. And she bade me call her when you came. But we can't find her, your majesty.
The pastry cooks whisper. Ursula is in tears.
This should not be countenanced, your majesty. The word pokey cannot be found in the dictionary. It is the most flagrant disrespect to use a word that is not in the dictionary in connection with a king.
We are quite aware of that, Chancellor, and although we may appear calm on the surface, inwardly we are swelling with rage and indignation.
Knave looking out the window.
I see the Lady Violetta in the garden.
He goes to the door and holds it open, bowing.
The Lady Violetta is at the door, your majesty.
Enter the Lady Violetta, her purple train over her arm. She has been running.
Am I late? I just remembered, and came as fast as I could. I bumped into a sentry, and he fell down. I didn't. That's strange, isn't it? I suppose it's because he stands in one position so long that he... Why, Pompey, dear, what's the matter? Oh!
Walking closer.
Your feelings are hurt.
Don't call us Pompey. It doesn't seem to matter to you whether we are married or not.
Is that why your feelings are hurt?
Our feelings are not hurt, not at all.
Oh, yes, they are, Pumptabile, dear. I know, because they are connected with your eyebrows. When your feelings go down, up go your eyebrows. And when your feelings go up, they go down, always.
Where have you been?
I? Just now?
Just now, when you should have been outside that door, waiting breathlessly.
I was in the garden. Really, Pompey, you couldn't expect me to stay all day in that ridiculous pantry. And as for being breathless, it's quite impossible to be it, unless one has been jumping or something.
What were you doing in the garden?
Violetta laughing.
Oh, it was too funny. I must tell you. I found a goat there who had a beard just like the Chancellor's. Really, it was quite remarkable, the resemblance, in other ways too. I held him by his beard, and I looked deep into his eyes, and I said, "Chancellor, if you try to influence Pompey—"
"Don't call us Pompey!"
"Excuse me,
checking herself.
And yet, I think I remember hearing of a man, a very great hero, named Pompey.
We know him not. Begin at once. The people are clamoring at the gates. Bring the ingredients."
The pastry cooks open the door, and single file 6 little boys march in, bearing large jars labeled butter, salt, flour, pepper, cinnamon, and milk. The cooks place a table and a large bowl and a pan in front of the Lady Violetta, and give her a spoon. The 6 little boys stand 3 on each side.
"Oh, what darling little ingredients! May I have an apron, please?"
Ursula puts a silk apron embroidered with red hearts on the Lady Violetta.
"We were unable to find a little boy to carry the pepper, my lady. They all would sneeze in such a disturbing way."
"This is a perfectly controlled little boy. He hasn't sneezed once."
"That, if you please, your ladyship, is not a little boy."
"Oh, how nice! Perhaps she will help me."
"You are allowed no help, Lady Violetta."
"Oh, Chancellor, how cruel of you!"
She takes up the spoon, bowing.
"Your Majesty, lords and ladies of the court, I propose to make raspberry tarts."
"Heaven be kind to us."
Yellow Hose suddenly agitated.
"Your Majesty, I implore your forgiveness. There is no raspberry jam in the palace."
"What? Who is responsible for this carelessness?"
"I gave the order to the grocer, but it didn't come."
Aside.
"I knew something like this would happen. I knew it."
Violetta untying her apron.
"Then, Pompdebile, I am very sorry. We shall have to postpone it."
"If I may be allowed to suggest, Lady Violetta can prepare something else."
The law distinctly says the Queen-elect has the privilege of choosing the dish which she prefers to prepare.
"Dear Pompdebile, let's give it up. It's such a silly law. Why should a great splendid ruler like you follow it just because one of your ancestors, who wasn't half as nice as you are, or one bit wiser, said to do it? Dearest Pompdebile, please."
"We are inclined to think that there may be something in what the Lady Violetta says."
"I can no longer remain silent. It is due to that brilliant law of Pompdebile the First, justly called the Great, that all members of our sex are well fed, and, as a natural consequence, happy."
The happiness of a set of moles who never knew the sunlight.
"If we made an effort, we could think of a new law, just as wise. It only requires effort."
"But the Constitution. We can't touch the Constitution."
Pompdebile jumping to his feet.
"We shall destroy the Constitution."
"The people are clamoring at the gates."
Pompdebile sitting down again.
"Oh, we forgot them. No, it has been carried too far. We shall have to go on. Proceed."
"Without the raspberry jam?"
Pompdebile to Knave.
"Go, you, and procure some. We will give 100 golden guineas for it."
The little boy who holds the cinnamon pot comes forward.
"Please, your Majesty, I have some."
"You? Where?"
"In my pocket. If someone would please hold my cinnamon jar, I could get it."
Ursula takes it. The boy struggles with his pocket, and finally, triumphantly, pulls out a small jar.
There.
How clever of you. Do you always do that?
What, eat raspberry jam?
No. Supply the exact article needed from your pocket.
I eat it for my lunch. Please give me the 100 guineas.
Oh, yes. Chancellor, if I may trouble you.
Holding out her hand.
Your Majesty, this is an outrage. Are you going to allow this?
It is unavoidable, Chancellor. We have such an impulsive nature.
The Lady Violetta receives the money.
Thank you.
She gives it to the boy.
Now we are ready to begin. Milk, please.
The boy who holds the milk jar comes forward and kneels.
I take some of this milk and beat it well.
Beat it? Milk?
Then I put in 2 tablespoonfuls of salt, taking great care that it fall exactly in the middle of the bowl.
To the little boy.
Thank you, dear. Now the flour, no, the pepper, and then 1 pound of butter. I hope that it is good butter, or the whole thing will be quite spoiled.
This is the most astonishing thing I have ever witnessed.
I don't understand it.
Violetta stirring.
I find that the butter is not very good. It makes a great difference. I shall have to use more pepper to counteract it. That's better.
She pours in pepper. The boy with the pepper pot sneezes violently.
Oh dear. Lend him your handkerchief, Chancellor. Knave, will you?
Yellow Hose silences the boy's sneezes with the knave's handkerchief.
I think that they are going to turn out very well. Aren't you glad, Chancellor? You shall have one if you will be glad and smile nicely. A little brown tart with raspberry jam in the middle. Now for a dash of vinegar.
Vinegar? Great goslings! Vinegar!
Violetta stops stirring.
Vinegar will make them crumbly. Do you like them crumbly, Pomptobile, darling? They are really for you, you know, since I am trying, by this example, to show all the wives how to please all the husbands.
Remember that they are to go in the museum with the tests of the previous queens.
Oh, yes, I had forgotten that. Under the circumstances, I shall omit the vinegar. We don't want them too crumbly. They would fall about and catch the dust so frightfully. The museum keeper would never forgive me in years to come. Now I dip them by the spoonful on this pan. Fill them with the nice little boy's raspberry jam. I'm sorry I have to use it all, but you may lick the spoon. Put them in the oven, slam the door. Now, my Lord Pompey, the fire will do the rest.
She curtsies before the king.
It gave us great pleasure to see the ease with which you performed your task. You must have been practicing for weeks. This relieves, somewhat, the anxiety under which we have been suffering, and makes us think that we would enjoy a game of checkers once more. How long a time will it take for your creation to be thoroughly done, so that it may be tested?
Violetta considering.
About 20 minutes, Pompey.
Pomptobile to Harold.
Inform the people. Come, we will retire.
To Knave.
Let no one enter until the Lady Violetta commands.
All exit left except the knave. He stands in deep thought, his chin in hand. Then exit slowly right. The room is empty. The cuckoo clock strikes. Presently both right and left doors open stealthily. Enter Lady Violetta at one door, the knave at the other, backward, looking down the passage. They turn suddenly and see each other. Violetta, tearfully.
Oh, Knave, I can't cook. Anything at all, not even a baked potato.
So I concluded, my lady, a few minutes ago.
Don't you think it might just happen that they turned out all right? Take them out of the oven. Let's look.
That's what I intended to do before you came in. It's possible a miracle has occurred.
He tries the door of the oven.
Look out, it's hot. Here, take my handkerchief.
The gods forbid, my lady. He takes his hat, and folding it, opens the door, and brings out the pan, which he puts on the table softly. Violetta, with a look of horror.
How queer! They've melted or something. See, they are quite soft and runny. Do you think that they will be good for anything, Knave?
For paste, my lady, perhaps.
Oh dear, isn't it dreadful?
It is.
Violetta, beginning to cry.
I don't want to be banished, especially on a mule.
Don't cry, my lady. It's very upsetting.
I would make a delightful queen. The fetes that I would give, under the starlight, with soft music stealing from the shadows. Fetes, all perfume and deep mystery, where the young, like you and me, Knave, would find the glowing flowers of youth ready to be gathered in all their dewy freshness.
Ah.
Those stupid tarts! And wouldn't I make a pretty picture riding on the white palfrey, garlanded with flowers, followed by the cheers of the populace? Long live Queen Violetta! Long live Queen Violetta! Those abominable tarts!
I'm afraid that her ladyship is vain.
I am indeed. Isn't it fortunate?
Fortunate?
Well, I mean it would be fortunate if I were going to be queen. Queens get so much flattery. The ones who don't adore it, as I do, must be bored to death. Poor things. I'm never so happy as when I am being flattered. It makes me feel all warm and purry. That is another reason why I feel sure I was made to be a queen.
Knave, looking ruefully at the pan.
You will never be queen, my lady, unless we can think of something quickly, as some plan.
Oh, yes, dear Knave. Please think of a plan at once. Banished people, I suppose, have to comb their own hair, put on their shoes and button themselves up the back. I have never performed these estimable and worthy tasks, Knave. I don't know how. I don't even know how to scent my bath. I haven't the least idea what makes it smell deliciously of violets. I only know that it always does smell deliciously of violets because I wish it that way. I should be miserable. Save me, Knave, please.
My mind is unhappily a blank, your majesty.
It's very unjust. Indeed, it's unjust. No other queen in the world has to understand cooking. Why should the Queen of Hearts, of all people?
Perhaps it is because... I have heard a proverb. The way to the heart is through the...
Violetta angrily stamping her foot.
Don't repeat that hateful proverb. Nothing can make me more angry. I feel like crying when I hear it, too. Now see.
She points to her eyes.
I'm crying. You made me.
Why does that proverb make you cry, my lady?
Oh, because it is such a stupid proverb, and so silly, because it's true in most cases, and because I don't know why.
We are a set of moles here. One might also say we were a set of mules. How can moles or mules either be expected to understand the point of view of a bird of paradise when she...
Bird of paradise? Do you mean me?
Knave bowing.
I do, my lady, figuratively speaking.
Violetta drying her eyes.
How very pretty of you. Do you know, I think that you would make a splendid chancellor.
Her ladyship is vain, as I remarked before.
As I remarked before, how fortunate. Have you anything to suggest? A plan?
If only there were time, my wife could teach you. Her figure is squat, round, her nose is clumsy, and her eyes stumble over it. But her cooking, mwah.
He blows a kiss.
It is a thing to dream about. She cooks as naturally as angels sing. The delicate flavors of her concoctions float over the palate like the perfumes of 1,000 flowers. True, her temper is anything but sweet. However, I am conceded by many to be the most happily married man in the kingdom.
Yes, that's all they care about here. One may be oh so cheerful and kind and nice in every other way, but if one can't cook, nobody loves one at all.
Beasts! My higher nature cries out at them for holding such views. Fools! Swine! But my lower nature whispers that perhaps, after all, they are not far from right. And as my lower nature is the only one that ever gets any encouragement.
Then you think that there is nothing to be done? I shall have to be banished?
I'm afraid... Wait. I have an idea. Dulcinea, my wife, her name is Dulcinea, made known to me this morning very forcibly. Yes, I remember, I'm sure. Yes, she was going to bake this very morning some raspberry tarts, a dish in which she particularly excels. If I could only procure some of them and bring them here.
Oh, Knave, dearest, sweetest Knave, could you? I mean, would you? Is there time? The court will return.
They tiptoe to the door and listen stealthily.
I shall run as fast as I can. Don't let anyone come in until I get back, if you can help it.
He jumps on the table, ready to go out the window.
Oh, Knave, how clever of you to think of it. It is the custom for the king to grant a boon to the queen at her coronation. I shall ask that you be made chancellor.
Knave turning back.
Oh, please don't, my lady, I implore you.
Why not?
It would give me social position, my lady, and that I would rather die than possess. Oh, how we argue about that, my wife and I. Dulcinea wishes to climb, and the higher she climbs, the less she cooks. Should you have made me chancellor, she would never wield a spoon again.
Violetta pursing her lips.
But it doesn't seem fair exactly. Think of how much I shall be indebted to her. If she enjoys a social position, I might as well give her some. We have lots and lots of it lying around.
She wouldn't, my lady, she wouldn't enjoy it. Dulcinea is a true genius, you understand, and the happiness of a genius lies solely in using his gift. If she didn't cook, she would be miserable, although she might not be aware of it, I'm perfectly sure.
Then I shall take all social position away from you. You shall rank below the scullery maids. Do you like that better? Hurry, please.
Thank you, my lady. It will suit me perfectly.
He jumps out of the window with the tray of tarts. Violetta listens anxiously for a minute. Then she takes her skirt between the tips of her fingers and practices in pantomime her anticipated ride on the palfrey. She bows, smiles, kisses her hand, until suddenly she remembers the mule standing outside the gates of the palace. That thought saddens her, so she curls up in Pomptobali's throne and cries softly, wiping away her tears with a lace handkerchief. There is a knock. She flies to the door and holds it shut.
Who's there?
It is I, Lady Violetta. The king wishes to return.
Return? Does he? But the tarts are not done. They are not done at all.
You said they would be ready in 20 minutes. His Majesty is impatient.
Did you play a game of checkers with him, Chancellor?
Yes.
And did you beat him?
I did not.
Violetta laughing.
How sweet of you. Would you mind doing it again, just for me? Or would it be too great a strain on you to keep from beating him twice in succession?
I shall tell the king that you refuse admission.
Violetta runs to the window to see if the knave is in sight. The Chancellor returns and knocks.
The king wishes to come in.
But the checkers!
The knights of the checkerboard have taken them away.
But the tarts aren't done, really.
You said 20 minutes.
No, I didn't. At least, I said 20 minutes for them to get good and warm, and another 20 minutes for them to become brown. That makes 40, don't you remember?
I shall carry your message to His Majesty.
Violetta again runs to the window and peers anxiously up the road. Chancellor knocking loudly.
The king commands you to open the door.
Commands? Tell him. Is he there with you?
His Majesty is at the door.
Pompey, I think you are rude, very rude indeed. I don't see how you can be so rude, to command me, your own Violetta, who loves you so.
She again looks in vain for the knave.
Oh, dear.
Wringing her hands.
Where can he be?
Pumptabile outside.
This is nonsense. Don't you see how worried we are? It is a compliment to you.
Well, come in. I don't care. Only I'm sure they are not finished.
She opens the door for the king, the chancellor, and the 2 pastry cooks. The king walks to his throne. He finds Lady Violetta's lace handkerchief on it. Pumptabile holding up the handkerchief.
What is this?
Oh, that's my handkerchief.
It is very damp. Can it be that you are anxious, that you are afraid?
How silly, Pompey. I washed my hands as one always does after cooking.
To the pastry cooks.
Doesn't one? But there was no towel, so I used my handkerchief instead of my petticoat, which is made of chiffon and is very perishable.
Is the Lady Violetta ready to produce her work?
I don't understand what you mean by work, Chancellor. Oh, the tarts. They were quite simple to make, no work at all. A little imagination is all that one needs for such things. Just imagination. You agree with me, don't you, Pompey, that imagination will work wonders? Will do almost anything, in fact? I remember...
The pastry cooks will remove the tarts from the oven.
Oh, no, Pompey. They are not finished, or cooked, or whatever one calls it. They are not. The last 5 minutes is of the greatest importance. Please don't let them touch them. Please.
There, my dear Violetta, calm yourself. If you wish, they will put them back again. There can be no harm in looking at them. Come, we will hold your hand.
That will help a great deal, Pompey, your holding my hand.
She scrambles up on the throne beside the king. Chancellor, in horror.
On the throne, your Majesty?
Oh, of course not, Chancellor. We regret that you are not yet entitled to sit on the throne, my dear. In a little while.
Violetta coming down.
Oh, I see. May I sit here, Chancellor, in this seemingly humble position at his feet? Of course, I can't really be humble when he is holding my hand and enjoying it so much.
Violetta.
To the pastry cooks.
Sample the tarts. This suspense is unbearable.
The king's voice is husky with excitement. The 2 pastry cooks, after bowing with great ceremony to the king, to each other, to the chancellor, for this is the most important moment of their lives by far, walk to the oven door and open it impressively. They fall back in astonishment so great that they lose their balance, but they quickly scramble to their feet again.
Your Majesty, there are no tarts there.
Your Majesty, the tarts have gone.
Violetta clasping her hands.
Gone? Oh, where could they have gone?
Pumptabile coming down from the throne.
That is impossible.
You see? The oven is empty as a drum.
Pumptabile to Violetta.
Did you go out of this room?
Violetta wailing.
Only for a few minutes, Pompey, to powder my nose before the mirror in the pantry.
2 pastry cooks.
When one cooks, one becomes so disheveled, doesn't one? But if I had thought for one little minute...
The tarts have been stolen.
Violetta with a shriek, throwing herself on a chair.
Stolen? Oh, I shall faint. Help me. Oh, to think that anyone would take my dear little tarts. My salts. Oh.
Pastry cooks run to the door and call.
Salts? Bring the Lady Violetta's salts.
The Lady Violetta has fainted.
Ursula enters hurriedly, bearing a smelling bottle.
Here. What has happened? Oh, my lady, my sweet mistress.
Some wretch has stolen the tarts.
Lady Violetta moans.
Bring some water. I will take off her headdress and bathe her forehead.
Violetta sitting up.
I feel better now. Where am I? What is the matter? I remember. Oh, my poor tarts!
She buries her face in her hands.
Your Majesty, this is very strange.
I know, your Majesty. It was the knave. One of the Queen's women who was walking in the garden saw the knave jump out this window with a tray in his hand. It was the knave.
Oh, I don't think it was he. I don't, really.
The scoundrel! Of course it was he. We shall banish him for this, or have him beheaded.
It should have been done long ago, Your Majesty.
You are right.
Your Majesty will never listen to me.
We do listen to you. Be quiet.
What are you going to do, Pompey, dear?
Herald, issue a proclamation at once. Let it be known all over the kingdom that we desire the knave to be brought here, dead or alive. Send the royal detectives and policemen in every direction.
Excellent. Just what I should have advised, had Your Majesty listened to me.
Be quiet!
Exit Herald.
I never have a brilliant thought, but you claim it. It is insufferable.
The heralds can be heard in the distance.
I resign.
Good. We accept your 38th resignation at once.
You did me the honor to appoint me as your Chancellor, Your Majesty. Yet never do you give me an opportunity to chancel. That is my only grievance. You must admit, Your Majesty, that as your advisers advise you, as your dressers dress you, as your hunters hunt, as your bakers bake, your Chancellor should be allowed to chancel. However, I shall be just, as I have been with you for so long. Before I leave you, I will give you a month's notice.
That isn't necessary.
Chancellor, referring to the Constitution hanging at his belt.
It's in the Constitution.
Be quiet!
Well, I think as things have turned out so unfortunately, I shall change my gown.
To Ursula.
Put out my cloth of silver with moonstones. It is always a relief to change one's gown. May I have my handkerchief, Pompey? Rather a pretty one, isn't it, Pompey? Of course, you don't object to my calling you Pompey now. When I'm in trouble, it's a comfort, like holding your hand.
You may hold our hand too, Violetta.
Oh, how good you are! How sympathetic! But you see, it's impossible just now, as I have to change my gown. Unless you will come with me, well.
Your Majesty!
Be quiet! You have been discharged.
He starts to descend the steps of the throne when a herald bursts through the door in a state of great excitement. He kneels before Pontabile.
We have found him. We have found him, Your Majesty. In fact, I found him all by myself. He was sitting under the shrubbery eating a tart. I stumbled over one of his legs and fell. How easy is it to send man and all his pride into the dust, he said, and then I saw him.
Eating a tart? Eating a tart, did you say? The scoundrel! Bring him here immediately.
The herald rushes out and returns with the knave, followed by the 6 little pages. The knave carries a tray of tarts in his hand.
How dare you! You!
Knave bowing.
Knave, Your Majesty.
You knave! You shall be punished for this.
Behead him, Your Majesty.
Yes, behead him at once.
Oh, no, Pompey, not that. A punishment like that would not be severe enough.
Not severe enough? To cut off a man's head? Really, Violetta?
No, because, you see, when one has been beheaded, One's consciousness that one has been beheaded comes off too. It is inevitable. And then what does it matter when one doesn't know? Let us think of something really cruel, really fiendish. I have it. Deprive him of social position for the rest of his life. Force him to remain a mere knave forever.
You are right.
Terrible as this punishment is, I admit that I deserve it, Your Majesty.
What prompted you to commit this dastardly crime?
All my life I have had a craving for tarts of any kind. There's something in my nature that demands tarts, something in my constitution that cries out for them, and I obey my constitution as rigidly as does the Chancellor seek to obey his. I was in the garden reading, as is my habit, when a delicate odor floated to my nostrils, a persuasive odor, a seductive, light brown, flaky odor, an odor so enticing, so suggestive of tarts fit for the gods, that I could stand it no longer. It was stronger than I. With one gesture I threw reputation, my chance for future happiness, to the winds, and leaped through the window. The odor led me to the oven. I seized a tart, and eating it experienced the one perfect moment of my existence. After having eaten that one tart, my craving for other tarts has disappeared. I shall live with the memory of that first tart before me, or die content having tasted true perfection.
How extraordinary. Let him be beaten 15 strokes on the back. Now, pastry cooks to the royal household, we await your decision.
The cooks bow as before. Then each selects a tart from the tray on the table, lifts it high, then puts it in his mouth. An expression of absolute ecstasy and beatitude comes over their faces. They clasp hands, then fall on each other's neck, weeping.
What on earth is the matter?
Excuse our emotion. It is because we have at last encountered a true genius, a great master, or rather mistress, of our art.
They bow to Violetta.
They are good, then.
Blue hose his eyes to heaven.
Good? They are angelic.
Give one of the tarts to us. We would sample it.
The pastry cooks hand the tray to the king, who selects a tart and eats it. Punctabile to Violetta.
My dear, they are marvels! Marvels!
He comes down from the throne and leads Violetta up to the dais.
Your throne, my dear.
Violetta sitting down with a sigh.
I'm glad it's such a comfortable one.
Knave, we forgive your offense. The temptation was very great. There are things that mere human nature cannot be expected to resist. Another tart cooks, and yet another.
But, Your Majesty, don't eat them all. They must go to the museum with the dishes of the previous Queens of Hearts.
A museum? Those tarts? As well lock a rose in a money box.
But the Constitution commands it. How else can we commemorate, for future generations, this event?
And Your Majesty, please. I'll commemorate it in a rhyme.
How can a mere rhyme serve to keep this affair in the minds of the people?
It is the only way to keep it in the minds of the people. No event is truly deathless until its monument be built in rhyme. Consider that fall which, though insignificant in itself, became the most famous of all history, because someone happened to put it into rhyme. The crash of it sounded through centuries and will vibrate for generations to come.
You mean the fall of the Holy Roman Empire?
No, madam. I refer to the fall of Humpty Dumpty.
Well, make your rhyme. In the meantime, let us celebrate. You may all have one tart.
The pastry cooks pass the tarts to Violetta.
Are you willing, my dear, to ride the white palfrey garlanded with flowers through the streets of the city?
Willing? I have been practicing for days.
The people, I suppose, are still clamoring at the gates?
Oh, yes, they must clamor. I want them to. Herald, tell them that to every man I shall toss a flower, to every woman a shining gold piece, but to the babies I shall throw only kisses, thousands of them, like little winged birds, kisses and gold and violets. They will surely love me then.
Your Majesty, I protest. Of what possible use to the people?
Be quiet. The Queen may scatter what she pleases.
My rhyme is ready, Your Majesty.
Repeat it.
The Queen of Hearts, she made some tarts, all on a summer's day. The Knave of Hearts, he stole those tarts and took them quite away. The King of Hearts called for those tarts and beat the Knave full sore. The Knave of Hearts brought back the tarts and vowed he'd sin no more.
My dear Knave, how wonderful of you! You shall be Poet Laureate. A Poet Laureate has no social position, has he?
It depends, Your Majesty, upon whether or not he chooses to be more laureate than poet.
Violetta rising, her eyes closed in ecstasy.
Your Majesty, those words go to my head, like wine.
Long live Pomdebile the Eighth and Queen Violetta.
The trumpets sound.
Make way for Pomdebile the Eighth and Queen Violetta.
Violetta, please.
Make way for Pomdebile the Eighth and Queen Violetta.
The king and queen join hands and follow the heralds to the door. When it is flung open, the people can be heard cheering and clamoring outside. Curtain. End of The Knave of Hearts by Louise Saunders.
Play 5 of One-Act Play Collection 20. Ibsen Revisited, A Piece of Foolishness by Floyd Dell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters. Stage Directions. Read by Agnes Robert Bear.
The Maid. Read by Shrimpfish.
The Stranger, read by Greg Giordano.
A Voice. Read by Winifred Assman.
A middle-class interior. The parlor maid is dusting the furniture.
Oh, how dull it is here. Nobody to talk to, nobody to flirt with. Flirt? The men that come to this house don't even know the meaning of the word. I never worked in such a place. Life is just one long funeral. I wish something would happen.
A knock at the door.
Ah, if it were only in the old days, one might hope that was a reporter, but nothing like that now.
She opens the door. A stranger enters.
Is, Miss Gobbler in?
You mean Mrs. Lovberg?
Yes, but I'm not mistaken, am I? Mrs. Lovberg is, or was, Hedda Gobbler. Isn't that true?
Oh, yes, it's Hedda, but she prefers to be called by her husband's name. Did you wish to see her? She is busy just now.
Busy?
Yes, she's conducting her class in modern adolescence.
How like Hedda. Always experimenting with something or other. What is she teaching them?
She's teaching them what she calls sex unconsciousness.
Dear me. What is sex unconsciousness?
I'm sure I don't know, sir.
Dear, delightful Hedda. Ever in pursuit of the new sensation.
You are an old friend of hers, I suppose?
Well, no, not exactly. The fact is...
You're not a reporter, are you? Hedda doesn't talk to reporters anymore.
No, I'm not a reporter.
What are you, then?
I am the representative of the International Ibsen Society. You know who Ibsen was, of course.
Yes, he was that nasty man who wrote plays about everybody's private affairs.
There is that point of view, of course. I'm sorry to intrude.
I should think you would be, now that she and Lovberg are happily married.
That's precisely it. You see, we've just discovered that instead of committing suicide, as Ibsen made them do in the play, they eloped and were eventually married. You can't imagine how delighted we all are to discover that Hedda is still alive. As soon as we found that out, I was sent here immediately.
What did you think you would see?
See? I shall see a woman whose soul burns with an unquenchable flame of divine adventurousness. I shall see the most ardent, impatient, eager, restless, impetuous, and insatiably romantic woman in the world.
The maid, pointing to the door.
You mean her?
Yes. Why, there is the very sofa upon which she and Lovberg used to sit in the old days, discussing his past. There he would sit and tell her of his escapades, his affairs, everything. Tell me, does she insist on Lovberg's being polygamous, whether he wants to or not?
Evidently you don't know the new Hedda, or the new Lovberg either. The only thing they talk about is what they call the monogamist ideal.
There is some mistake. I will find out when I see her. Surely she is still interested in adventure, the free life, vine, leaves, beauty. I will remind her of her own past.
No, you won't. She won't let you. She will tell you that too much attention is paid to such foolishness nowadays.
She, who was interested in nothing else? But then, what is she interested in now?
In cooperation.
Has she then turned into a mere sociologist? Oh, you are deceiving me.
If you don't believe me, I'll just open the door an inch and you can hear her talking.
Oh, it cannot be true.
The maid quietly opens the door a little way. He listens. A voice, heard through the aperture.
We must all learn to function socially.
The maid shuts the door again.
Do you believe it now?
The stranger, sadly.
It is too true.
Didn't I tell you?
So Hedda has become a reformer?
Yes.
And Lovberg, what does he do?
He is rewriting his book, you know, the one Hedda burned up, for use as a textbook in the public schools, and Hedda is helping him.
No more adventure? No more beauty? The flame? Gone out? My God!
He staggers toward the wall, where a pistol is hanging, and puts his hand on it.
Look out, that's Hedda's pistol. You never can tell when an old piece of junk like that is loaded.
Yes, I know.
He takes it down and aims it at his heart.
The old Hedda is gone. I cannot bear the new. It would be too dull.
He fires and falls, the maid going over and looking down at him.
But people don't do such things.
End of Ibsen Revisited, A Piece of Foolishness, by Floyd Dell.
Play 6 of One Act Play Collection 20. Alfred the Great by Thomas Arne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Alfred the Great, an oratorio as it was represented at the Theatre Royal in Drury Lane. The music new composed by Mr. Arne. Altered from the play written by Mr. Mallet and the late Mr. Thompson. Dramatis Personae. Alfred, King of England.
Read by Adrian Stevens.
Eltruda, Queen of England.
Read by Winifred Assman.
Prince Edward.
Read by Greg Giordano.
Corin, a shepherd.
Read by Larry Wilson.
Emma, a shepherdess and wife to Corin.
Read by Shrimpfish.
First Spirits.
Read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Edith.
Read by DC.
Narration read by Alan Mapstone. Act 1, Scene 1. The Isle of Athelney in Somersetshire, a wild country. A shepherd's cot on one side. At a distance sheep are grazing on a hill. Corin and Emma.
Emma, to see against yon aged oak, pensive and lost in thought, he leans his head. Poor though he seem, he is no common man. Modest of carriage and of speech most gracious, as if some saint or angel in disguise had graced our lowly cottage with his presence. He steals, I know not how, into the heart, and makes it pant to serve him.
Trust me, Corin, this is some chief, that from our deadly foe, the haughty, cruel, unbelieving Dane, seeks shelter here.
And shelter he shall find.
But the raging foe is all around us. We dare not keep him here.
I'll not betray him. Just heaven forbid that e'er British man should count for gain what villainy must earn.
Heir.
Though to a desert isle confined, in humble poverty we live, the honest heart, the virtuous mind, our riches splendor cannot give. These hands inured to daily toil shall sow the ground, shall plough and reap, and cheerfully improve the soil, thee and thy lovely babes to keep.
Thou hast a heart sweet pity loves to dwell in, but think upon our safety.
O just gods, when shall I see due vengeance on these Danes that war with heaven and us?
Alas, my love, these passions misbecome the poor man's state. To heaven and to the rulers of the land leave all such thoughts, and wisely seek content from rural plainness and an humble mind.
Heir.
The shepherd's plain life, without guilt, without strife, can only true blessings impart, as nature directs. That bliss be expects from health and from quiet of heart. Vain grandeur and power, those joys of an hour, though mortals are toiling to find, can titles or show contentment bestow? All happiness dwells in the mind. Behold the gay rose, how lovely it grows, secure in the depth of the vale. Yon oak that on high aspires to the sky, both lightning and tempests assail.
Duetto.
Then let us the snare of ambition beware,
that source of vexation and smart, in sport on the glade, or repose in the shade.
with health and with quiet of heart.
Exeunt. Alfred advances.
How long, sweet heaven, how long shall red war desolate this prostrate land? All is lost, and Alfred lives to tell it. His cities laid in dust, his subjects slaughtered, or into slaves debased. The murderous foe, proud and exulting in the general shame. O ruined people, miserable England!
Heir.
Genius of Britannia's isle, hope inspiring, ardour firing, gracious deign one heavenly smile. Help this island to defend. O protect me, O direct me, to attain the glorious end.
Enter Eltruda and Prince Edward.
Come, dear companion of thy mother's sorrow. At length we have escaped the bloody Danes, whose ravenous pursuit had reached the cloister, where safety forced us to retire concealed.
This letter tells us that my royal father is sheltered in this isle. But where, alas, shall I direct your slow and weary steps?
Air.
Come, calm content, though late possessed, resume thy mansion in my breast. Sweet fugitive, return, return, for sorrow there delights to mourn. Thou balmy comfort, bring repose, or welcome death to end my woes.
Come on, sweet youth, be Providence our guide.
Exeunt. Enter Alfred.
What blooming lady of majestic form, led by a gallant youth of manly prime, are driven by fate to seek protection here?
Eltruda sings behind the scenes.
Sweet valley.
Melodious songstress, how thy plaintive voice sighs through the veil and wakes the mournful echo.
Eltruda sings.
Sweet valley, say where pensive lying, for me, our children, England sighing, the best of mortals leans his head. Ye fountains dimpled by my sorrow, ye brooks that my complaining borrow, O lead me to his lonely bed. Or if my lover deep woods you cover, ah, whisper where your shadows round him spread.
Sure, by the voice and purport of the song, this generous mourner is my queen Eltruda. Away, deluding thoughts, it cannot be. O bounteous heaven, 'tis my queen and son.
My love, my life, my ever-honoured husband, oh, take me to thy arms, with toil o'ercome, and sudden transport, thus at once to find thee, in this wild forest, pathless and perplexed.
Come to my soul, thou dearest, best of women. O welcome, valiant Edward.
Dearest father, the heartfelt joy that rises at thy presence has made amends for all my sorrows past.
Air.
Why beats my heart with such devotion? Why swim my eyes when you are near? 'Tis love that gives the busy motion, 'tis joy that drops the falling tear.
Kind heaven that sent this unexpected blessing may yet have many happy days in store. To yonder homely cot let us retire, for to the pipe and tabor's merry sound the rural nymphs and swains will soon advance, suiting their carols to the rustic dance.
Trio.
Let not those who love complain,
if to part is killing pain.
'Tis to make the bliss more dear,
when the hour of meeting's near.
O joy of joys, we meet today,
to part no more. Away, away!
For love has long arrears to pay.
Exeunt. Enter Emma.
Wished evening now is come, in this soft hour close of our daily toil, in mirth shall pass. But wherefore thus delays each lad and lass his sportive measures on the verdant grass?
Air.
If those who live in shepherd's bower press not the gay and stately bed, the new-mown hay and breathing flower a softer couch beneath them spread, if those who sit at shepherd's board soothe not their taste with wanton art, they take what nature's gifts afford, and take it with a cheerful heart. If those who drain the shepherd's bowl no high and sparkling wines can boast, with wholesome cups they clear the soul, and crown them with the village toast. If those who join in shepherd's sport, dancing on the daisied ground, have not the splendor of a court, yet love adorns the merry round.
Pastoral Invocation. Nymphs and shepherds come away, wanton in the sweets of May. Trip it o'er the flowery lawns, swifter than the bounding fawns. Frolic, buxom, blithe and gay, nymphs and shepherds come away. Enter Corin, with him nymphs, shepherds, peasants, etc. Chorus. We come from hill, from dale and grove, faithful to friendship, true to love. Gay health the produce of our soil, and sweet our pleasures after toil. End of the first act. Act 2, Scene 1. A garden. Night, the moon shining. A nymph is discovered, pensively reclined on a bank. Eltruda and Emma.
Comfort, sweet lady, whate'er the cause of this so deep-felt sorrow, relenting heaven may kindly interpose. And if sad sympathy can lighten woe, O cast a pitying eye towards yonder glade, where Edith, all abandoned to despair, hangs weeping o'er the brook.
Air.
Love's the tyrant of the heart, full of mischief, full of woe. All his joys are mixed with smart, thorns beneath his roses grow, and serpent-like he stings the breast, where he is harboured and caressed.
Alas, poor nymph! But she advances. Let us withdraw and listen.
Edith advances to a slow symphony. Recitative accompanied.
O fatal love of fame, O cruel war, that tore my Damon from these widowed arms, detested bloody field where fell my love, give me back my slain. Ah, no, he sleeps in death's embrace. In vain sad Edith calls, and wastes her sorrows on the desert air.
Air.
A youth adorned with every art, to warm and win the coldest heart, in secret mine possessed. The morning bud that fairest blows, the vernal oak that straightest grows, his face and shape expressed. In moving sounds he told his tale, soft as the sighings of the gale, that wakes the flowery year. What wonder he could charm with ease, whom happy nature formed to please, whom love had made sincere. At morn he left me, fought and fell. The fatal evening heard his knell, and saw the tears I shed, tears that must ever, ever fall. For no sighs the past recall, no cries awake the dead.
Exit. Enter Eltruda and Emma.
No cause but love could wake such piercing grief. The unrelenting iron hand of war has crushed the cottage with the lofty palace. This melancholy scene indulges sorrow. Retire, kind nymph, and leave me to my thoughts.
Exit Emma. Air.
O peace, the fairest child of heaven, to whom the sylvan reign was given, the vale, the fountain, and the grove, with every softer scene of love. Return, sweet peace, to cheer the weeping swain. Return with ease and pleasure in thy train.
Scene 2. The Cot. Enter Alfred.
Why does my love to this untimely sky expose her health? The dews of night fall fast, the chill breeze sighs aloud.
My dearest lord, think not my eyes shall e'er be sealed with sleep, while Alfred wakes, oppressed with racking cares, for me, his children, and his bleeding country.
Amazing virtue joined to matchless beauty, come to my faithful heart, there grow for ever.
Air.
From the dawn of early morning to the shades of night returning, still these guardian arms shall press thee, shield from danger, and caress thee, driving far each anxious care, love his downy wings extending, o'er thy pillow lowly bending, shall protect my blooming fair.
Enter Prince Edward.
Great sir, a messenger from valiant Edwin commends this letter to your royal hand.
Now, Edward, fortune smiles or frowns for ever.
Alfred reads.
O bounteous heaven, this sense of liberty.
Alfred reads again.
Incredible, in these surrounding woods, when night's dark mantle shall descend to veil them, 1,200 men, accoutred at all points, the hardy gleanings of the well-fought field, behind yon rushy brook, from hence due east, will meet, expecting Alfred for their leader.
O loyal Edwin!
Fortunate event!
Air.
As calm succeed when storms are past, and still the raging main, so joy will have its hour at last, and borrow sweets from pain. No more we'll shun the face of day, beneath these shades to mourn. All joys with Alfred fled away, all meet in his return.
Flourish of instruments in the air.
Listen, my lord. Sure, this is fairy ground. What heavenly notes sail on the ambient air?
A slow symphony. Enter spirits.
Hear, Alfred, father of the state, thy genius heaven's high will declare. What proves the hero truly great is never, never to despair.
Chorus.
Sing, heavenly choristers, sing, sing, to cheerful lays your voices raise, and fire to glory England's King.
Thy hope awake, thy heart expand, with all its vigour, all its fires. Arise and save a sinking land. Thy country calls, and heaven inspires. Earth calls, and heaven inspires. Exeunt.
Hail, ye blessed spirits! Your enchanting song has raised a drooping monarch to new life. New hopes, new triumphs swell my bounding heart.
Eltruda's air.
Gracious heaven, O hear me! Let vengeance long suspended strike at the guilty breast. The Danish race shall fear thee, thy saving arm extended to succour the oppressed.
Edward, observe, one castle still is ours, though close begirt and shaken by the Danes. Thou knowest there is a path that, underground, from Kinworth forest winds in deep descent, and in the fortress ends.
I know it well.
Away, brave youth, and animate the few, those Englishmen who yet deserve the name.
What time, great sire, shall I expect your troops?
At 3, these men, with Alfred at their head, shall in the rear assail the hostile camp, while your warm sally pours upon the front.
Smile, righteous heaven, on this enterprise.
Air.
Vengeance, O come, inspire me. Virtue and freedom, fire me. Join me, ye sons of glory. The foe shall fly before ye, and fame record your story, and never dying lays. The peaceful dove shall soar on high, the Danish raven droop and die, and every loyal heart shall vie to merit Alfred's praise.
Exit.
Now, lovely Altrude, to our homely cot, where thou shalt see me clothed in martial terror, vindictive in the cause of liberty.
Alfred's air.
Though storms awhile the sun obscure, no cloud can quench his genial ray. Though loft to view, he shines as pure, as bright as in the blaze of day. At length, triumphant o'er the night, his beams prevail, and all is light.
A new funeral dirge in honour of the heroes who die in the service of their country, supposed to be sung to Alfred by aerial spirits. Grand Chorus. How sleep the brave who sink to rest, by all their country's wishes blessed. Air and Chorus. When spring with dewy fingers cold returns to deck their hallowed mould, she then shall dress a sweeter sod than fancy's feet have ever trod. How sleep the brave who sink to rest, by all their country's wishes blessed. Air.
Their honour comes a pilgrim grey, to bless the turf that wraps their clay, and freedom shall a while repair, to dwell a weeping hermit there.
Chorus and semi-chorus. By hands unseen the knell is rung, by fairy forms their dirge is sung. Grand Chorus. How sleep the brave who sink to rest, by all their country's wishes blessed. End of the second act. Act 3, Scene 1. A meadow. Corin and haymakers at work. When Corin speaks, they flock about him. Enter Corin and Emma.
O happy hour! O pleasing joyful news! That pious man whose simple dress bespake him, some woodman of the dale, was royal Alfred, our most gracious king.
More wonders yet, that gentle lady whom we serve and honour is good Eltruda, England's matchless queen.
Chorus.
O joyful tale!
Conduct protectum, heaven.
Emma's air.
Safe beneath this lowly dwelling, tales of love and sorrow telling, they beguiled each other's care, with this rural scene delighted. Mars and Venus seemed united, he so brave and she so fair.
Prince Edward is dispatched to Kenwith Castle. 1,200 men are marching to the forest to attack the Danes, with Alfred at their head.
Chorus.
O blessed day!
O happy, happy isle!
Should England succeed, we'll crown the day's labour with ale and good cheer, the pipe and the tabor. Each nymph shall be kind and each shepherd be gay, if England, old England, but conquers today. Enter Eltruda.
Ah me, what fears oppress my throbbing heart! This dreadful hour determines England's fate. O Alfred, O my husband, shield him, heaven! The cause is thine. O save my sinking country.
Air.
Guardian angels, now descend, gracious Alfred to defend. Preserve him from each hostile snare, and show that virtue is your care.
Enter Corin, Emma, shepherds, shepherdesses, peasants, etc.
My royal queen, I bring you joyful news. The king returns victorious.
Thanks, kind heaven. I fly to meet the lord of all my wishes.
Exit.
Here let us post ourselves to give him welcome, and dedicate the interim to mirth.
Air and Chorus.
Arise, sweet messenger of morn, with thy mild beams this isle adorn. For long as shepherds pipe and play, this shall be a holiday. See, morn appears, a rosy hue steals soft o'er yonder orient blue, well are we met in trim array to frolic out this holiday. Each nymph be like the blushing morn that gaily brightens o'er the lawn. Each shepherd like the sun be gay, and grateful keep this holiday.
Scene the last. Trumpets and drums are heard at a distance. Enter soldiers, who march up the stage and range themselves up the side. The English banners are displayed. Edwin follows with the Danish ensign torn, after which comes Prince Edward, and last of all Alfred and Eltruda. As they advance, a cheerful march is played, accompanied with a side drum. Chorus. Speak drums, speak trumpets to the skies, to heaven resound our grateful praise. Let Alfred's fame exalted rise, the tyrant dame confounded lies, and peace shall crown our future days.
Thus may I ever greet my gentle queen, my gallant friends, and every faithful subject, assist their wants, encourage home-bred arts, and save them from the wreck of foreign plunder.
O my dear lord, to see thee, hold thee thus, is rapture, ecstasy beyond expression.
Now freedom has shook off his galling fetters, and boldly strides at large through happy Britain.
Air.
See liberty, virtue, and honor appearing, with smiles and caresses each other endearing.
To keep the dear blessing so hardly obtained, let virtue secure what our valor has gained.
We can only boast of our national right, when liberty, virtue, and honor unite.
Britons, proceed, the subject deep command, or with your navies every hostile land. In vain their threats, their armies all are vain. They rule the balanced world, who rule the main.
A grand ode in honour of Great Britain.
When Britain first at heaven's command arose from out the azure main, this was the charter of the land, and guardian angels sung this strain. Rule Britannia, rule the waves, Britons never will be slaves.
The nations not so blessed as thee must in their turns to tyrants fall, while thou shalt flourish great and free, the dread and envy of them all.
Rule Britannia, rule the waves, Britons never will be slaves.
Thee haughty tyrants ne'er shall tame, all their attempts to bend thee down will but arouse thy generous flame, but work their woe and thy renown.
Rule Britannia, rule the waves, Britons never will be slaves. Eltruda and Grand Chorus.
The Muses still with freedom found shall to thy happy coast repair, blest isle with matchless beauty crowned, and manly hearts to guard the fair.
Rule Britannia, rule the waves, Britons never, never, never will be slaves. Finis. End of Alfred the Great by Thomas Arne.
Play 7 of One Act Play Collection 20, A Sunny Morning, by brothers Serafin and Joaquin Alvarez Quintero, translated from the Spanish by Lucrecia Xavier Floyd. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of characters:
Doña Laura, read by Selfwild.
Petra, her maid, read by Shrimpfish.
Don Gonzalo, Read by Step Heather.
Juanito, His Servant. Read by Greg Giordano.
Stage directions read by Inkel. A sunny morning. Scene: a sunny morning in a retired corner of a park in Madrid. Autumn. A bench at right. Doña Laura, a handsome, white-haired old lady of about 70, refined in appearance, her bright eyes and entire manner giving evidence that despite her age her mental faculties are unimpaired, enters, leaning upon the arm of her maid, Petra. In her free hand she carries a parasol, which serves also as a cane.
I am so glad to be here. I feared my seat would be occupied. What a beautiful morning.
The sun is hot.
Yes, you are only 20.
She sits down on the bench.
Oh, I feel more tired today than usual.
Noticing Petra, who seems impatient.
Go, if you wish to chat with your guard.
He is not mine, Senora. He belongs to the park.
He belongs more to you than he does to the park. Go find him, but remain within calling distance.
I see him over there waiting for me.
Do not remain more than 10 minutes.
Very well, Senora.
Walks toward right.
Wait a moment.
What does the Senora wish?
Give me the breadcrumbs.
I don't know what is the matter with me.
Doña Laura, smiling.
I do. Your head is where your heart is. With the guard.
Here, Senora.
She hands Doña Laura a small bag. Exit Petra, by right.
Adios.
Glances toward trees at right.
Here they come. They know just when to expect me.
She rises, walks toward right, and throws 3 handfuls of breadcrumbs.
These are for the spryest. These are for the gluttons. And these for the little ones which are the most persistent.
Laughs. She returns to her seat and watches, with a pleased expression, the pigeons feeding.
There. That big one is always first. I know him by his big head. Now one, now another, now 2, now 3. That little fellow is the least timid. I believe he would eat from my hand. That one takes his piece and flies up to that branch alone. He is a philosopher. But where do they all come from? It seems as if the news had spread. Don't quarrel. There is enough for all. I'll bring more tomorrow.
Enter Don Gonzalo and Juanito, from left center. Don Gonzalo is an old gentleman of 70. Gouty and impatient, he leans upon Juanito's arm and drags his feet somewhat as he walks.
Idling their time away, they should be saying Mass.
You can sit here, senor. There is only a lady.
Doña Laura turns her head and listens.
I won't, Juanito. I want a bench to myself.
But there is none.
That one over there's mine.
There are 3 priests sitting there.
Rout them out. Have they gone?
No, indeed. They are talking.
Just as if they were glued to the seat. No hope of their leaving. Come this way, Juanito.
They walk toward the birds, right. Doña Laura, indignantly.
Look out!
Are you speaking to me, Senora?
Yes, to you.
What do you wish?
You have scared away the birds who were feeding on my crumbs.
What do I care about the birds?
But I do.
This is a public park.
Then why do you complain that the priests have taken your bench?
Senora, we have not met. I cannot imagine why you take the liberty of addressing me. Come, Juanito.
Both go out right.
What an ill-natured old man. Why must people get so fussy and cross when they reach a certain age?
Looking toward right.
I am glad. He lost that bench too. Serves him right for scaring the birds. He is furious. Yes, yes. Find a seat if you can. Poor man. He is wiping the perspiration from his face. Here he comes. A carriage would not raise more dust than his feet.
Enter Don Gonzalo and Juanito by right and walk toward left.
Have the priests gone yet, Juanito?
No, indeed, senor. They are still there.
The authorities should place more benches here for these sunny mornings. Well, I suppose I must resign myself and sit on the bench with the old lady.
Muttering to himself, he sits at the extreme end of Doña Laura's bench and looks at her indignantly, touches his hat as he greets her.
Good morning.
What, you here again?
I repeat that we have not met.
I was responding to your salute.
Good morning should be answered by good morning, and that is all you should have said.
You should have asked permission to sit on this bench, which is mine.
The benches here are public property.
Why, you said the one the priests have was yours.
Very well, very well. I have nothing more to say.
Between his teeth.
Senile old lady. She ought to be at home knitting and counting her beads.
Don't grumble any more. I'm not going to leave just to please you.
Don Gonzalo, brushing the dust from his shoes with his handkerchief.
If the ground were sprinkled a little, it would be an improvement.
Do you use your handkerchief as a shoe brush?
Why not?
Do you use a shoe brush as a handkerchief?
What right have you to criticize my actions?
A neighbor's right.
Juanito, my book. I do not care to listen to nonsense.
You are very polite.
Pardon me, senora, but never interfere with what does not concern you.
I generally say what I think.
And more to the same effect. Give me the book, Juanito.
Here, senor.
Juanito takes a book from his pocket, hands it to Don Gonzalo, then exits by right. Don Gonzalo, casting indignant glances at Doña Laura, puts on an enormous pair of glasses, takes from his pocket a reading glass, adjusts both to suit him, and opens his book.
I thought you were taking out the telescope.
Was that you?
Your sight must be keen.
Keener than yours is.
Yes, evidently.
Ask the hares and the partridges.
Ah, do you hunt?
I did, and even now...
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes, senora. Every Sunday I take my gun and dog, you understand, and go to one of my estates near Ervaca and kill time.
Yes, kill time. That is all you kill.
Do you think so? I could show you a wild boar's head in my study.
Yes, and I could show you a tiger's skin in my boudoir. What does that prove?
Very well, senora. Please allow me to read. Enough conversation.
Well, you subside then.
But first I shall take a pinch of snuff.
Takes out snuff box.
Will you have some?
Offers box to Doña Laura.
If it is good.
It is of the finest. You will like it.
Doña Laura, taking pinch of snuff.
It clears my head.
And mine.
Do you sneeze?
Yes, senora, 3 times.
And so do I. What a coincidence.
After taking the snuff, they await the sneezes, both anxiously, and sneeze alternately 3 times each.
Achoo! 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 There, I feel better.
So do I.
Aside.
The snuff has made peace between us.
You will excuse me if I read aloud?
Read as loud as you please. You will not disturb me.
Don Gonzalo, reading.
All love is sad, but sad as it is the best thing that we know. And that is from Campo Amor.
Ah!
Don Gonzalo, reading.
The daughters of the mothers I once loved kiss me now as they would a graven image. Those lines, I take it, are in a humorous vein.
Doña Laura, laughing.
I take them so too.
There are some beautiful poems in this book. Here, 20 years pass, he returns.
You cannot imagine how it affects me to see you reading with all those glasses.
Can you read without any?
Certainly.
At your age, you're jesting.
Pass me the book, then.
Takes book, reads aloud.
20 years pass. He returns. and each beholding the other exclaims, "Can it be that this is he? Heavens, is it she?"
Doña Laura returns the book to Don Gonzalo.
Indeed, I envy you your wonderful eyesight.
Doña Laura, aside.
I know every word by heart.
I am very fond of good verses, very fond. I even composed some in my youth.
Good ones?
Of all kinds. I was a great friend of Espronceda, Zorilla, Becker, and others. I first met Zorilla in America.
Why, have you been in America?
Several times. The first time I went, I was only 6 years old.
You must have gone with Columbus in one of his caravels.
Don Gonzalo, laughing.
Not quite as bad as that. I am old, I admit, but I did not know Ferdinand and Isabella.
They both laugh.
I was also a great friend of Campo Amor. I met him in Valencia. I am a native of that city.
You are?
I was brought up there, and there I spent my early youth. Have you ever visited that city?
Yes, senor. Not far from Valencia there was a villa that, if still there, should retain memories of me. I spent several seasons there. It was many, many years ago. It was near the sea, hidden away among lemon and orange trees. They called it... Let me see, what did they call it? Marisela.
Don Gonzalo, startled.
Marisela?
Marisela. Is that name familiar to you?
Yes, very familiar. If my memory serves me right, for we forget as we grow old, there lived in that villa the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, and I assure you I have seen many. Let me see, what was her name? Laura Llorente.
Doña Laura, startled.
Laura Llorente?
Yes.
They look at each other intently. Doña Laura, recovering herself.
Nothing. You reminded me of my best friend.
How strange.
It is strange. She was called the Silver Maiden.
Precisely, the Silver Maiden. By that name she was known in that locality. I seem to see her as if she were before me now, at that window with the red roses. Do you remember that window?
Yes, I remember. It was the window of her room.
She spent many hours there. I mean, in my day.
Doña Laura, sighing.
And in mine, too.
She was ideal, fair as a lily, jet black hair and black eyes, with an uncommonly sweet expression. She seemed to cast a radiance wherever she was. Her figure was beautiful, perfect. What forms of sovereign beauty God models in human clay. She was a dream.
Doña Laura, aside.
If you but knew that dream was now by your side, you would realize what dreams come to.
Aloud.
She was very unfortunate and had a sad love affair.
Very sad.
They look at each other.
Did you hear of it?
Yes.
The ways of Providence are strange.
Aside.
Gonzalo.
The gallant lover in the same affair.
Ah, the duel.
Precisely, the duel. The gallant lover was my cousin, of whom I was very fond.
Oh, yes, a cousin. My friend told me in one of her letters the story of that affair, which was truly romantic. He, your cousin, passed by on horseback every morning down the rose path under her window, and tossed up to her balcony a bouquet of flowers which she caught.
And later in the afternoon the gallant horseman would return by the same path and catch the bouquet of flowers she would toss him. Am I right?
Yes. They wanted to marry her to a merchant whom she would not have.
And one night, when my cousin waited under her window to hear her sing, this other person presented himself unexpectedly.
And insulted your cousin.
There was a quarrel.
And later a duel.
Yes, at sunrise, on the beach, and the merchant was badly wounded. My cousin had to conceal himself for a few days, and later to fly.
You seem to know the story very well.
And so do you.
I have explained that a friend repeated it to me.
As my cousin did to me.
Aside.
This is Laura.
Doña Laura, aside.
Why tell him? He does not suspect.
Don Gonzalo, aside.
She is entirely innocent.
And was it you, by any chance, who advised your cousin to forget Laura?
Why, my cousin never forgot her.
How do you account, then, for his conduct?
I will tell you. The young man took refuge in my house, fearful of the consequences of a duel with a person highly regarded in that locality. From my home he went to Sevilla, then came to Madrid. He wrote Laura many letters, some of them in verse. But undoubtedly they were intercepted by her parents, for she never answered at all. Gonzalo then, in despair, believing his love lost to him forever, joined the army, went to Africa, and there, in a trench, met a glorious death, grasping the flag of Spain and whispering the name of his beloved Laura.
Doña Laura, aside.
What an atrocious lie.
Don Gonzalo, aside.
I could not have killed myself more gloriously.
You must have been prostrated by the calamity.
Yes, indeed, Signora, as if he were my brother. I presume, though, on the contrary, that Laura in a short time was chasing butterflies in her garden, indifferent to regret.
No, Senor, no.
It is woman's way.
Even if it were woman's way, the Silver Maiden was not of that disposition. My friend awaited news for days, months, a year, and no letter came. One afternoon, just at sunset, as the first stars were appearing, she was seen to leave the house, and with quickening steps wend her way toward the beach where her beloved had risked his life. She wrote his name on the sand, then sat down upon a rock, her gaze fixed upon the horizon. The waves murmured their eternal threnody, and slowly crept up to the rock where the maiden sat. The tide rose with a boom, and swept her out to sea.
Good heavens!
The fishermen of that shore, who often tell the story, affirm that it was a long time before the waves washed away that name written on the sand.
Aside.
You will not get ahead of me in decorating my own funeral.
Don Gonzalo, aside.
She lies worse than I do.
Poor Laura.
Or Gonzalo.
Doña Laura, aside.
I will not tell him that I married 2 years later.
Don Gonzalo, aside.
In 3 months I ran off to Paris with a ballet dancer.
Fate is curious. Here are you and I, complete strangers, met by chance, discussing the romance of old friends of long ago. We have been conversing as if we were old friends.
Yes, it is curious, considering the ill-natured prelude to our conversation.
You scared away the birds.
I was unreasonable, perhaps.
Yes, that was evident.
Sweetly.
Are you coming again tomorrow?
Most certainly, if it is a sunny morning, and not only will I not scare away the birds, but I will bring a few crumbs.
Thank you very much. Birds are grateful and repay attention. I wonder where my maid is. Petra!
Signals for her maid. Don Gonzalo, aside, looking at Laura, whose back is turned.
No, I will not reveal myself. I am grotesque now. Better that she recall the gallant horseman who passed daily beneath her window tossing flowers.
Here she comes.
That Juanito, he plays havoc with the nursemaids.
Looks right and signals with his hand. Doña Laura, aside, looking at Gonzalo, whose back is turned.
No, I am too sadly changed. It is better he should remember me as the black-eyed girl tossing flowers as he passed among the roses in the garden.
Juanito enters by right, Petra by left. She has a bunch of violets in her hand.
Well, Petra, at last.
Juanito, you are late.
Petra, to Doña Laura.
The guard gave me these violets for you, Senora.
How very nice. Thank him for me. They are fragrant.
As she takes the violets from her maid, a few loose ones fall to the ground.
My dear lady, this has been a great honor and a great pleasure.
It has also been a pleasure to me.
Goodbye until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow.
If it is sunny.
A sunny morning. Will you go to your bench?
No, I will come to this, if you do not object.
This bench is at your disposal.
And I will surely bring the crumbs.
Tomorrow, then?
Tomorrow.
Laura walks away toward right, supported by her maid. Gonzalo, before leaving with Juanito, trembling and with a great effort, stoops to pick up the violets Laura dropped. Just then Laura turns her head and surprises him picking up the flowers.
What are you doing, senor?
Juanito, wait.
Doña Laura, aside.
Yes, it is he.
Don Gonzalo, aside.
It is she, and no mistake.
Doña Laura and Don Gonzalo wave farewell.
Can it be that this is he?
Heavens, is it she?
They smile once more, as if she were again at the window and he below in the rose garden, and then disappear upon the arms of their servants. Curtain. End of A Sunny Morning by brothers Serafine and Joaquin Alvarez Quintero.
Play 8 of One Act Play Collection 20, The Sub-Contractor by Stephen Leacock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Ibsen play done out of the original Norwegian with an axe. Dramatis Personae. Narrator, read by Winifred Assman.
Slump, a Builder, read by Greg Giordano.
Vamp, his wife, read by Shrimpfish.
Dump, a professor of thermodynamics, read by Larry Wilson.
Simp, a maidservant, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Yoop, an accountant. Scoop, his sister. Pastor Gimp, a pastor. Cramp, his mother-in-law, etc., 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 and as many more with names of that kind and with occupations of that sort as there is room for on the page. Some of them may not get into the play at all, but that doesn't matter. An Ibsen dramatis personae is a thing by itself. Scene: a room in Slump's house. There are flowers on the table.
What beautiful flowers!
Yes, they are fresh this morning.
Slump and Vamp speak one after the other in short turns, like sawing wood with a cross-cut saw. But there is no need to indicate which is speaking. It doesn't matter.
Are they indeed?
Yes, they are.
How sweet they smell!
Yes, don't they?
I like flowers.
So do I. I think they smell so beautiful.
It's a beautiful morning.
Yes, the spring will soon be here.
The air is deliciously fresh.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
I saw a bobolink in the garden.
A bobolink already? Then the summer is soon here.
Soon indeed. The meadows are already green.
I like the green meadows.
Yes, isn't it?
The angle of the sun is getting high.
I suppose it is. I noticed yesterday that the diameter of the moon was less.
Much less, and the planets are higher than they were. Their orbits are elongating.
I suppose so.
How I love the spring.
So do I. The evaporation of the air closes the pores of my skin.
This completes round number 1. It is meant to show Norwegian home life, the high standard of education among the Norwegians, and, just at the end, the passionate nature of Vamp. The spring fills her with longings. It also shows where Slump stands. For him, the spring merely opens the pores of his skin. With this understanding, we are ready for a little action. A bell rings. Then Simp The maid enters, showing in Dump, a professor of thermodynamics.
Good morning, Dump.
Good morning, Slump. Good morning, Vamp.
Good morning, Dump.
The spring will soon be here.
I saw a bobolink in the garden.
Yes, I saw a wagtail on the thatch of the dovecote.
Spring is coming.
It will do my cough good.
Yes, you will soon be well.
Never well.
You think too much. You need pleasure. For me, each time I finish a subcontract, I like to take my ease and drink Sprott.
I can't drink Sprott. I have a mortal disease.
Don't say that.
In 6 years I shall be dead.
Nonsense. Come, drink a glass of Sprott.
No.
Have some yip?
No.
Take some pep.
No.
Dump goes and sits down near a window. The others look at him in silence. This completes round 2. It is intended to establish the fact that Dump has a mortal disease. There is nothing visibly wrong with Dump except that he looks bilious. But in every Ibsen play it is understood that one of the characters has to have a mortal disease. Dump in the Ibsen drama will die of biliousness and ill temper in 6 years. Biliousness and ill temper take the place of ananke in the Greek tragedy.
Well, I must be about my work. Come, Simp, come and help me get my wallet and my compasses.
Yes, sir.
Simp and Slump go out. Vamp and Dump are left alone.
Come and sit down.
I don't want to sit down. I'm too ill to sit down.
Here, get into this long chair. Let me make you comfortable.
Vamp makes Dump sit down.
There. Now you're comfortable.
Why should I be comfortable? I'm too ill to be comfortable. In 6 years, I shall be dead.
Oh, no, don't say that.
Yes, I will. The bile is mounting to my esophagus.
Oh, no.
I say it is. There's an infiltration into my ducts. My bones are turning into calcareous feldspar.
This dialogue is supposed to bring out the full charm of Dump. The more bilious he is, the better Vamp likes him. It is a law of the Norwegian drama that the heroines go simply crazy over bilious, disagreeable men with only from 6 to 20 years to live. This represents the everlasting mother soul. They go on talking.
Let me dance for you.
Yes, yes.
Let me dance for you.
No, yes, dance for me.
Vamp is evidently smitten with that peculiar access of gaiety that is liable to overcome the heroine of an Ibsen play at any time. She dances about the room, singing as she goes.
Was ik en butterflog, flog ik dein brusten swog. Adjo mein herzenog, adje adjo.
Dump passionately.
More, keep on singing, keep on dancing. It exhilarates my capillary tissue. More.
Do you love me?
I do.
No, you mustn't say that. It's wicked to say that. What put that into your head?
Dance for me again.
No, I mustn't. Listen, I hear them coming back.
Slump and Simp come back into the room.
There, I have everything. My wallet, my compasses, my slide rule. Right, everything is here.
You are very busy. What are you building now?
I am laying gas mains. They are to go under the market hall. They are 20 feet under the pavement. I have 40 workmen working, and 6 steam dredges digging. When I see them dig, I want to shout, "Ha-ha! Dig harder! Dig harder!" Do you like steam shovels?
No, they make a noise.
I like noise. It makes my veins tingle. Don't you like it?
No, it closes my ducts. I don't like it.
Ha! This morning we were to explode dynamite to blow out the boulders. When it explodes, I like to shout, "Ha! That was a good one!" Don't you like dynamite?
No, it oscillates my diaphragm.
Ha! You should learn to like it. Look, here are sticks of it, like shaving sticks, aren't they?
Slump takes from his pockets some short sticks of dynamite.
Don't speak so roughly. It is bad for Dump. It will make him cough. You see? Come away, Dump. Come into the conservatory. I have a lovely estrolzia that I want to show you.
Vamp and Dump go out. Round 3 is now complete. It is meant to show that Slump, the Sub-Contractor, is a man of terrible driving powers. He is filled with the drang of life. You have to call this drang, simply drang, because in English we don't have it. It means something the same as pep, but not quite. Pep is intellectual. Drang is bodily. It means, as all the critics of the play point out, that Slump represents the upsurge of elemental forces. Slump calling,
Now then, Simp, my hat, my stick, and a glass of sprott. Where are you?
I am coming, master.
Simp comes in with a hat and stick and with a glass of sprott in her hand.
Ha! Give it to me. I like my sprott. It makes my eyes bulge.
He drinks, greedily.
You shouldn't drink so fast.
I like to drink fast. It inflates me. Ha!
He finishes the glass and puts it aside.
Ha! That's good. You're a pretty girl.
Oh!
Come and give me a kiss.
No!
Yes, you shall.
He takes hold of Simp and draws her towards him.
No!
Yes, I say.
He kisses Simp greedily 3 or 4 times.
There.
You shouldn't kiss me.
Why not?
I have a hereditary taint.
Slump, aghast.
What?
I have a hereditary taint. My grandmother died of appendicitis.
Slump, staggering back, his hand to his brow.
Appendicitis?
Yes, look. I have the marks of it.
Simp raises her sleeve and shows a round red mark on her wrist.
Great heavens! Sprott, give me some more sprott.
He stands staring in front of him while Simp fetches another glass of sprott. He drinks it eagerly.
How do you feel now?
Bad. There are specks dancing in front of my eyes. What does it mean?
Appendicitis.
I am doomed. Give me more sprott. Appendicitis! Sprott!
The action of the play pauses here a moment to let the audience appreciate the full measure of retribution that has fallen upon Slump for kissing a Norwegian housemaid. Slump has sunk into a chair and sits with his eyes staring in front of him. Simp stands looking at him, unconcerned. Vamp and Dump come back.
Good heavens, what is the matter?
What is it?
I don't know. I don't think he is well.
Slump beginning to bark like a dog.
Wow! Wow!
No, he is not well.
He is hardly himself.
Bow! Wow!
I should say that he is ill.
Yes, he seems poorly.
Wow!
He appears in poor health.
Yes, he looks out of sorts.
Slump takes the sticks of dynamite out of his pocket and begins to eat them.
What is he doing now?
I think he is eating dynamite.
Will it hurt him?
Yes, presently.
In what particular way?
After the warmth of his body warms it, he will explode.
How curious. How warm will it have to be?
About 90 degrees. It will take about a minute for each degree. He will explode in 12 minutes.
Is it wise to stay near him?
No, it is highly imprudent. We had better go. Simp had better gather up your things. We will go together. It is scarcely wise to linger.
No, let us hasten.
Wow! Wow!
The curtain falls, leaving as usual, after an Ibsen play, a profound problem stated but not solved. End of The Sub-Contractor by Stephen Leacock.
Play 9 of One Act Play Collection 20. The Clod by Louis Beach. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Clod characters.
Thaddeus Trask, read by Inkel.
Mary Trask, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
A Northern Soldier, read by Stepheather.
A Southern Sergeant, read by Greg Giordano.
Dick, read by Alan Mapstone.
Stage directions, read by Shrimpfish. Scene: the kitchen of a farmhouse on the borderline between the southern and northern states. Time: 10 o'clock in the evening, September 1863. The back wall is broken at stage left by the projection at right angles of a partially enclosed staircase, 4 steps of which, leading to the landing, are visible to the audience. Underneath the enclosed stairway is a cubbyhole with a door. In front of the door stands a small table. To the left of this table is a kitchen chair. A door leading to the yard is in the center of the unbroken wall back. To the right of the door, a cupboard. To the left, a stove. In the wall right are 2 windows. Between them is a bench, on which there are a pail and a dipper. Above the bench, a towel hanging on a nail, and above the towel, a double-barreled shotgun suspended on 2 pegs. In the wall left, and well down stage, is a closed door leading to another room. In the center of the kitchen stands a large table. To the right and left of this, 2 straight-backed chairs. The walls are roughly plastered. The stage is lighted by the moon, which shines into the room through the windows, and a candle on table center. When the door back is opened, a glimpse of a desolate farmyard is seen in the moonlight. When the curtain rises, Thaddeus Trask, a man of 50 or 60 years of age, short and thick-set, slow in speech and movement, yet in perfect health, sits lazily smoking his pipe in a chair at the right of the center table. After a moment, Mary Trask, a tired, emaciated woman, whose years equal her husband's, enters from the yard, carrying a pail of water and a lantern. She puts the pail on the bench and hangs the lantern above it, then crosses to the stove.
Ain't got wood enough for breakfast, Thad.
I'm too tired to go out now. Wait till morning.
Pause. Mary lays the fire in the stove.
Did I tell you that old man Reed saw 3 Southern troopers pass his house this morning?
Mary takes coffee pot from stove, crosses to bench, fills pot with water.
I wish them soldiers would get out of the neighborhood. Whenever I see 'em passing, I have to steady myself against something or I'd fall. I couldn't hardly breathe yesterday when the Southerners came after fodder. I'd die if they spoke to me.
You needn't be afraid of Northern soldiers.
Mary puts coffee pot on stove.
I hate 'em all, Union or Southern. I can't make head or tail to what all this fighting's about. And I don't care who wins, so long as they get through, and them soldiers stop stealing our corn and potatoes.
You can't hardly blame 'em if they're hungry, can you?
It ain't right that they should steal from us poor folk.
Lifts a huge gunny sack of potatoes from the table and begins setting the table for breakfast, getting knives, forks, spoons, plates, cups, and saucers, 2 of each, from the cupboard.
We've had hard enough times to make things meet now. I ain't sat down once today, except for meals, and when I think of the work I gotta do tomorrow, I ought to been in bed hours ago.
I'd help if I could, but it ain't my fault if the Lord seed fit to lay me up, so I'm always ailin'.
Rises lazily.
You better try and take things easy tomorrow.
It's well not to say, but them apples gotta be picked and the rest of the potatoes sorted. If I could sleep at night, it'd be all right. But with them soldiers bout, I can't.
Thaddeus crosses to right, fondly handles his double-barreled shotgun.
Jolly, wish I'd see a flock of birds.
Mary, showing nervousness.
I'd rather go without than hear ye fire. I wish ye didn't keep it loaded.
You know I ain't got time to stop and load when I see the birds. They don't wait for you.
Hangs gun on wall, drops into his chair, dejectedly.
Them pigs has got to be butchered.
Wait till I get a chance to go to Sister's. I can't stand it to hear 'em squeal.
Thaddeus, pulling off his boots, grunting meanwhile.
Best go soon then, 'cause they're as fat as they'll ever be, and there ain't no use in wasting feed on 'em.
Pause. Rises.
Ain't you ready for bed?
Go on up.
Thaddeus takes candle in one hand, boots in other, moves towards stairs.
And Dad, try not to snore tonight.
Thaddeus, reaching the landing.
Hit me if I do.
Disappears from view. Mary fills the kettle with water and puts it on the stove, closes the door back, takes the lantern from the wall, tries twice before she succeeds in blowing it out, puts the lantern on the table before the cubbyhole, drags herself up the stairs, pausing a moment on the top step for a breath before she disappears from sight. There is a silence. Then the door back is opened a trifle, and a man's hand is seen. Cautiously the door is opened wide, and a young northern soldier is silhouetted on the threshold. He wears a dirty uniform and has a bloody bandage tied about his head. He is wounded, sick, and exhausted. He stands at the door a moment, listening intently, then hastily crosses to the center table looking for food. He bumps against the chair and mutters an oath.
Damn it.
Finding nothing on the table, he moves toward the cupboard. Suddenly, the galloping of horses is heard in the distance. The northerner starts, then rushes to the window nearer the audience. For a moment, the sound ceases. Then it begins again, growing gradually louder and louder. The northerner hurries through the door left. Horses and voices are heard in the yard, and almost immediately heavy, thundering knocks sound on the door back. A racket is heard above stairs. The knockers on the door grow impatient, and push the door open. A large, powerful, Southern sergeant, and a smaller, more youthful trooper of the same army enter. At the same time, Thaddeus appears on the stairs, carrying a candle.
Sorry, my friend, but you were so darn slow about opening the door that we had to walk in. Has there been a northern soldier round here today?
I ain't seed one.
Have you been here all day?
I ain't stirred from this place.
Call the rest of your family down.
My wife's all there is.
Goes to foot of stairs and calls loudly and excitedly.
Mary! Mary! Come down right off.
You better not lie to me, or it'll get tough with you.
I swear I ain't seed no one.
Mary comes downstairs slowly. She is all a-tremble.
Say, Mary, you was
You keep still, man. I'll question her myself.
To Mary.
You were here at the house all day?
Mary is very fearful and embarrassed, but after a moment manages to nod her head slowly.
You didn't take a trip down to the store?
Mary shakes her head slowly.
Haven't you got a tongue?
Yes.
Then use it. The northern soldier who came here a while ago was pretty badly wounded, wasn't he?
No one's been here.
Come, woman, don't lie.
Mary shows a slight sign of anger.
He had a bad cut in his forehead, and you felt sorry for him and gave him a bite to eat.
No one's been near the house today.
Sergeant, trying a different tone.
We're not going to hurt him, woman. He's a friend of ours. We want to find him and put him in a hospital. Don't we, Dick?
Turning to his companion.
He's sick and needs to go to bed for a while.
He ain't here.
What do you want to lie for?
I ain't lying. I ain't seen no soldier.
No one could have come without her seeing him.
I suppose you know what'll happen to you if you are hiding the man.
Mary stands rooted to the spot where she stopped when she came downstairs. Her eyes are fixed on the sergeant.
There ain't no one here. We both been here all day, and there couldn't no one come without our knowing it. What they want round here anyway?
We'll search the place.
You ain't got no...
What's that, woman?
There ain't no one here, and you're keeping us from our sleep.
Your sleep? This is an affair of life and death. Get us a lantern.
Thaddeus moves to the table which stands in front of the cubbyhole, and lights the lantern from the candle which he holds in his hand. He hands the lantern to the sergeant. Sergeant, seeing the door to the cubbyhole.
Ha! Trying to hide the door, are you? By putting a table in front of it? You can't fool me.
To Thaddeus.
Pull the table away, and let's see what's behind the door.
It's a cubbyhole, and ain't been opened in years.
I said to open the door.
Thaddeus sets the candle on the larger table, moves the smaller table to the right, and opens the door to the cubbyhole. Anger is seen on Mary's face. The sergeant takes a long-barreled revolver from his belt and peers into the cubbyhole. He sees nothing. Sergeant, returning his revolver to his belt.
We're going to tear this place to pieces till we find him. You might just as well hand him over now.
There ain't no one here.
All right. Now we'll see. Dick, you stand guard at the door.
Dick goes to the door back and stands gazing out into the night, his back to the audience. Sergeant, to Thaddeus.
Come along, man. I'll have a look at the upstairs.
To Mary.
You sit down in that chair.
Points to the chair at right of table, and feeling for a sufficiently strong threat.
Don't you stir, or I'll set fire to your house.
To Thaddeus.
Go on ahead.
Thaddeus and the sergeant go upstairs. Mary sinks almost lifelessly into the chair. She is the picture of fear. She sits facing left. Suddenly, she leans forward. The door left is being opened. She opens her eyes wide and draws her breath sharply. She opens her mouth as though she would scream, but makes no sound. The northerner comes slowly and cautiously through the door. Dick cannot see him because of the jog in the wall. Mary only stares in bewilderment at the northerner as the man, with eyes fixed appealingly on her, opens the door to the cubbyhole and crawls inside.
Woman!
Mary, almost with a cry, thinking that Dick has seen the northerner.
Yes?
Have you got an apple handy? I'm starved.
Mary moves to the cupboard to get the apple for Dick. The sergeant and Thaddeus come downstairs. The sergeant, seeing that Mary is not where he left her, looks about quickly and discovers her at the cupboard.
Here, what'd I tell you I'd do if you moved from that chair?
Oh, I didn't. I only wanted...
That's all right, Sergeant. I asked her to get me an apple.
Dick, take this lantern and search the barn.
Dick takes the lantern from the sergeant and goes out back. To Thaddeus.
Come in here with me.
Takes the candle from center table. The sergeant and Thaddeus move toward the door left. As though in a stupor, Mary starts to follow.
Sit down.
Mary falls into the chair at the right of the center table. The sergeant and Thaddeus go into the room at left. They can be heard moving furniture about. Mary's eyes fall on a pin on the floor. She bends over, picks it up, and fastens it in her belt. The sergeant and Thaddeus return.
If I find him now, after all the trouble you've given me, you know what'll happen. There's likely to be 2 dead men and a woman instead of only the Yankee.
Dick, bounding into the room.
Sergeant!
What is it?
Dick hurries to the sergeant and says something in a low voice to him. Satisfaction shows on the latter's face.
Now, my good people, how did that horse get here?
What horse?
There's a horse in the barn with a saddle on his back. I swear he's been ridden lately.
There is?
You know it. Come, woman, who drove that horse here?
Mary, silent for a moment, her eyes on the floor.
I don't know. I didn't hear nothing.
Thaddeus, moving in the direction of the door back.
Let me go and see.
Sergeant, pushing Thaddeus back.
No, you don't. You 2 have done enough to justify the harshest measures. Show us the man's hiding place.
If there's anybody here, he's come in the night without our knowing it. I tell ye, I didn't see anybody, and she didn't, and...
Sergeant has been watching Mary.
Where is he?
The sergeant's tone makes Thaddeus jump. There is a pause, during which Mary seems trying to compose herself. Then slowly she lifts her eyes and looks at the sergeant.
There ain't nobody in the house, except us 2.
Sergeant, to Dick.
Did you search all the outbuildings?
Yeah, there's not a trace of him except the horse.
Sergeant, wiping the perspiration from his face, speaks with apparent deliberation at first, but increases to great strength and emphasis.
He didn't have much of a start of us, and I think he was wounded. A farmer down the road said he heard hoofbeats. The man on the other side of you heard nothing, and the horse is in your barn.
Slowly draws revolver and points it at Thaddeus.
There are ways of making people confess.
Thaddeus, covering his face with his hands.
For God's sake, don't. I know that horse looks bad, but as I live, I ain't heard a sound, or seen anybody. I'd give the man up in a minute if he was here.
Sergeant, lowering his gun.
Yes, I guess you would. You wouldn't want me to hand you and your wife over to our army to be shot like dogs.
Mary shivers. Sergeant swings round sharply and points the gun at Mary.
Your wife knows where he's hid.
Mary, breaking out in irritating, rasping voice.
I'm sure I wish I did, and I'd tell ye quick and get ye out of here. Tain't no fun for me to have ye prowling all over my house. You ain't got no right to torment me like this. Lord knows how I'll get my day's work done if I can't have my sleep.
Sergeant has been gazing at her in astonishment, lowers his gun.
Good God, what a clod! Nothing here but her own petty existence.
Indifferent voice to Mary.
I'll have to ask you to get us something to eat. We're famished.
With relief, but showing some anger, Mary turns to the stove. She lights the fire and puts more coffee in the pot.
Come, Dick. We better give our poor horses some water. They're all tired out. The man isn't here. If he were, he couldn't get away while we're in the yard.
To Thaddeus.
Get us a pail to give the horses some water.
Sees the pails on the bench, picks one of them up and moves toward the door.
That ain't the horse's pail.
Come along. You can help.
That's the drinking water pail.
That's all right.
The sergeant, Dick, and Thaddeus go out back. Mary needs more wood for the fire, so she follows them in a moment. When she has disappeared, the northerner drags himself from the cubbyhole. He looks as though he would fall with exhaustion. Mary returns with an armful of wood. Mary sees the northerner, shows no sympathy for the man in this speech, nor during the entire scene.
You get back. Them soldiers will see you.
Some water, quick.
falls into chair at left of table.
It was so hot in there.
Mary gives him water in the dipper.
Don't ye faint here. If them soldiers get ye, they'll kill me and Thad. Hustle and get back in the cubbyhole.
Mary turns quickly to the stove. The Northerner drinks the water, puts dipper on table, then, summoning all his strength, rises and crosses to Mary. He touches her on the shoulder. Mary is so startled that she jumps and utters a faint cry.
Be still, or they'll hear you. How are you going to get me out of this?
Mary, angrily.
Ye get out. Why did you come here a-bringing me all this extra work and maybe death?
I couldn't go any further. My horse and I were both near dropping. Won't you help me?
No, I won't. I don't know who ye are or nothing about ye, except that the men there want to catch ye. Did you steal something from 'em?
Don't you understand? These men belong to the Confederacy, and I'm a Northerner. They've been chasing me all day.
Pulling a bit of crumpled paper from his breast.
They want this paper. If they get it before tomorrow morning, it will mean the greatest disaster that's ever come to the Union Army.
Was it ye rode by yesterday?
Don't you see what you can do? Get me out of here and away from those men, and you'll have done more than any soldier could do for the country. For your country.
I ain't got no country. Me and Thad's only got this farm. Thad's ailin', and I do most of the work, and...
The lives of 30,000 men hang by a thread. I must save them, and you must help me.
I don't know nothing about ye, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Only help me get away.
Mary, angrily.
No one ever helped me or Thad. I lift no finger in this business. Why ye came here in the first place is beyond me. Sneaking round our house, spoiling our well-earned sleep. If them soldiers catch ye, they'll kill me and Thad. Maybe ye didn't know that.
What's your life and your husband's compared to 30,000? I haven't any money, or I'd give it to you.
I don't want your money.
What do you want?
I want ye to get away. I don't care what happens to ye. Only get out of here.
I can't with the Southerners in the yard. They'd shoot me like a dog. Besides, I've got to have my horse.
Mary, with naive curiosity.
What kind of looking horse is it?
Northerner, dropping into chair at left of center table in disgust and despair.
Oh, God, if I'd only turned in at the other farm, I might have found people with red blood.
Pulls out his gun and hopelessly opens the empty chamber. Mary, alarmed.
What you going to do with that gun?
Don't be afraid, it's not loaded.
I'd call him in if I wasn't.
Northerner, leaping to the wall left and bracing himself against it.
Go call them in. Save your poor skin and your husband's if you can. Call them in. You can't save yourself. You can't save your miserable skin, 'cause if they get me and don't shoot you, I will.
Mary leans against left side of center table for support, in agony.
Oh.
You see, you've got to help me whether you want to or not.
Mary, feeling absolutely caught.
I ain't done nothing. I don't see why ye and the mothers come here threatening to shoot me. I don't want nothing. I don't want to do nothing. I just want ye all to get out of here and leave me and Thad to go to sleep. Oh, I don't know what to do. Ye got me in a corner where I can't move.
Passes her hand back along the table, touches the dipper accidentally, and it falls to the floor. Screams at the sound. Northerner, leaping toward her.
Now you've done it. They'll be here in a minute. You can't give me up. They'll shoot you if you do. They'll shoot.
Hurries up the stairs and disappears from sight. Mary stands beside the table, trembling terribly. The sergeant, Dick, and Thaddeus come running in.
What did you yell for?
Seizing her by the arm.
Answer!
I knocked the dipper off the table. It scared me.
Sergeant, dropping wearily into chair at the left of center table.
Well, don't drop our breakfast. Put it on the table. We're ready.
Mary stands gazing at him.
It ain't finished.
Sergeant, worn out by his day's work and Mary's stupidity, from now on absolutely brutish.
You've had time to cook a dozen meals. You're as slow as a snail. What did you do all the time we were in the barn?
I didn't do nothing.
You lazy female. Now get a move on, and give us something fit to eat. Don't try to get rid of any leftovers on us. If you do, you'll suffer for it.
Mary stands looking at him.
Don't you know anything, you brainless farm drudge? Hurry, I said.
Mary turns to the stove. Thaddeus sits in chair at left of smaller table.
What a night! My stomach's as hollow as these people's heads.
Takes towel which hangs above the bench and wipes the barrel of his gun with it.
That's one of my best towels.
Can't help it.
Tend to the breakfast. That's enough for you to do at one time.
Dick puts his gun on the smaller table and sits at right of center table. Sergeant, quietly to Dick.
I don't see how he gave us the slip.
He knew we were after him and drove his horse in here and went on afoot. Clever scheme, I must admit.
Thaddeus, endeavoring to get them into conversation.
Have you rid far tonight, misters?
Far enough.
20 miles or so?
Perhaps.
How long you been chasing the critter?
Shut up, man. Don't you see we don't want to talk to you? Take hold and hurry, woman. My patience at an end.
Mary puts a loaf of bread, some fried eggs, and a coffee pot on the table.
There. I hope you're satisfied.
The sergeant and Dick pull their chairs to the table and begin to eat.
Is this all we get? Come, it won't do you any good to be stingy.
Obviously, from now on, everything the sergeant says drives Mary nearer madness.
It's all I got.
It ain't a mouthful for a chickadee. Give us some butter.
There ain't none.
No butter? On a farm? God, the way you lie. Shut up.
Have you got any cider?
Don't ask. She and the man probably drank themselves stupid on it.
Throws fork on floor.
I never struck such a place in my life. Get me another fork. How do you expect me to eat with that bent thing?
Mary stoops with difficulty and picks up the fork, gets another from the cupboard and gives it to the sergeant.
Now give us some salt. Don't you know that folks eat it on eggs?
Mary crosses to the cupboard, mistakes the pepper for the salt, and puts it on the table. Sergeant sprinkles pepper on his food.
I said salt, woman. S-A-L-T. Salt. Salt.
Mary goes to the cupboard, returns to the table with the salt. Almost ready to drop, she drags herself to the window near her back and leans against it, watching the Southerners like a hunted animal. Thaddeus sits nodding in the corner. The sergeant and Dick go on devouring the food. The sergeant pours the coffee, puts his cup to his lips, takes one swallow, then, jumping to his feet and upsetting his chair as he does so, he hurls his cup to the floor. The crash of china stirs Thaddeus. Mary shakes in terror. Sergeant, bellowing and pointing to the fluid trickling on the floor.
Have you tried to poison us, you goddamn hag?
Mary screams, and the faces of the men turn white. It is like the cry of the animal goaded beyond endurance. Mary, screeching.
Call my coffee poison, will ye? Call me a hag? I'll learn ye. I'm a woman and you're driving me crazy.
Snatches the gun from the wall, points it at the sergeant, and fires. Keeps on screeching. The sergeant falls to the floor. Dick rushes for his gun.
Mary! Mary!
Mary, aiming at Dick and firing.
I ain't a hag. I'm a woman, but you're killing me.
Dick falls just as he reaches his gun. Thaddeus is in the corner with his hands over his ears. The northerner stands on the stairs. Mary continues to pull the trigger of the empty gun. The Northerner is motionless for a moment. Then he goes to Thaddeus and shakes him.
Go get my horse. Quick!
Thaddeus obeys. The Northerner turns to Mary. She gazes at him, but does not understand a word he says. Northerner, with great fervor.
I'm ashamed of what I said. The whole country will hear of this. And you.
Takes her hand and presses it to his lips, then turns and hurries out of the house. Mary still holds the gun in her hand. She pushes a strand of grey hair back from her face, and begins to pick up the fragments of the broken coffee cup.
I'll have to drink out of the tin cup now.
The hoofbeats of the Northerner's horse are heard. Curtain. End of The Clod by Lewis Beach.
Play 10 of one-act play collection number 20, Acis and Galatea by John Gay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Acis and Galatea, a serenata. The music composed by Mr. Handel. Dramatis Personae. Acis.
Read by Larry Wilson.
Galatea.
Read by Step Heather.
Polyphemus.
Read by Greg Giordano.
Damon.
Read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Chorus of Nymphs and Shepherds. Read by Alan Mapstone. Part the first. A rural prospect, diversified with rocks, groves, and a river. Acis and Galatea, seated by a fountain. Chorus of nymphs and shepherds, distributed about the landscape. And Polyphemus, discovered sitting upon a mountain. Oh, the pleasures of the plains, happy nymphs and happy swains, harmless, merry, free and gay, dance and sport the hours away. For us the zephyr blows, for us distills the dew, for us unfolds the rose, and flowers display their hue. For us the winters reign, for us the summers shine, spring swells for us the grain, and autumn bleeds the vine.
Ye verdant plains and woody mountains, purling streams and bubbling fountains, ye painted glories of the field, vain are the pleasures which you yield, too thin the shadow of the grove, too faint the gales to cool my love. Hush, ye pretty warbling choir, your thrilling strains awake my pains and kindle fierce desire. Cease your song and take your flight, bring back my Acis to my sight.
Where shall I seek the charming fair? Direct the way, kind genius of the mountains. Oh, tell me if you saw my dear. Seeks she the groves, or bathes in crystal fountains?
Stay, shepherd, stay. See how thy flocks in yonder valley stray. What means this melancholy air? No more thy tuneful pipe we hear. Shepherd, what art thou pursuing, heedless running to thy ruin? Share our joy, our pleasure share. Leave thy passion till tomorrow. Let the day be free from sorrow, free from love, and free from care.
And see, my love, turn Galatea, hither turn thine eyes. See at thy feet the longing Acis lies. Love in her eyes sits playing, and sheds delicious death. Love in her lips is straying, and warbling in her breath. Love on her breast sits panting, and swells with soft desire. Nor grace nor charm is wanting to set the heart on fire.
Oh, didst thou know the pains of absent love, Acis would ne'er from Galatea rove. As when the dove laments her love all on the naked spray, When he returns, no more she mourns, but loves the livelong day. Billing, cooing, panting, wooing, melting murmurs fill the grove, melting murmurs, lasting love.
Happy we,
What joys I feel,
what charms I see,
of all youths thou dearest boy,
of all nymphs thou brightest fair,
thou all my bliss,
thou all my joy.
Part the second, a concerto on the organ. Wretched lovers, fate has passed this sad decree, no joy shall last. Wretched lovers, quit your dream. Behold the monster Polypheme. See what ample strides he takes. The mountain nods, the forest shakes. The waves run frightened to the shores. Hark, how the thundering giant roars.
I rage, I melt, I burn. The feeble god has stabbed me to the heart. Thou trusty pine, prop of my god-like steps, I lay thee by. Bring me 100 reeds of decent growth, to make a pipe for my capacious mouth. In soft enchanting accents let me breathe sweet Galatea's beauty and my love. Oh, ruddier than the cherry, oh, sweeter than the berry, O nymph, more bright than moonshine night, like kidlings blithe and merry, ripe as the melting cluster. No lily has such lustre, yet hard to tame as raging flame, and fierce as storms that bluster. Whither, fairest, art thou running, still my warm embraces shunning?
The lion calls not to his prey, nor bids the wolf the lambkin stay.
Thee, Polyphemus, great as Jove, calls to empire and to love, to his palace in the rock, to his dairy, to his flock, to the grape of purple hue, to the plum of glossy blue. Wildings, which expecting stand, proud to be gathered by thy hand.
Of infant limbs to make thy food, and swill full draughts of human blood. Go, monster, bid some other guest. I loathe the host, I loathe the feast.
Cease to beauty to be suing, ever whining love disdaining. Let the brave their arms pursuing, still be conquering, not complaining.
Would you gain the tender creature? Softly, gently, kindly treat her. Suffering is the lover's part. Beauty by constraint possessing, you enjoy but half the blessing. Lifeless charms without the heart.
His hideous love provokes my rage. Weak as I am, I must engage. Inspired with thy victorious charms, the god of love will lend his arms. Love sounds the alarm, and fear is a flying. When beauty's the prize, what mortal fears dying? In defence of my treasure, I'd bleed to each vein. Without her no pleasure, for life is a pain.
Consider, fond shepherd, how fleeting's the pleasure that flatters our hopes in pursuit of the fair. The joys that attend it, by moments we measure, but life is too little to measure our care.
Cease, oh cease, thou gentle youth, trust my constancy and truth, trust my truth and powers above, the powers propitious still to love.
The flock shall leave the mountains,
the woods the turtle dove,
the nymphs forsake the fountains,
ere I forsake my love.
Torture, fury, rage, despair, I cannot bear.
Not showers to larks more pleasing, nor sunshine to the bee,
not sleep to toil so easing,
as these dear smiles to me.
Fly swift, thou massy ruin, fly. Die, presumptuous Acis, die.
Help, Galatea, help, ye parent gods, and take me dying to your deep abodes.
Mourn all ye muses, weep ye swains, tune your wreaths to doleful strains. Groans, cries, and howlings fill the neighbouring shore. Ah, the gentle Acis is no more.
Must I my Acis still bemoan, inglorious crushed beneath that stone? Must the lovely charming youth die for his constancy and truth? Say, what comfort can you find? For dark despair o'erclouds my mind.
Cease, Galatea, cease to grieve. Bewail not when thou canst relieve. Call forth thy power, employ thy art. The goddess soon can heal thy smart. To kindred gods the youth return, through verdant plains to roll his urn.
'Tis done. Thus I exert my power divine. Be thou immortal, though thou art not mine. Heart, thou seat of soft delight, be thou now a fountain bright. Purple be no more thy blood. Glide thou like a crystal flood. Rock, thy hollow womb disclose. The bubbling fountain, lo, it flows. Through the plains he joys to rove, murmuring still his gentle love.
Galatea, dry thy tears. Acis now a god appears. See how he rears him from his bed. See the wreath that binds his head. Hail, thou gentle murmuring stream, shepherd's pleasure, muse's theme. Through the plain still joy to rove, murmuring still thy gentle love. Finis. End of Acis and Galatea by John Gay. End of one-act play collection number 20 by Various.